to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there and welcome on board. Of course, it's a beautiful, Saturday morning and talking about the Yuletide season. Of course, you can actually perceive and, witness Christmas in the air already. And I must say this from me to you, compliment of the season. And I believe that the Christmas clothes are ready. Your Christmas shoes are ready. You're planning to make your hair or you've made your hair or you're about to do that, And for all the men, take it easy on yourself. Don't pressure yourself. Whatsoever you can provide, please just go ahead and do it, okay? And please, for all the men, let's console ourselves. We have just been buying, and we don't know who's going to buy for us, okay? So welcome on board, and it is Morning Buzz on Voice of People Television. Sincerely, I'm really happy to be here this morning to have a wonderful and a robust conversation with you. My name remains Savior Udo.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
Budget 2026, Tinubu proposes 58.18 trillion naira. Security gets 9.3%.
Voter inducement, reps reject jail for cash offered to delegate. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Also, visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 090-4473-2605. Because here, we have more than a voice.
And talking about having more than a voice, officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, met with factional leaders, of course, of the People's Democratic Party in Abuja, as tensions between the Turaki-led faction and Wike-backed group continue. The sit-down included National Working Committee members from both sides, with the factions still at odds over leadership following parallel conversation and, of course, a convention and mutual expulsion. The meeting underscores ongoing disputes within the party as both sides maintain claims to authority, highlighting persistent internal conflict in Nigeria's major opposition party. Meanwhile, former SDP presidential candidate Adewale Adebayo has urged INEC to avoid interfering in the internal affairs of political parties following Supreme Court ruling that affirmed SDP's autonomy in leadership matters. The acting SDP chairman, Sadiq Abubakar, resumed office after the court directed INEC to recognize his authority, reinforcing the party's right to manage its internal processes. Adebayo noted that impartiality by the electoral umpire is crucial for a thriving multi-party democracy, and one that past delays in recognizing party candidates had negatively impacted elections, stressing the importance of a level playing field ahead of 2027. First, let me pick it up from that of the SDP. I understand what it feels like when courts actually say, recognize this particular person, but I don't know the reason why it takes INEC time, to first upload the right leadership in their portal. It has happened to Labour Party as well, when the court actually overturned the judgment and all of that, and Abure was told to leave, and Senator Nadi, was appointed. And it took INEC time, which we've not even confirmed till date, if INEC has actually uploaded Senator Nanadi's name in their portal, and all of the interim National Working Committee. But of course, I think the Labour Party, yes, of course, they said that they'll be having, their Congress next year. So we'll wait for that particular one to, happen first, and let's see the body language of INEC. And I love the fact that INEC wants to, settle the situation, or even saying they want to make peace, and, ask the elder statesmen in the PDP to share their swords. But left to me, I would have said, INEC, just allow these two people continue their banter. When they are ready, they will actually make peace. This is the same INEC that they get to say, oh, INEC, is being partial, INEC is this, INEC is that. And today, the same INEC is trying to, broker peace among them. But my main conversation here is that if INEC can actually go and talk to these two factions, the Turkey-led and Wike's led faction, and afterwards, they don't look for, a way to settle, that means that particular situation can never be settled anymore. Now, we still have to talk about that particular convention. We still have to talk about the convention. Court actually said the convention should not go ahead. And INEC officials were not present at that particular convention. So, is that convention going to stay or not? And for INEC to call for a meeting, having Turkey-led faction and the Wike-led faction, it means that in their portal, they still recognize the Wike faction as PDP. And that says a lot. It says that no matter the expulsion, no matter, expelling, themselves from either ways, INEC still recognize all of them as PDP members. But for a whole PDP that we've been looking up to, as regards to, political party, opposition party, whatever ways you want to call it, PDP has actually been in the hem of the affairs in this nation. They've been in charge of, power for a while. And we've seen so many things they've done. Do you know what it means for a party to start losing, governors from each state, even as opposition party? It shows that they were really in power. Even after the opposition party, took over, that's the APC, they won them as incumbent, yet some states still, retained power. So it shows how strong PDP has been, and I wouldn't want all of these men to have their personal greed, selfishness and all of that, coming in the way of, allowing the party to prosper and flourish properly. Because if you look at the trajectory now, it is clear that every necessary opposition party has been crumbled. They're either having faction this, faction that. That was the reason why even a court party in Osun quickly, raised the concern through their treasurer that please, we don't have any other faction in Osun State. It is just Adeleke, and that's the governorship candidate of Osun. Every party is just trying to put their arms together. But what is really going on as regards to, party breaking to be factionalized? Everybody's just saying, oh, we are here, we are there. Is there something that the ruling party is doing that we don't know? Or this is about personal greed, or everybody wants to just control the party structure? We have to look into all of this particular thing. And if INEC is trying to, bring peace now between the two factions, will INEC now tell them officially that the convention you did before is null and void? Or INEC will say the convention stands, this party has to come back? What exactly are they going to do? Sandina, let me hear what you have to say, because this is, for me, I just call it more confusion, as regards to this whole situation.
It's actually very, very, well, confusing, let me borrow your word, because for the convention, I was actually, while you were talking, I was going to mention, I had it in mind, I was like, okay, before the convention was held, there were conflicting judgments.
Yeah.
So the people who actually went ahead to have the convention will tell you they didn't go against the court because a court
sitting in Oyo State, gave them the approval.
So they got an approval before they did. Of course, we know that INEC officials were not there. But I've also heard that INEC officials, even if they're invited, it's in their prerogative to either attend or not to attend. But of course, they were not in attendance, and we don't know if they would say the convention is null and void. And we have people who are not ready to sheath their sword. If you ask me, I really don't think INEC and whatever INEC is doing, I don't know if anything would come out of it, because these people don't look like they are ready to allow peace.
They don't actually. They don't.
They don't
And
look
I
like they
feel
are
it's just about the party structure.
They just don't. Okay, so well, if I want to borrow the words of one of our analysts, one of our analysts would say PDP is dead until after 2027.
Yeah.
So
No, but
it's just obvious that this is the
it's
agenda.
really painful, Nina, because you can take away PDP, the name PDP,
From Nigeria's politics.
From Nigeria's politics. So imagine the level they've actually reduced PDP to. This is really, really painful.
It's actually painful because PDP used to be one of the very strong. What am I saying?
Do you understand?
Like the strongest.
Yes.
And it's funny that they are allowing themselves. If person won't kill you, sorry, I have to.
No,
go
no,
PG.
it's fine.
If person won't kill you, I don't allow me to kill you now.
Do you understand?
That's just the way this thing is turning out.
Okay, let me even bring you up to speed as regards to what Senate President said. At the just concluded
APC caucus meeting.
APC caucus meeting and all of that. Yeah, he said that if you look at it, when we newly came into power, we had so many opposition parties, but now I think they are between 4 or 5, and the 5 are already begging me to join the party, to take them to Mr. President. But I'm just taking my time because I don't just want the National Assembly to just be all of us. I still want the minority people to still be there. Can you imagine such statements?
That's a slap on our democracy, that kind of statement coming from the Senate President. And it's even annoying that even yesterday when the President went to present his budget, they were all singing on your mandate.
Oh, so, Elena, no, I wouldn't want you to be double standard.
How?
You are saying they were singing on your mandate at the National Assembly, your legislators, which was totally wrong. What about your judiciary?
Yes, now that's what I'm saying.
So be dragging them together. No, you have to. At some point, you have to drag them together.
At this point, you're talking about.
And we're talking
about
total separation of power.
Multi-party system. We're talking about multi-party system, and that's what we're saying. So if everyone, including the minority and majority, stood to sing on your mandate, that tells a lot.
That means the mandate has already.
That shows a lot, and it's just very painful that this is what our politics or our democracy is actually getting into. Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. The Nigeria Police Force, NPF, has dismissed claims by the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, that the tinted glass permit policy is a revenue-generating scheme. Spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin explained that the policy is legally backed by the Motor Vehicles Prohibition of Tinted Glass Act 2004, which empowers the Inspector General of Police to issue permits for legitimate security or health-related reasons. Hundeyin stressed that the fees collected go solely towards maintaining the technology and data systems supporting the online application process, and that payments are handled through a central bank licensed platform, not private accounts. The police argued that heavily tinted vehicles have facilitated criminal activities, including kidnapping and armed robbery, and undermined traffic surveillance. Hundeyin clarified that enforcement of the policy was only temporarily suspended as a goodwill gesture during engagement with the NBA, not due to a court order, and that a recent injunction application was refused by the Federal High Court in Warri. He assured that any enforcement will be professional and rights compliant, warning that officers found abusing the policy will face disciplinary action. When I read this, I actually smiled because many Nigerians are actually scared. They actually feel that this is going to be all. They feel, yes, that this is another revenue-generating scheme by the police, and that's why NB has also cried out foul. And now the police are coming out to tell us that no, there's a payment system, and then they have under the Prohibition Act, it's empowered them to do this, and then according to them, there's a CBN platform where the monies will be paid to. But my challenge is, with all of this sounds very good to the ears, but will it be implemented? Because we know how the police how Nigerians generally, and how many institutions usually take things and go out of the hand with it, go out of hand with it. You know, they get to, how would I put it? They get to misuse some of these things. So if you tell a policeman, Nigerians are scared, basically. Nigerians just feel that, this is another way to extort money from Nigerians. And Nigerians are already being extorted by the police. We can't deny that fact. And, somebody actually said some days ago that the platform the portal, rather, isn't even opening for people that those who have legitimate reasons for them to use these tinted glasses. The portal is not even opening up for them to register. So the fears are there, and now the police is coming out to say this. We just hope that they actually implement this, and this is how good it is to the ears. That look, but what Benjamin Hunde is saying, that is what we're going to have, because Nigerians don't want to be extorted the more. They're already being extorted.
So I love the fact that you said Nigerians don't want to be extorted the more. Of course, they've been extorted, but do you think that it will stop? So I'm a very practical person. I don't think it will stop anytime soon. It's lovely when we hear they come out to talk. That's why he was promoted to this position, to be a spokesperson, for the NPF. Now, aside from that particular one, let us try and give it a little backstory. For everything that the NPF, Nigerian Police Force, has actually said through their IG, mention 4 that the lower cadre officers have actually implemented. I've lived in the north, and the only thing I would tell you is whenever the IG gives an order, it is only upheld in Abuja, where the IG is. And guess what? Not the other remote areas of Abuja, but just in the main city, which is, we'll say, Gariki, you understand? Basically just there. Now, leaving Abuja to any other state, I assure you that the police would always tell you, I've heard them say, for example, IG said, the time IG mentioned no roadblock again. You understand? When you show them the message, they said, call IG. Do you know what that sounds like? Or when they arrest someone because of this same tinted glass issue, okay, and you are being taken, whisked to a particular place, pay the money. Please, how do you call Uday to come and help you then? And not only that, even when they take you to their station, let somebody come out and say that he or she has reported the Nigerian police force of any division where they took money from them to release somebody because they paid the money to a personal account. No one, and if at all anybody has actually reported such cases, it can never fly. They mentioned bail is free. Where exactly? In Nigeria? Where have you ever seen that you go into a station to release someone for free without you paying in that division or that particular area command? And today you are talking about prohibition of tinted glass Act of 2004. Really? See, let's call a spade a spade. Some things are only working in some areas, and those areas has been, is being supervised. It is only in Nigeria, I wrote a short article. I said it is only in Nigeria that a supervisor needs another supervisor to be supervised. Otherwise, you cannot get some things done. It's as simple as that. And I must say this clear, so that it doesn't look as if I'm against the NPF. No, I'm not. I'm not against them, But let them also watch out for the people who call their friends, in some government hospitals to help them arrange this particular doctor's report. as regards to their eyes, even when nothing is happening to them because they want to have tinted glasses. It's actually going on as well. So if you really want to regulate this particular system, go all out. Put some of your people, in the right positions to do the right job. This is how I balance my conversation. But please, MPF, when you are telling us that you have a particular straight portal where people can pay to and all of that, then also check yourself within you and start arresting your own people that are still taking money directly into their account. And some would even tell you to pay to a particular POS account. Okay, let's move to News Super review this morning. But before we actually go ahead with the News Super review, let's just go on a quick break. As soon as we return, you'll be getting headlines as regards to today's papers. Don't go nowhere. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. Quickly, let's go straight to News Super review here. Let's start with Saturday Tribune. Saturday Tribune, new tax system. What sex workers, touts, other informal sector participants need to know, says Oyedele, tax committee chair. All right, and another one says here, we dismantled uniformed dictatorship but left intact culture of impunity. Baba Femi Judu. And the banner headline, local government funds, Tinubu threatens executive order to enforce Supreme Court judgment. And away from that particular one, Revs prescribed 10-year jail term for forgers of election results. We have 2026 will witness stronger discipline in budget implementation, says the president. Ekiti government dismisses exudes surgeon for alleged kidney removal.
Okay, we now move on to Saturday Punch. For the banner headline, we have U.S. visa panic disrupts dirty December. And above the banner headline, we have, beneath the banner headline, that's the subheadings or subriders, we have travelers, students cancel trips to Nigeria. Also, fear of detention, visa revocation heightens. Above the banner headline, we have, we will show tourist sponsors no mercy. And that's said by our president, Tinubu. And the subrider there is budget 5.41 trillion naira for defense and security. Also, above the masthead, we have 2026 will witness stronger discipline in budget implementation, also by our president, Tinubu. And then we have Ekiti government dismisses ex-surgeon for alleged kidney removal. Another headline we have here says, Guardians of the Dirt, harsh realities of Lagos cemetery workers. Also, we have arrest doctor who removed my 2 kidneys. And that's said by an Ekiti patient, yes.
All right, let's move to the Guardian weekend. Why new refineries alone won't end Africa's fuel importation slavery. And of course, talking about our Super Eagles here, African heavyweight showcase talent as 35th Cup of Nations begins in Morocco. The banner headline says 13 days to expiration. Tinubu seeks to cut 2025 budget by over 6 trillion naira. Presents a 58.18 trillion 2026 budget estimate. And beneath that particular one says, INEC intervenes in PDP crisis, old stock with Wike Makinde-backed calm. Lagos First Bank, Swedish government, others lead ninth Afrima sponsorship lineup. Tinubu tells graduating officers to drive security reforms with discipline and patriotism. Capital punishment, not solution to kidnapping, banditry, former UN envoy insists. Clerics urge citizens to avoid negative rhetoric about Nigeria. This particular one is on page 3. Organ harvesting, Ekiti sacks surgeon after panels finding suspend support staff. That's on page 2. All right, that's how far we can actually go as regards to newspaper review. And quickly, we would just like to take a few comments from our guests in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Adnosike, development economist, best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, and politics. Of course, power to the people, power of the people, and power for the people. Good morning, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, you're welcome on board, sir. So quickly, Doctor, which one would you like to, react to?
My first is what the tax guy talked about, that sex workers tells what they should know. Are they not trying to legitimize this business? That, for me, it is irritating. Imagine saying that on air. So that shows you how know that the country is going because of money, because you cannot grow your own money. So you are now trying to legitimize that's an abomination.
So it's safe to say that they should also mention that marijuana sellers,
kidnappers, armed robbers, yes,
thieves should also know that these are the something
and
that they
when you rob 10 million, you give 1 million to the government.
Yes.
So
for me, that's what he's saying.
It is very, very shameful.
Okay.
It is very, very. So is he now encouraging such thing? Is he now encouraging such thing? Sex workers should pay tax. That's what a human being is saying. That's on air, and the wife and children will be listening.
No, but doctor, so many of them, their family does not care. They've already given up.
As long as the money is coming.
As long as money is coming in.
But it's not right. It's not right.
But it's really painful that we're actually in such situation where indirectly it's looking like we're legalizing so many things.
For them to be mentioned that these people should be paying tax.
For you to even mention, it shows you have recognized that particular set of people. And if you really want to talk about it, I know sex working, as a sex worker, whatever, it cannot totally vanish in any country. In other climes, of course, it's existing. But when we have rampant or the high number,
they are not recognized anywhere.
They are not recognized. And it showed a failed state for you to have this large number. And guess what? Your government is recognizing it.
Telling them to pay tax.
For them to pay, which means they are doing legitimate business.
Yes. I mean, you can't even get to even tell them not to do what they're doing. You can't, because they usually hide. Most times they actually hide to do this thing. Most of the time, I'm not a ninth person, but I feel like it's not obvious. You only see them at a certain time in the night, and then probably early hours of the morning. But by the time you begin to make them pay tax, they become brazen.
Government will have to register them now.
Do you understand?
Understand me? How much are you making per night?
Dr. Anosike is really taking this far.
Understand me?
But no, but it's actually
that's the only way now.
So, doctor, what are we going to call it? So, a sex worker will go to CAC now, to register personal name, or what should they call it? Oh, they will now call it, Priscilla and these enterprises. What are we going to? Please, I am done with this particular conversation.
It's shameful.
It's quite shameful. It's quite shameful. All right, we'll be going straight to the first conversation here. Budget 2026, Tinubu proposes 58.18 trillion. Security gets 9.3%. Details of this after the break. You do well to stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. And it's still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has presented a 58.18 trillion 2026 federal budget to the National Assembly, themed Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience and Shared Prosperity. The proposal allocates 5.41 trillion, about 9.3% to defense and security, reinforcing the administration's stance that security is key to investment and economic growth. The budget projects 34.33 trillion in revenue, 26.08 trillion in capital expenditure, and a 23.85 trillion deficit, representing 4.28% of GDP. It also prioritizes healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, and private investments to drive food security, productivity, and inclusive growth. The president described the budget as a continuation of ongoing reforms to stabilize the economy and improve the welfare of Nigerians, pledging to deliver on the renewed hope agenda. He also announced a tougher security and criminal justice framework, stating that all armed non-state actors, including bandits, militias, violent courts, and foreign-linked mercenaries, will now be treated as terrorists. Tinubu said the new counterterrorism doctrine will unify command structures, strengthen intelligence coordination, and ensure accountability in security spending as lawmakers begin scrutiny of the 2026 estimate. We'll still have in the studio to help us make sense out of all of this conversation, Dr. Peter Anosike, who happens to be a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. And of course, we have joining us virtually, Barrister Ezeluche, an attorney at law, and of course, a public and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister.
Good morning, and thank you for the invite. It's always a pleasure to share my views with your listeners at home.
Barrister, you're welcome on board. The last time I was here, I think the first Saturday of this month, Barrister, you were preparing to, go to a boat cruise with the family. But today, you're actually on the move. Barrister, you are always on the move every Saturday. Barrister, why don't you just look for a way to always make me tag along with you, sir?
Come in the East anytime. The East is always a very vibrant place, always a wonderful place. So you're always welcome.
All right, joining us from the Benin studio, we have Honorable Comrade Destiny Nabulele, human rights activist, political analyst, commentator, and public affairs analyst. Good morning, comrade.
Yeah, my brother. I salute you very lavishly this morning. Thanks for having me. Good morning, viewers.
Comrade, saluting me just lavishly is not enough, especially in this Yuletide season. I would have wanted you to salute me with maybe a ram would do, you know, a small goat, you know, bags of rice, you know, granite. I would share with my colleague here, you know.
Don't worry, I will Bluetooth it to you. Two billion of it.
Thank you so much for joining. All right,
Thanks for having.
comrade, let me take it off, you know, with you. You know, talking about the president's, you know, presentation, you know, of bill to the on your mandate which has stand, and of course where you know the Senate president also mentioned to the president, which I think some people are not even talking about, that Your Excellency, some of my honorable members have mentioned. They asked me to tell you that they cannot go home. They cannot go home in this particular season, you know, because of your withdrawal of their orderlies. So, President, we would want you to look into this. Of course, he said so many things yesterday. I took my time to watch the program from beginning, you know, from the beginning of the session to the end. So, what is your take as regards to yesterday's, you know, bill presentation?
Yeah, my brother, I again appreciate your platform for having me this morning, and thank the only lady with us. You see, the problem with us as a people is enormous. I must be very frank. I remember some time ago when I visited Holland, to be very precise. With my cousin, we entered train. Standing by my side was a governor of that state that I visited, without any aid, whether PA you call it or whatever. It's because just in the introductory part, these are indices of a failed state. I must be very frank with you. I was once the local government chairman. You can go and verify. I never used police one day. Many times I drove myself to the office. My Oga will come and say, "Oh God, this is not how they do it here." I say, "Oga, I still have the energy." I think to some point, among the 18, I think I'm the youngest, so I will not be taking the Oga seat when I can do it. So the problem with us is that we are seeing ourselves as people that are, you know, that are out of the reality. We are out of the people. We are no longer part of the people. Immediately we are voted into power. That is the problem. We are no longer in tune. We are no longer connecting with the people. So that is a problem. Just like what with utmost humility, what the president is doing now. This is not how to run a country. With utmost humility. A situation where your wife, your daughter, your son, you are not running the government as if it's a family enterprise. It is sad. We cannot move forward like this. I refuse to listen to the budget. I saw it. I flipped through. You have deficit. You have some money, you know, allocated to security. I asked you, my dear brother, how many percentage of that money that is set aside for security would sincerely go for security? Many of this money will find their way in the pockets of Mr. President. At the end of the day, you see them going to buy dollars, to buy pounds, foreign currency to keep. At any rate, how much, with utmost humility, how much are we going to with all these razzmatazz? I own this, I own that. We are living as if we are at this age. Buy yard, buy latest whatever. I don't want to mention any brand. I don't want to advertise for any brand. As if he's a boy that suddenly finds himself in love. As a drunken sailor. Utmost humility is my father. So I'm very careful with words this morning. And those that are close to him, or perhaps his co-travelers, I think they should advise him better. Okay. So if you look at what we have in this country, with respect to the taxes that is introducing, how can you be imposing a first world taxation on a fourth world country with medieval infrastructure. With medieval infrastructure.
All right.
What I have known, I'm coming, sir. Let me land with this thought. What I have known as a master's in history and first degree international studies, as the country improves, you come up with taxes that will fit into that improvement, so that the people will see what they are being taxed for. So when you are taxing me, I will bear no grudges in meeting my own obligation. That is how it's run in a sinner client, in a developed client. But here, they want you to pay. At the end of the day, you will not get service. You will not get service for your money. Look at the BEDC, for instance. At every look at cranny, with some of us, with this electricity, distribution people, you purchase your pole, your wire that you draw a light to your house. You purchase your meter. And when it got bad, you have to go pay them to leave the office to come and what we are paying for, and nobody saying anything. Man, Nigeria should see a closed mouth. I said it earlier in one of these sister stations. We as a people, we are not doing enough, because a closed mouth is a closed destiny. That is why some time ago I advised Nigerians. I said, as we gradually gravitate towards 2027, and as we go out to gym every week, we should endeavor to set 1 hour aside to practice madness in preparation for 2027. I said that deliberately.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, comrade. Thank you so much. And I just have to do this claim on behalf of comrade that he's not asking anybody to go practice madness anywhere. Please don't even go there. But quickly, I'd like us to, watch the president's presentation. Let's just even see what happened at the National Assembly yesterday. And afterwards, I'll be going straight to Barrister Ezeluche. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please.
A very hard one. Avoiding abandoned projects, unpaid contractual obligations, and running a multiple budget, both inherited and unfulfilled mandates. It's a problem staring the nation. So we are terminating the habit of running 3 budgets on one inflow. By March 31st, 2026, all capital liabilities from previous years will be fully funded and closed. From April, Nigeria operates on a single budget, backed by a single revenue cycle. No overlaps, no excuses, no rollovers culture. This budget presents a defining moment in our national journey of reform and transformation. This is a reset, a very hard one.
Okay, you heard, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Barrister Ezeluche, are you there?
I am.
Okay, Barrister, what can you say as regards to, the situation of this nation, of course, the president's presentation? And I would like to get your thought as regards to, the 15.57 trillion of the total expenditure. How does the budget proposal address, the issue of debt servicing, which accounts for that particular amount? And of course, what are the key drivers of economic growth in the 2026 budget, and how would they be measured?
Well, thank you very much. I think one problem we have with our budgeting cycle is that we talk about the budget for next year without evaluating how last year's budget happened.
God bless you.
And this is a norm in this country.
Yes.
You keep on mentioning trillions, billions. What of last year's zone? How has it played out? All the promises that were unfulfilled, how will they be addressed? So it's not a matter of just applauding what has been said, the figures that are reeled out. The issue is it implementable? And let me go to specifics. Mr. President mentioned about 5-point-something trillion for defense sector. Now, if you understand how Nigerian budgets and budgets work, the bulk of this sum will be spent on buying bulletproof jeeps for the generals, on conferences. Just last week in Lagos, they had what they call the conference of the Chief of Army Staff Conference. Virtually all generals in Nigeria were brought to Lagos. For what? For what, for goodness sake? And this is a recurring decimal. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they spend billions on conferencing in the middle of the war. An example is for the first time in the U.S. history, the U.S. Army asked for all generals to come, and the Americans were saying, what are they coming for? But this is a recurring decimal in Nigeria. Mr. President announced that there will be 15 trillion for debt servicing. Most of it are fictitious debts that have not, in fact, that useful thing. And you are devoting a sizable portion of the budget for servicing of such debts. A more painful aspect is what is said to be from the income, the revenue. Now, revenue of over 34 trillion. When you realize that most companies are folded up in Nigeria, the multinationals, they are folding up and packing away. Where will these taxes come from? It is from the phone bills, the VAT that you and I are made to pay. So he is actually bleeding Nigerians. The little blood in us is what is making that 34 trillion. And people are clapping. The thing is, I don't even think those in the National Assembly know what they were clapping for. Because when you mention 34 trillion for revenue from what? Because companies that should pay it are all gone. The Smith Klein, they've all PZ, they've left Nigeria. So it is you and I who are going to be, that blood will be extracted from us. And this is how it replicates in virtually all sectors. So the president speaks in such beautiful language. I will assure you, after this budget presentation, ask him what he read. He does not know. And I'm very serious, because if you see the manner of presentation, it was just reading. At times, you will even misread. So this is just grammar that was read to Nigerians. In terms of implementation, they already have an idea of where all these funds is going. And I pity this country, because we are used to these high-sounding budget themes. There was one character in Cross River State, Ayade. Ayade will come out with, if you listen to the grammar he blows, he will say budget of scintillating expectations, budget of grammatical blunders. Yeah, that is the kind of thing that this Tinubu is doing here, speaking grammar. But at the end of the day, one of the take-homes that the world took away is not all those all those figures, because they are just neither here nor there. Is that many of our men here of the legislature cannot go home. So all the crap he's talking, all the budget he was mentioning, if your legislature cannot go home, is it the investors that will leave their own safe countries and come here? One other issue that was very, very topical in this budget was when he mentioned that there will be 26 trillion for capital expenditures. My dear, when you realize that just one coastal road was announced for 15 trillion without any due process. Virtually the day he came into office, within 1 or 2 months, he announced a coastal road without environmental impact assessment, without bidding. So 26 trillion for capital expenditure amounts to zero in this government. Because whoever will pocket his own has already arranged for how he will pocket it. One of the people that will smile most from this budget is the new Minister of Defense, Chris Musa. He now has 5-point-something trillion to play with. So his families, everybody around him will start planning contract, budget, and the boys in the field, the soldiers who are protecting you and I, the policemen who are supposed to be guarding us, will still be paid peanuts. Salary that can't take them home. Salary that force them to extort from us. And we are talking of the budget. As far as I'm concerned, the entire process of the budget was a total waste of time without telling us what happened to last year's budget.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister. Let's come to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, you know, one of the things the president said while he was presenting the budget, he said he described the budget as a continuation of ongoing reforms to stabilize the economy. And of course, he talked about resilience and shared prosperity and all of that. What do you make of this? Do you know, is this, when we hear things like this, just sounds so beautiful to
He
hear.
was talking to deaf people because, and when you are talking to a deaf person, you are not making any sense. So the issue is this. Tinubu should have started by telling us how 2025 budget performed. Understand? He should have told us the high points and the low points of 2025 budget, because he wants the National Assembly to approve 2026. It is stupid on their part to approve 2026 without knowing how 2025 performed. Understand? But we are not serious in this country. This budget is going to go like that of 2025. You cannot implement it. So all those things, one, they started with their compromise on your mandate will stand, which means whatever nonsense he talks, they are going to obey. That's why whatever they hear, they will be snapping. Understand? The issue, this is a budget of consumption, not budget of production. And all of the things that he talked about, nothing will be achieved at the end of the day. Election is next year. Understand? So a lot of these are going to go into private pockets for the 2027 election. So Nigeria is going to be worse off. The Nigerian people are going to be worse off with what was done yesterday. There's no sign of seriousness. In most budgets everywhere, health and education takes the chunk of the budget. Understand? Health and education takes the chunk of the budget, but this one, trying to deceive the people, he just emphasizing on security, because that is what is on the lips of most people. Understand? That is what is on the lips of most people. Now, Senator Akpabio say that his men cannot go home, but farmers can go to the farm. Do you understand that? His men cannot go home, but farmers can go to the farm. So the issue is, we are still where we are. Understand? This is a hopeless budget. It's going to favor only those who are in his cabinet, the senators. Understand? Who go to squeeze the MDAs. Understand? For that to pardon their budgets and so on and so forth. So for the Nigerian masses, there's nothing for them in this budget.
Oh, well. Like, it's as if you're saying the opposite of what the president is actually saying. The
For
president
the Nigerian masses, there's nothing for them in this. It's a hopeless budget.
Wow. Okay, well, of course, that's what you feel. But the president is saying otherwise, and Nigerians, I'm sure we are hopeful that the budget would...
What did you see in that budget that will benefit an ordinary
Nigerian? Okay, well, let's look at it. You know, you mentioned something about the health sector, as in the fact that the budget allocation for the health sector is not as large as it should be. But don't you think that security is what we need at the moment? But of course, not taking away the fact that healthcare is very important as well. But do you think that the amount, 2.4 trillion naira, 2.48 trillion naira was allocated to healthcare?
2.2 health, which is everything in the world. This shows you because they get their own treatment abroad. Understand? They get their own treatment abroad. Imagine a country of 200-something million people. You are approving a 2.4 trillion. Understand? And they're also going to take their own costs. So at the end of the day, you may not even have a 500 million for the masses. That's why there's nothing for the Nigerian people in this budget. There's nothing at all for the Nigerian people.
Okay, let's move on to what's his name? From our Benin guest. Our Benin guest, please. Comrade, please. I beg you, so sorry for that. Comrade, please. Let's look at this budget. What mechanisms do you think should be put in place to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of this budget spending? We already heard that, from our analyst, Dr. Peter is saying he feels that this budget is not going to amount to anything for Nigerians. And Barrister, of course, has what do you think can be done to ensure that this is actually mechanisms that can be put in place to monitor this?
Yeah, my dear sister, let me again appreciate you guys. You see, just as they have said, you see, this budget is a budget of presidential election spending or sponsorship. With utmost humility, we shouldn't expect anything fantastic from this budget. That is the gospel truth. You see, we must learn how to call a spade a spade. It's never a garden fork. This country belongs to all of us. No one is more Nigerian than any other. That is the gospel truth. You see, we have over time, sit down, we have been too docile with utmost humility for these charlatans to not begin to drive us at their whims and caprices. It's becoming unbecoming of a people. And Nigerians, as I said earlier, I'm vexed this morning. Nigerians we are not doing enough as a people. We are blessed. You see, I don't know whether it was this platform. I stumbled into a book written by Professor Abiodun Alao at the time, at my master's level, where he talked about the national endowment. He was trying to explain what is happening in Angola. I think in chapter 7, the opening paragraph, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. That when God was blessing Angola, other nations of the world, they were envious and told God, why are you blessing? And God told them, I don't think that it was God, with utmost humility, that just wait till you see their leaders. And today, what is happening in this country? With all what we have, our in terms of cognitive and creative reasoning, you've seen the issue of health, which is more of the people oriented. How much is budgeted for education? And we are saying that we want to be among the first world country, or perhaps we want to. All over the world, education makes people, easy to govern but difficult to manipulate. Education in the path of recovery. And we are not doing enough. How much is budgeted for your education? I refuse to listen, because I knew it's going to be same razzmatazz. You can see what the Senate president said. They are more concerned about themselves, that they cannot go home. And you are saying that in a national where other investors all over the world are watching, and you want them to come and invest in your country. Don't you see we are doing?
Okay. All right.
Without humility.
All right.
I'm coming, sir.
Okay.
I'm coming. You see, we must, just as I said earlier, we must track this. They must make everything available to Nigerians. They must make it. They must make it. They are not being transparent. We must know line by line what is budgeted in this, how it's being spent, who is doing what. And tomorrow they will tell you that there's a budget deficit. That yes, that they projected 30-something trillion in revenue, and they cannot. That's why I said earlier. I said President Tinubu and his co-travelers, they are trying to impose a first world taxation system in a fourth world country with a medieval infrastructure. Don't you see Nigeria should ready next year? Well, as election, I think they know that election is next year is an election year. I don't think they will try to play to the gallery to tell Nigerians that we are trying to help you, whereas we are the one helping them. That is the gospel truth. Nigerians, the blood of Nigerians are the one. You know what? An average banks
takes from you. If you transfer the receiver, and at the end of the month, they will tell you that for electronic whatever, they will deduct. And nobody's talking anything. And again, we as a people, we have failed ourselves. I remember when I was all these banks, and we are saying that many of our youths, they don't have job, they are lazing around. I have said it in other platforms. Daytime. It will be very difficult for you to stop that man from working at night. I don't know, you know what that means.
All right.
I remember banks.
All right, comrade.
I remember banks.
We're
let me
pressed
line
for
with this
time
thought.
as regards to this conversation.
Yes, let me line with this thought. Banks those days, they encourage, they had a football team. But today, the owners of these banks, they are buying houses in the seaside, in United States of America. They are buying everything, and they are what we call how do I put it? When you have to take certain percentage back to the people, what are they doing for their customers?
Yeah, right.
What is their responsibility in their host communities? What are they doing? They are not doing anything. See, we must begin to ask the government has failed us, but we as a people, we must begin to ask these service providers some very select questions. That is asked for us. We are coming up by next year because we have a podcast, a platform where we can begin to engage those people and expose them to Nigerians, where Nigeria can begin.
All right. Sorry about that particular one. I think there is a network glitch there. All right. Quickly, I'd like us to go straight to Barrister Izeluche to just give us his final thought as regards to this conversation. Hello, Barrister, are you there?
My final thought on this is that I think Dr. Anosike was not really right. There's a lot of things for Nigerians in this budget. A lot of crying, a lot of weeping, because the 34 trillion expected revenue will be from the blood of Nigerians. So there's a lot of negative things.
Okay.
And then secondly, also, okay. I mean,
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Izeluche. I would call that a satire, and of course, I would call that sarcasm. So, but it's fine. Thank you so much for that particular. We just have to move ahead now to our second conversation, this morning.
Okay, voter inducement, reps reject jail for cash offered to delegates. That's all we're discussing, and would have that after this break. To stay with us. Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. The House of Representatives has rejected a proposal to criminalize the inducement of voters during party primaries, despite a recommendation that anyone offering money or material benefits to sway delegates should face 2 years imprisonment without a fine. The decision came during a close-by-close consideration of the Electoral Act 2022 Amendment Report, which also included stricter penalties for offences related to ballot papers and election materials, including fines of up to 75 million naira or imprisonment of at least 10 years for unauthorized printing, possession and manipulation of election items. Lawmakers cited the recurring nature of delegate inducement, which concentrates power in a small group, but voted against criminalizing it directly. Meanwhile, the federal government has opposed a Senate proposal to impose the death penalty for kidnapping-related terrorism offences, warning it could fuel extremist narratives and hinder international cooperation. Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi explained that capital punishment could be exploited by radical ideologies, create obstacles for extradition, and leave no room to correct judicial errors. The announcement comes amid renewed terrorist attacks across Nigeria, prompting President Tinubu to declare nationwide security emergency and order fresh recruitment into the armed forces to strengthen ongoing counterterrorism operations. Still with us to analyze the stories, we have in the studio our guest, Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Also, we have joining us virtually Barrister Eze Luche. He's attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Also, from our guest Benin studios, we have Honorable Comrade Destiny Enabulele, human rights activist, political analyst, commentator, and public affairs analyst. I'll come first to Dr. Peter. Dr. Peter, you know, it's just funny that we know, or they're saying that inducement is actually wrong, which we know this is one of the things that bedevils our political system. And then they don't want to criminalize it. It's not about you wanting to eat your cake and also have it, or have your cake and also eat it.
The issue is this, like the comrade in Edo State said, Nigeria is the most docile people in the world. Anywhere where government fails, community rises. Anywhere in the world, once government fails, community rises, but Nigeria is the opposite. Government is failing, people are failing. Understand? Government is failing, people are failing. A Nigerian man doesn't bounce back. When you push a Nigerian to the wall, he will with his own hand push that wall back and continue as if all is well. We don't have, I was in the labor movement for 10 years, understand? Apart from the End Bad Governance protest and the End SARS, there had never been any protest in Nigeria that go beyond 3 days. First day, 1,000 people may come out. Second day, 800 will come out. Third day, I beg, we could go, it will end. So we don't have power to sustain anything in this country. And government has read us and know our weak points, and they are using it on us, that we cannot bounce back, that we have short memories, that we like to live on hope. Understand? So imagine what they did, understand? That vote buying cannot attract jail term, because that's what they are doing. They know that they cannot win any election that is free and fair. So they now resort to vote buying, and they are buying these votes with your money. Understand? Part of this budget will be used for vote buying. They know that it is a crime that they are into. And that's why they say it will not attract jail term. And Nigerians, to them, they not even hear anything. When they say, when will Nigeria become right in the next 100 years, with this mentality, with this mindset, we will still be where we are.
Okay, let's move on to Barrister. Barrister, I want you to weigh into this discussion. How do you think that we have this delegate-based primary? Do you think this is one of our biggest problems in Nigeria? Do you think that this has in some way contributed to the prevalence of vote buying in our party primaries?
Thank you very much. I think what we're just understanding from all this noise in the National Assembly is that these legislators don't even know the laws we have in Nigeria. And that is why some of us have been very, very vocal against these electoral reforms. Repeat every time, electoral reforms. For goodness sake, you don't need a new law to criminalize bribery, and corruption. It must not be giving money for votes. If you induce, if you give bribes, bribe is bribe. There is absolutely no reason for any new laws or amendment to any laws. The laws are there. And that is how it is for most of these things they are discussing under the guise of electoral reform. They are just perambulating. wasting time, wasting public time on useless issues. So the reality is this: there is absolutely no reason to pass a new law because the crime of bribe giving, of receiving and taking and obtaining still exists. All it requires is let the laws be enforced. The existing laws should be enforced. And that is how it operates in most other climes. That is why there are some countries that don't even have laws or constitutions, and they govern themselves. But in this, to be put in under the guise of electoral reform of reforms, meanwhile we don't need it. As per the reaction of the National Assembly, I mean, we just have a bunch of characters who absolutely have no idea what they are doing in National Assembly. Then we have most, and they're talking of whether to give bribe or not to give bribe. When has bribe giving been a virtue anywhere? Has there been any law before that legalizes bribing? Because when you give somebody money to influence his vote, you are bribing him. You are inducing. And even the vote being discussed is a property of the Federal Republic. So a sensible attorney, a sensible prosecutor can coin out more than 20 charges against anybody who is giving bribe for votes. And here are some characters in the National Assembly wasting public time talking of electoral reforms. And unfortunately for us, even the civil society, those NGOs who perambulate the National Assembly, funded by the European Union, they keep on going and following this same wasteful period. That is why some of us have become convinced that the major civil society groups in this country who tend to champion these electoral reforms are all part of the scam to retard Nigeria's growth. We don't need it. Even the very first electoral laws that helped to guide the Olusegun Obasanjo presidency in way back over 20-something years ago can be used, and anybody who goes against it can be prosecuted and jailed. But we lack the political will. The Mr. President and his Attorney General or the police are not interested. All they want is new budget, new electoral laws, going around the country to the constitutional review and everything. It's good that you are using this. We have this forum to tell them the reality, those that don't know. But I know they know. So they just want to deceive Nigerians. Okay, we are trying to do electoral reform. People will start making contributions. NGOs will go and collect money from their funders abroad and submit useless proposals. Meanwhile, the laws have been there from the beginning. So please, I mean, that is just my take on this. Thank you very much.
Okay, but Barrister, before I move on to Comrade, I actually asked you that do you think, or how does the delegates-based primary system that we have in Nigeria, how does it contribute to the prevalence of voters buying in our political system?
It doesn't. The reality is, when we are ready to play democracy, when we're ready for democracy, the wards know who they will send as delegates. But because the police has refused to do their job and allow criminals to go and buy delegates, then we keep on turning out criminals. Because if you are bought to come and vote, you only deliver what you are paid for. So the day we decide that we're going to right wrongs, the laws are there. You cannot do party politics without delegates. You must have delegates. And I can assure you, in every village, in every community, even in your family, you know who you can send to be a delegate from your family to go and represent you, and you'll be sure that that person will go and say the truth. And even if he's induced with $1 billion, he'll say, no, I have a name to protect. That is at the family level, at the village level, at the ward level. But what happens is the police, the DSS, the EFCC will deliberately look the other way, allow criminals to come and use money to influence the process. Then when they bring up these criminal delegates, of course, the criminal delegate will only result in a criminal House of Assembly, House of Reps, Senator, Presidents. That is what we're having in this country now. So the delegate system must be continued if we are serious about democracy, because the alternative to delegates is that somebody will be in Abuja and say, I want this man to be a candidate, like Mr. Tinubu is doing now. The people, those that are to contest in Osun State governorship elections, they're having issues. They went to Nassau Rock And there and then the man told them, okay, all of you step down, this is the candidate. That is absolute nonsense. That is not a democracy. And that is what it does everywhere. So a delegate system is compulsory for the democratic process. But the law enforcement agencies must be equipped and willing to do the needful, which is to arrest those who try to pollute the system. And it's taken in serious crimes. It's taken seriously. When you try to even bribe from the ward level, you are giving maybe the kind of sentence that will serve for as a notice to every other person. It's not that you won't say because it's only a ward, so let us allow him. Because it's the ward delegate that will vote for the House of Assembly, governor, and all that stuff. So, my dear, we cannot do without it. We must continue unless we say we're tired of democracy. In fact, we don't even have a democracy in Nigeria. We have an autocracy. We have a kakistocracy because we have the very worst of us ruling over us. And then, my dear comrade in Benin, you use the word leader for these characters. Sir, with due respect, these guys are not leaders to anybody. They are rulers. It's a marked difference. They are rulers, not leaders, because your leader leads from the front. These guys will browbeat us, they'll flog us, they will shoot at us, and you call them leaders? No, they are not. It's equivalent to when armed robbers come into your house and they are in control. Are those armed robbers your leaders? No, but they are ruling, because as long as they are holding the gun, you have to obey them. That is how we are with these characters who are ruling over us. That is why we must respect, we must obey Tinubu. And I here in Imo State must obey the governor. Not that it is my leader, but he has gone. Then I will be watching for him until the day he will make a mistake. That's what Nigerians are now doing. The day these characters make a mistake, we will tell them that yes, now person will get house. Thank you very much.
All right, Barrister Izeluche, I understand that you have so much, that you really want to let off your chest, which is, somewhat allowed. But I just want us to understand that if someone actually say that some people are the leaders of this nation, I don't think it should be a thing of, I don't think it should be a problem, because give or take, there's nothing we can do about it. Your president is still your president. You cannot say he's not your president. He's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are a citizen of this nation. In your office, you have your picture, you have his picture on this wall, on your wall. You understand? So if comrade, Destiny says that our leaders, I don't think it is out of place for him to actually use that word. But away from that particular one, let's go to Benin now. Hello, comrade, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, so, comrade, what alternative solution can be explored to address the issue of vote buying, in primaries, situation? Because you'd agree with me that something happened in 2022 as regards to the PDP primaries. We saw the power change. Where so many people were thinking, oh, Wike was actually, on the right route. Only for Tambuwa to, turn and overturn the situation, and of course, Article 1. So I didn't say, that there was any vote buying anywhere or delegates were given one or two. But all I want to ask is, what are the alternative solutions, to actually, address some of this issue of vote buying at primaries? And I want you to take this simultaneously. How can party primaries be reformed to reduce influence of money and promote internal democracy?
When a mass child is crying of hunger and starvation, but the father is feeding his neighbor's children, that is not kindness. It is simply stupidity and irresponsibility. You see, the issue of the party primaries and vote buying, I align totally with the two speakers. Totally. The president, and I would call it with utmost humility, rubber stamp, legislators, they know very well what they are doing. They're just trying to buy time with Nigerians. They're just trying to buy time. If you go to National Assembly, you are a journalist. Go there, go and do your own on-the-spot assessment, or perhaps what we call investigative journalism.
For the past 1 year, or 1 year, 6 months, the House of Reps is about 360 members or thereabout. While the other one is 109 or thereabout. You can't, the last 6 months, you'll not be able to get a 20% of attendance. Go and do your own findings. And you expect to get the quality representation from that kind of system? 20%. I'm saying it in the national TV. Go and do your own findings. They are all globetrotting. They're either in Bahamas or somewhere, or going to Morocco to go and bring their girlfriends and do all sorts of that. So the issue is this. Don't expect it to work. If you cast your mind back with this present president or presidency, Tinubu was then, you see, if you recall, the build-up to the party primaries, the build-up to the general elections, you've seen video of Bolio Vance leaving a citizen's, a single person's compound. That is crime in the fullest. You don't need any law. It's there. If you say, I jump the fence into my neighbor's house, then I still need law, when the law is already existing. That's trespassing. The law is already there. I was once in civil society. I still have an NGO. The law is there. It's existing. Bribery and corruption, it is there. So by trying to coin another distance, they're just trying to buy time with Nigeria to tell Nigerians that, yeah, we're trying to do something. At any rate, there's no way it will work with this present administration. With utmost humility. The DNA of this present administration is all about, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the DNA of this administration is all about corruption, with utmost humility. With this administration, it was this administration with the issue of drug whatever in far away United States of America. We had another issue of the issue of polio van, when the cabal in the state house in Abuja, tried to gang up against him. You knew the issue of painting the naira with a Mefele. And that's one of the sins of a Mefele that is facing today. So for us, the issue of party primaries and inducement is as old as Nigeria. Let us not shy away from the truth. So getting our way out of it is for us to make our system better and viable. Because the system what we have here now is the strongmanship. We have weak institution. That is why the president can unilaterally suspend an elected governor and House of Assembly members. That's why the president can say, you are not going for governor, this person will go. That is strong. See, it was the former United States of America president, Barack Obama, that once said that one of the problems of Africa is the issue of strong men rather than strong institutions. We have weak institutions. It is a deliberate ploy by the winning. Earlier I used leaders. It was a mistake. It was a slip of tongue. By the ruining class, because they are ruining the Nigerian system.
Comrade, they are still leaders.
They to perpetually hold the people sway so that at their weak caprices will don't ballet. It is a deliberate ploy. So for you to expect very soon that the system will be liberalized to be viable, I think we are daydreaming.
Okay.
In terms of humility.
Okay.
We are daydreaming.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Destiny, for that particular one. Comrade, they are still your leaders, so you would agree with me that you are at home now. I'm in the studio, of course, but they are the one that goes to the National Assembly, not us. We are not the one that sits in the seat of presidency. So, of course. That is
why Nigeria is nose diving in every set of human endeavor. That's why I use the word ruiners.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring it to the studio. Doctor. Your final take as regards to this whole conversation.
For me, the problem with Nigerians, most Nigerian people, is because we don't know how to say no. And until we begin to say no, everything will remain as it is. Until we begin to raise people of integrity who has that capacity of saying no, Nigeria will continue all the way it is. If in the communities, in the wards, they have credible people that can go as delegates, and when that money comes, you say no. This is who we want. Keep your money. Let the right thing be done. Until we begin to say no in this country, we'll continue with what we are getting now. That's my final take.
Okay, Barrister, let me come to you before we leave this particular discussion. I wanted to speak on the National Assembly, that the senators opposing this death penalty for terrorism-related offenses. Of course, I think it's even Latif Fagbemi that actually said it. That's the Attorney General of Federation. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, I think globally there is a move against having death penalties because the legal systems globally could be defective for whatever reason. And so if you have already executed somebody and then it's discovered that there was an error, it becomes quite it's impossible to revert. That is why there is a greater move towards imprisonment, maybe life, several years imprisonment and all that stuff, rather than death penalty. And so I support that move, but so that you don't get me wrong, the official title of the people who are leading us is either governor or president or senator. The leader, no, hold on, because these are very serious issues. It is the individual that decides who is his leader. So for most Nigerians, these people are not leaders because a leader leads from the front. These people are ruling us, no doubt. So they are not constitutionally made leaders. If the constitution says they are leaders, I'll say, okay, leader. But when they are good to Nigerians, if we will think for them, like they say now that now I'll be this or I'll be this. But you cannot say that genuinely to somebody who is ruining your life or ruining your community. So my dear, they are not leaders. They are rather ruiners or rulers. Thank you very much.
Barrister, you and I can actually do this all day, but I would, for just proper clarity, I'll just let this particular one slide, okay, as regards to that. But don't forget that we're all entitled to our opinion, you know. So if Comrade Destiny says our leaders, okay, he saw them as one. Before you told him, no, they shouldn't be
No,
that, okay?
no, but what they are called are governors, president,
of course.
National Assembly.
No. Let me quickly say this. Let me say this.
Comrade,
As I said earlier, it was just a slip of tongue.
Oh, all of a sudden.
Because I was just waking up. At any rate, you see, any society that recompense a defective department fabricate a moral peril that will erode that society. That's where we find ourselves in this country. As put it by the former how the least of us to preside over our collective patrimony. That's why you see, in all facets of human endeavor, everything is nosediving. Nothing is working. Security, zero. Economy, zero. Education, zero. Just name one thing that is working. Infrastructure. Look at our roads. There are death traps and kidnappers there. So for me, that's why I use the word that any society that recompense a defective department fabricate a moral peril that will erode that society. And look at our society today. Our society is gradually going to extinction. It is a deliberate ploy by the ruling class to continue to murder and facilitate their insecurity. All right, look at us.
Thank you so much, our comrade. We're pressed for time as regards to this conversation. You said everything zero, everything not working, but I just want to let you know that there are some things that are still working. Number one is convoy is still working. You can hear sirens everywhere. They have convoy everywhere, so their convoy is still working, you know. So we still have so many things that are working, you know. They still have their security personnel, their protection everywhere, you know. Spending is still working. Traveling to here and there is still working. So that means that some things are still working. All right, we'd like to go on a quick short break. Of course, as soon as we return, we'll be talking about trends and we'll be wrapping up the program. Don't go to my station, please.
Glad to have you back. On trends this morning, we have former Delta North Senator Peter Onyeluch Kachukwu Nwabochi has passed away at the age of 68. His death was confirmed by Delta State Governor Sheriff Obrovaweri, who described him as a proud son of the state and a courageous defender of the Anyoma cause. Nwabochi, a prominent PDP member, served the National Assembly and twice chaired the party in Delta State, leaving a lasting legacy in political development and nation building. Delta State's Deputy Speaker Otho Akpowowo also mourned the senator, describing him as a leader, mentor, and friend, while offering prayers for his eternal rest. In other trend the news, we have National Assembly lawmakers were caught on video singing "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand" during President Tinubu's 2026 budget presentation, despite previous criticisms of being labeled rubber stamp legislators. Meanwhile, Senator President Akpabio appealed to President Tinubu to reconsider the decision to withdraw police protection from VIPs, highlighting concerns about safety and protocol. These developments showcase a mix of solemn remembrance, political theater, and ongoing debate over security and legislative independence. Let me come to Dr. Peter first. Dr. Peter, you know, "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand" being sung by our National Assembly members, does it make sense? Isn't it just like, just let me allow you just give your thoughts.
That shows that these are children in adult bodies. That is what those in National Assembly are, children in adult bodies, because we've never had this. Understand? At least I was 1980. I entered secondary school 1980. That's when Shehu Shagari, was the president then. Zik and Awondowo. Understand? You will see mature people, mature debates. What Yoruba Okadibo called quotable quotes. What Yoruba Okadibo called quotable quotes. Understand? When people are talking, you will be listening. Understand? From then, there's one was Ibrahim Waziri from Borno State. Then he was known for politics without bitterness. Understand? When these people are talking, you'll be forced to listen because they are making noise. You are learning from them. Understand? We were having that until this 10th assembly. For me, this is the worst that we have ever had. I would not even, my children are so busy, I will not even encourage them to listen to any of members of the National Assembly talk. Because there's nothing inspiring, there's nothing motivating about any of them. Understand? None of them that you can use his quote and write anything another day. None of them that you can use his quote. Understand? As my friend in Benin quoted Barack Obama. Who can you quote in this 10th assembly? Nobody. So for me, they are just children in adult bodies. So that is what we are seeing from them. Then for the Delta North guy, his last address was in APC. Understand? Death does not change anything. Death does not make a bad man good. So when they say respect the dead, to me it's nonsense. When a bad man dies, he remains a bad man. Buhari was chasing him up and down because of corruption. He defected to APC. So his last address was APC. Understand? Jesus came to forgive sins, not to wipe away history. A thief is still a thief. Understand me? A thief is still a thief.
Okay. Sincerely, Dr. Anosike, you've actually taken the conversation, from political space to, of course, theology, and you brought it back to criminality and justice. And you talked about Obama's quotes from Comrade Nabulele, and of course, you asked the question that which quotes can we remember,
from our National Assembly.
even if we can't remember any quotes, but we can remember some of the things that they have said as regards to, the Senate president. The other day, the Senate president said that our mommy has invited us to come and eat dinner. So we can still remember.
Yes, and I'll send the prayer to your email.
And the Senate president also still mentioned that I'll send prayers to your email. Ever since I have been working as a broadcast journalist all my life, I've never seen prayers, via email that would make me smile, But that's to let you know that we can still remember some of the quotes. So Doctor, I'd like to call for the video right now so that we can actually, watch what happened, in the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. Please be seated.
It's now our national anthem.
So this is it. I think it's safe to say that sooner, or later, the same way the president changed, Arise Okon Petrot to back to where it was coming from, Nigeria will hail thee. I think sooner or later, maybe in the coming days, this on your mandate would be, adopted officially as the new national anthem. Because I had issues when our president went to open the judges' year. I believe I'm correct. Yes, 2025. Yes, he went there, and while he stood up from his seat, walking towards the podium, this was the same song. Our Nigerian judges were all standing for the president, and this was the same song that was played. So officially, we don't have what we call total separation of power anymore in Nigeria, because the executive arm, the legislators, and the judiciary are all in bed together.
No, there was even a discussion about changing the name of the country. It wouldn't be a surprise to me if the National Assembly changed it to Bola Tinubu. That changed Nigeria to Bola. They can do it.
Okay,
they can do it.
Let me go to
This is the worst that we have ever had in the
Barrister
country.
Zeluche is still there. Hello, Barrister. Barrister, are you there?
Very much so.
So, Barrister, you said I shouldn't call them your leaders. So, Barrister, you saw what your people, at the National Assembly did yesterday. And I think some of them even had Ashwebi, that's the matching attires. I don't know. So, Barrister, what can you say about the viral song and the most streamed song in Nigeria presently?
Well, what it shows that we are being ruled by a trickster. And let me explain before you jump in. when the ruler comes into a forum, it's expected out of courtesy that every other person stands up.
Yeah.
So what you saw when the judges stood up was because the president of the country was going up to speak. But it now made it with that sound, with that song, that obnoxious music playing. It now makes it look as if the entire judiciary stood up, and some even claim that they were miming or singing along to that song. That is not true. Same thing has played out in the National Assembly. Now, this man is, by trickery, by subterfuge, sneaking in his own personalized tune into the national issues, into the national platform. And Nigerians have to watch it, because that is how dictators begin. That is how it starts. It's not a laughing matter. Because in some climes, in some areas, like you are laughing over, this is not a laughing matter. That a man can wake up one morning and just change the national anthem. Who says he can't change it to national anthem? And Nigerians are laughing. So the ideal thing is this, and which I will encourage people to do, which I have done, is when these characters come in with this their personalized music, you don't need to stand up. You sit down. But I can know what the judges will feel, because some of them are salaried people. They are salaried, they may be sacked or they may be queried, particularly with a CJN, the Chief Justice, who has the pedigree that Kekereekun has of having played to the gallery on several occasions. So it becomes difficult for our judges. But Nigeria should take each and every such move by Bola Ahmed Tinubu with the care it deserves. Because clearly this man has shown all signs of heading towards dictatorship. That is why he rushed over to Benin. And he tried to do the same thing in Niger. So he has told, and then he's hoping that when it is his time,
Okay, I think there was a drop network situation there. That was a drop on there. All right, let me go to Benin. Hello, comrade. Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back.
Okay. So, comrade, in just 1 minute, we're about to close, wrap up the conversation now. So, comrade, what can you say as regards to the On Your Mandate song, that was played at the National Assembly before the president's speech?
You see,
that's meant for the official function.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, comrade, I can hear you.
Over time, we are serious as a people with utmost humility. I listened to the last speaker. If such a noble body can be so humiliated and denigrated, so over time, with utmost humility, I must say this very sincerely from the depth of this country, with utmost humility, we don't have any. I stand to be corrected because I've had instances, I can give you instances, where the word of the president is law. I told some person, whoever cared to listen, the president's administration is likely to Louis XIV when he presided over the France territory, when he said, "L'État c'est moi, I am the state, and the state is me." What I don't know what happened thereafter. It was the shortage of bread that sparked up the revolution. I'm not saying that there will be a revolution in this country, but you all know there's a saying that if you pursue a goat, if you're after a goat and you get to the wall, and the goat will definitely fight back. I look forward to that day.
Okay.
When Nigeria, I'm coming, sir. I'm coming. You see, the issue of the mandate.
Comrade, we're pressed for time. So
yes, let me land with this thought. Right. Let me land with this thought. You see, we don't have, the president is all and all. So you don't expect anybody to be able to confront the president. Unlike when he was a governor of Lagos State, that he stood against the then president Olusegun Obasanjo when he created LCDA and his allocation was being withheld. No president has a balls. No governor, no governors or anybody that has balls now to challenge him. If you challenge him, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry, because this man is the Alpha and Omega. Is the beginning and the end. That's what he's trying to plant in the national, in the Nigerian politics.
Okay.
He must rise up. A closed mouth.
All right. Thank you so much,
comrade. Saves 9.
Thank you so much, comrade, for that particular final, submission. And Dr. Anosike, thank you so much for being part of the show today. Sincerely, we appreciate your presence. And Barrister Izeluche, thank you so much for joining the program today. We sincerely appreciate your presence. And of course, Comrade Destiny Nabulele, thank you so much for being part of the conversation today. Please don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. This is how we actually, would be wrapping up the conversation today. My name remains Savior Udo. Enjoy your weekend.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Do enjoy your weekend as well.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was born on September 21st, 1909 in Nkrofo, Gold Coast, now Ghana. He attended Achimota School, where he developed a strong interest in Pan-Africanism and liberation of African nations from colonial rule. Influenced leaders and activists across the continent.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome, guys. The show is hashtags right here on Vop Tv. This is where it gets you all things trending and all things topical. Now, I can promise you that there are lots of things to talk about today, lots of breaking news, and of course, as it is our tradition here, we'll do some follow-up. For example, Pella, the very popular TikTok influencer, is apologizing to Nigerians that he's not going to try to commit suicide again. But hey, the hottest gist today is when lawmakers all gave President Tinubu a standing ovation during the 2026 presentation of the 2026 appropriation bill. That's a sneak peek I just gave to you, right? So if this is your first time of joining us, welcome aboard. I say us because I'm not flying solo. But hey, in case you've not seen me, and this is your first time, if you've not seen me before, my name is Vivian Oguche, and I got my co-anchor here.
And Ikechuku Agwa, like I say, this is where you get the answer to the question, what's trending? I will always bring it to you as it is hot. And if this is the very first time I was being part of this show, welcome. I'll urge you to, like, share, and of course, subscribe to our YouTube platform. And do not forget to also hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show right here on Voice of the People TV. First, without further ado, it's time to get into the show. Vivian, take us on a ride.
Yes, we begin with hashtag on your mandate. Sahara Reporters has that story and, of course, the video. So let me take you to X so you see the post that's going to lead up to the video of lawmakers giving President Tinubu a standing ovation while the music on your mandate, we shall stand, was played. Now, I asked that what's the origin of that song as well. And I'm telling you, we're going to go way back down memory lane to see how that song became the national anthem with a question mark. Let's go to X now. It is hashtag on your mandate. Let's do it. So Sarah Reporter says, despite being labeled rubber stamp, National Assembly members sing on your mandate, we shall stand during Tinubu's 2026 budget presentation. They put up this video, guys. Take a listen. Apologies for that mix-up. That is not the video you are supposed to watch now. The video we are supposed to watch is the video of lawmakers standing while President Tinubu, came into the National Assembly to present the 2026 appropriation bill. The one you just saw is when Kwam Wan, sang the song. Kwam Wan, by the way, is the one who composed that song and dedicated it to the president. While the technical team gets their acts together, let's talk about it. Okay, well, that's the video I was talking about. Take a listen.
you very much. Please be seated.
That's it. Now, this happened today, by the way, yeah? Lawmakers, this is a joint session of both the Senate and the House of Representatives as President Tinubu presented the 2026 appropriation bill. I saw lots of whites, like white agbada, like there was an Eshwebi or something and all. And like Sahara reporters did that, that particular one. I was telling you earlier on that it was Kwam who came up with this song. And credit goes to my colleague, Elijah, because I was asking, hey, what's the origin of this song? And then he told me it was Kwam. And we're going to show you visuals of Kwam doing that song in a short while. But I want for us to see how netizens are responding to hashtag on your mandate. Lawmakers standing on President Tinubu's mandate. Let's go back to X now. So, Marvelous Israel says, so while Nigerians struggle with rising costs, failing infrastructure, and security crisis, the so-called rubber stamp legislators stand and sing loyalty to a budget that doesn't serve the people. The mandate is supposed to protect citizens, not glorify themselves. Weep for a democracy where applause drowns out accountability. That Edo boy says, wait, so everybody in that house now is APC? Well, I think I can answer. The answer is no.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Easy says, I don't think we truly understand how party politics work. We see how in the USA, anything Trump wants, the Republican lawmakers almost always make sure it succeeds. That's the reason parties strive to win the majority seats in parliament. APC has the overwhelming majority in the parliament, is what I think Easy is saying. It's called the National Assembly right now. Yeah. So let's go to the next post. More reactions to hashtag on your mandate. Onyani Kalu says, while I am a member of the APC, I believe it is important to uphold institutional integrity. The National Assembly should remain non-partisan in its ceremonies. The National Assembly is a sacred national institution. A national anthem, not partisan songs, should be sung in such a setting. Notorious Kendrick says, when loyalty to power replaces loyalty to country, institutions lose their meaning. This is a troubling symbol of a captured legislature. Kechiko, netizens are spitting fire like a dragon, I can tell you, on your mandate.
Sincerely, really, I would have really expected something else, on the floor of the National Assembly. I mean, national anthem would have done just fine, but singing a partisan song or song for someone, it shows that, we've really gone low when it comes to, democracy. But then...
This is not to say that at some point the national anthem wasn't sung.
Yeah, but then this is not the kind of song you want to play on such floor. I mean, that is a floor that represents the entire country, right? Not just the APC, not just even the president. But, of course, like I said, the National Assembly, they've actually not given us, reason to actually want to believe in them. And that's exactly why a lot of people are actually reacting the way they are reacting. Because this sort of song, yes, without, the president may actually be singing this song for the president, not just because of any other thing, but because, just to show that, yes, Mr. President, we are fully behind you. But I don't think this is necessary at this point. But unfortunately, they've already done it. So let's move past it. The National Assembly is... I see a lot of them, and you're talking about, the white agbada. I mean, it's actually in the north where the National Assembly is. A lot of persons have to put on those, big clothes because of, the weather and all of that. So, and of course, it's very much a chill place.
I don't think that's it.
No. Traditionally, people want to represent the culture of the place they live. So, more like that's exactly why they're dressed in that particular fashion.
Yeah, but there is a kaftan there, which is not the agbada. And I don't know if Abuja is like Lagos, where the Hamatan has not hit yet, So, hey.
So Hamatan or not, right? It's more like the culture there.
Kechiko, I don't think this is an Hamatan. This is a thing about the weather.
No, I'm not talking about
You're talking about why they are wearing the agbada now.
Yes, it's a cultural
Let's
thing.
not even argue about this. But I want for us to go back to the other video where we saw earlier, that video I'm talking about, Kwam singing on your mandate. During Tinubu's presidential campaign, that's the origin of that song. Let's take a listen. Sneak peek of it, yeah? And then we'll let the video roll while Ikechukwu and I talk about it. Let's do it. It is hashtag on your mandate. All right. I mean, this is it, Ikechukwu. I saw you laughing when you saw the president, shaking his body and all. This was a run-up to the election, yeah. You had them calling Kwangwan, calling him Bola on your mandate, Bola. But now he's President Tinubu, and everybody, practically the whole country, talking about the legislature standing on his mandate. Not too long ago, there was a gathering of lawyers, right, and judges and all of that. And this song was sung, and there was a standing ovation as well. And people like Peter Obi, LP 2023 presidential flag bearer, as well as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, PDP flag bearer in 2023 general elections, all came out to say that the legislature cannot be standing when the song On Your Mandate We Shall Stand is playing and all. But hey, this is the origin. But you were saying something about the justice and the mandate formation or collaboration to form APC.
I was saying that, within political parties, there are caucuses.
Yeah.
So there's a justice caucus in the APC, and of course, there's a mandate caucus. Of course, APC is a merger, right? The CPC, the ACN, the new PDP, all these guys, AMPP, all these guys came together to form the APC at the point. So there's a mandate in that particular group. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president, is actually the leader of the mandate group. And of course, late PMB is the leader of the justice group. Now, the justice actually led the APC in the when they actually became a political party, which is the late PMB. So when he left, it's time for the mandate. That's exactly how political parties do it. So when you take, it's next on for the other persons. Provided the structure within that particular political party is still very strong, it's possible that justice within the party will continue to rule if there is no strong candidates within the mandate. But that's inter-politics.
Yeah, but does this have to do with the CPC faction, which Buhari came from, and the ACN faction, which Tinubu came from?
Absolutely.
Good. So it's just what I wanted to know.
It has a lot. Even within the ACN, before they became a merger, they also have their caucuses inside. Yeah, it's a normal thing. You have to have those sort of things so that when you actually let's say, for example, a governor emerged from that particular party, right? So certain members within the caucus say justice will take three commissioner, this one. So that's exactly how they share it. It's a long. But let's look at so that's exactly how the name mandates became a thing. Now, being the leader of the mandates, right? He's now the leader of the APC at the time. I mean now, right? Since he's the president, so everyone will definitely be on queue for the mandate. You're definitely standing on the mandate because he's the president, and of course he's part of the mandate group. And that was why he was actually singing the song.
Talking about Kwangwan.
That was why he was singing the song that this is the leader of the mandate, and we're going to stand on the mandate because he embodies the mandate, so we are going to stand on the mandate. That's exactly. But I mean, Kwangwan is this is not the first time he's actually singing, what is called an anthem for celebrities, politicians, and this is not even.
I think he's carved a niche for himself when it comes to stuff.
I think it's more of an African.
And it's working for him.
It's more of an African kind of music, not just him. Other Fuji artists also do it. Pasoma.
Yeah, but I think Kwangwan is doing very well in that aspect.
I think when it comes
so much so that he wants to become a king of a traditional ruler.
I think you can say that because he's the closest to key politicians. So he does.
He's very close to power.
Yes. Yeah. So that's why, I mean, this is the biggest of his songs because now this is now a national anthem basically.
It is, basically.
But he's done it for a lot of persons. Yeah. And across all tribes, you have, musicians do this sort of songs for politicians and other. So it's just part of it.
All right. No wonder when he had the running with the aviation sector and all, his sins were forgiven, and he was made an ambassador. Hey, power talks, I can tell you. But hey, let's still talk about the 2026 appropriation bill presentation. That's the next hashtag, by the way, hashtag 2026 appropriation bill. So President Tinubu today was before the National Assembly. You already know that. And there are a number of talking points I'd like for us to pull up. For starters, the president is saying that he wants to ensure that things are done properly and he doesn't want a multiplicity of presentation of budgets and all. I have that video, and then the second video you're going to be watching after that is where the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, was saying, President Tinubu, we are ready for you and we are ready to receive the 2026 appropriation bill. But he now went on to say that his colleagues are asking him to beg President Tinubu to review the withdrawal of policemen from VIPs because them, the senators, the lawmakers, are scared of going home. Netizens jumped on that particular one, and we are going to show you how they are reacting to it. But first, let's take a look at the president talking about multiplicity and how he intends to scrap it. Take a listen.
A hard one. Avoiding abandoned projects, unpaid contractual obligations, and running a multiple budget, both inherited and unfulfilled mandates. It's a problem staring the nation. So we are terminating the habit of running 3 budgets on one inflow. By March 31st, 2026, all capital liabilities from previous years will be fully funded and closed. From April, Nigeria operates on a single budget backed by a single revenue cycle. No overlaps, no excuses, no rollovers culture. This budget presents a defining moment in our national journey of reform and transformation.
Reform and transformation. Now, he said something that is going to be one budget, one revenue cycle, no overlapping. It's what he's saying. Does this impress you?
Well, it's, I mean, if it happens,
if it happens,
he actually said, I mean, I'll really be, I mean, a lot of Nigerians will be impressed. We know that in university you say carryover. We were not expecting any carryover. It's definitely going to be one, full year cycle. We know next year we'll definitely start afresh again. And we just hope again that, whatever it is that, is, in that particular budget, it's definitely going to really reflect, the yearnings of Nigerians and help Nigerians to actually, become better people as regards economy-wise. But again, this is just, the president actually saying this. I just hope he follows his word or he matches his word with actions. And then the National Assembly also, do exactly what they have to do. Check the bill and ensure that we don't get the sort of scandal that we had a few days ago when Mr. Mohamed Dasuki came up and said the budget that was passed is different from, I mean, the bill that was actually passed is different from the one they debated.
Bill.
Yes, it's different from the one that debated. So I just hope that all of those gray areas will be sorted out before now. But it's quite impressive. If this happens, it's going to be a new beginning for us.
Well, talking about the tax bill that's causing some controversy at the moment, what you were saying earlier on is the one, Mr. Representative Dasuki had said that what the House of Assembly and the National Assembly passed is totally different from what has been gazetted.
Debated, yes.
And he's asking for a thorough investigation into it. In fact, opposition parties, including members like Aisha Yusufu, Kenneth Okonkwo, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Chairman of the ADC, Senator David Mark, as well as a number of others are also jumping on that particular one to say, look, that tax bill must not stand. It must be withdrawn because Nigerians are suffering and the discrepancies must be fixed. But hey, not to digress, let's go back to hashtag 2026 appropriation bill. So the cable has that particular story where Senator Godswill Akpabio begged President Tinubu on behalf of his colleagues not to withdraw their policemen, their police escorts, to ensure that they are protected. So netizens are saying they want the person where they work out for straight on call, who's protecting them and all of that. But hey, let me not, how do they say it? Run beyond your shadow. There's a way they run faster than your shadow. That's why they say 2 heads is better than 1. But let's go back to X so you see how the cable put up that particular story. Shall we? Thank you. The cable says, as we direct the security agencies to withdraw policemen from critical areas, Some of the National Assembly members said, I should let you know that they may not be able to go home today. On that note, we plead with Mr. President for a review of the decision. Senate President Godswill Akpabio tells Tinubu at budget presentation. Take a listen, guys.
May God bless and boldly. Let me say, Mr. President, that the National Assembly is ready for you. We are ready to receive the 2026 budget. We share in all the pains you have gone through in the last 1 year, and we also share in the joys and applause of the reform agenda of your administration. Only one concern, Mr. President. As we direct the security agencies to withdraw policemen from critical areas, some of the National Assembly members said I should let you know that they may not be able to go home today because they will be picking up. So on that note, we plead with the President for a review of the decision. May God bless you. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, so Ikechukwu is shaking his head here. But note when he was wrapping that when he was wrapping it up, that speech band, he said, may God bless you, may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Some netizens are jumping on that particular one, and they're saying, it looks like that prayer is not complete. But hey, let's start from the beginning. How netizens are reacting to hashtag, what's that now? 2026 appropriation bill, especially the part where the Senate President Godswill Akpabio is asking for VIP escorts not to be withdrawn from the National Assembly members. Let's take a look. Yeah. Notorious Kendrick says, oh, he should also inform the president that for years now, many can't go to their farms anymore. And then Rolla says, always about naked, selfish interest. Do these people know that many thousands of Nigerians are unable to travel to see family because of fear of kidnapping along the way? All they care about is their own personal benefit and comfort. Real Carson says, which simply means the country isn't safe. There are more reactions. Let's take a look at them. I Pledge to Nigeria says, may God bless you. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and may God bless the National Assembly. Typically missed out, may God bless Nigerians. You see yourselves? Yeah, but hey, Ikechukwu, just without bias, does may God bless Nigerians, doesn't it fall under may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
In all honesty, it does.
It does, yeah. Hey, I just want to point that out. Then AA Possible MBA says, so what about the common Nigerians? Tinubu should not listen to them. Nonsense. So let's talk about netizens versus Akpabio right now. They are saying Tinubu should not listen, President Tinubu should not listen to the Senate President because he's begging on behalf of his colleagues for their VIP escorts not to be withdrawn.
So many people cannot even go to their village, not even their farm now. Their village, they can't. And I mean, international standard for policing is one policeman to 50 citizens, right? But Nigeria, we are way under police. I think it's about, the last count is about 100 to 500 citizens. So it tells you that, we don't even have enough policemen. And then you want, these policemen to yourself. You have all of the money to hire private security. All you need to do is just, you are the lawmakers. Push a bill that private security, when they get, they can actually, push a bill that you will say when private security men should be armed, to do their job. Give them certain rifle, even if it's not military assault rifle, that they can actually carry, to actually protect people who actually hire them. And that's exactly what you need to do. So why are you trying to actually stretch the policemen that's not even enough for us already? It's so unfair.
We saw the president saying that these police escorts who are going to be withdrawn from these, from this elite or from these National Assembly members, that they'll be replaced by forest guards and the NSC.
They should not even give them those persons. So what they need to do is, see, this is an opportunity for business. Business comes from opportunity, right? We have insecurity. People can actually make a lot of money from this. Set up private security company and then pass a law that, okay, people can actually arm themselves as a body. Now you go to this private security company, they're setting a weapon that can actually be given to them, right? No military assault rifle like AK-47 and the right, but you can actually have decent weapon to actually protect yourself. I have a private security company, and then allow a policemen and other, their primary assignment. Why asking the president for this sort of favor? You have all those forest guards, let them be in the forest. You have people, the policemen, let them do their primary job, and every other person. So just get private security. Just imagine building, setting up about 5 or 1 security company across the country in each state. That's a lot of job for some persons. It's going to go a long way to actually, reduce insecurity, because now when people are employed, a lot of persons will, shy away from, committing, being part of certain vices, and then obviously definitely going to bring more money back to the economy. So they should look at the opportunity in it, and then walk a path that will definitely, help to reduce the insecurity.
Yeah,
instead
so
of
just not to drag this
themselves.
particular matter, we keep our fingers crossed to see what the president is going to do. I'm
so sad. The president might just even budge.
No, you can't say
He
that.
might.
Let's wait for him to answer. So I'm not projecting. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed to see how President Tinubu is going to respond to that particular request. And I'm sure Nigerians, netizens, are waiting like a hawk like this to see how it pans out. As it unfolds, we'll let you know. Let's move on to the next hashtag, really, which is hashtag INEC. So the electoral umpire decided to wade into the wahala that is brewing in the PDP. That wahala, you know how they say, don't tie rapper. So there are 2 warring factions in the PDP, which was touted once upon a time to be the strongest opposition party in the country. I'm going to take you online so you see the very first post that's going to help us explain how that panned out. INEC itself was the one that put up this post, so I don't want to talk too much on it. Let's go to X now so you see what INEC is saying about the meeting it held between the 2 warring parties, factions in the PDP. It says, there's a heading. It says, INEC hosts PDP leaders to strengthen compliance with electoral laws. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Friday, 19th December 2025, hosted factions in the People's Democratic Party, PDP, at an interactive meeting to strengthen compliance with the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Commission's regulations ahead of the forthcoming elections. Addressing party leaders at the meeting held on Friday, 19 December 2025, the INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amupiton, SAN, said the engagement became necessary following a number of correspondences received from different quarters within the party, requesting the Commission's intervention on various issues. Professor Amupiton noted that INEC is constitutionally and statutorily mandated to monitor the activities of political parties, in addition to its responsibility of conducting elections, stressing that these obligations, there's a concluding part, let's go and take a look at them now. Well, I think something went wrong. That INEC is supposed to, wade into disputes within parties. It's part of, the responsibilities. And then he went on to say that he informed the participants that the Commission has already issued its timetable and schedule of activities to political parties as part of preparations for the forthcoming elections, adding that INEC remains on course to deliver smooth and credible polls. The INEC chairman drew attention to the Federal Capital Territory Area Council elections scheduled for 21 February. Let me jump to the 3rd paragraph. Now, according to him, the meeting was convened to provide a platform for open and constructive engagement, particularly in view of the conflicting correspondence received from the PDP, with a view to forging a common understanding and charting a clear path forward. Now, it's a lengthy epistle, but I think we get the gist of the matter. So one of the factions of the PDP immediately responded. So let's go to the next post now to see how the PDP is reacting to the meeting it had with the electoral umpire today to ensure that the conflict within the party does not cause any injury to the upcoming elections. So official PDP Nigeria says, earlier today, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amupiton, invited the Kabiru Turaki-led National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party and some former members of our party who are claiming to be in different leadership positions in the party to, in his words, find a way to resolve the lingering crisis in the party. Both sides exhaustively presented the facts of the situation and confirmed that the issues are now before the Court of Appeal. What they are saying basically is they are awaiting the court judgment on PDP leadership. But the Turaki-led faction is claiming legitimacy to the leadership of the party, basically.
Well, first of all, I'm trying to wrap my head around why INEC had to call that meeting. I'm still trying to understand why. Because for all I know is, INEC is supposed to be neutral, supposed to be independent. So you have to find a way to fix your house, go to court, do whatever it is, whoever court is the legitimate, candidate or legitimate body is who INEC is going to actually accept based on, verifiable evidence. But for INEC to actually call this meeting to tell them to, tell them how to actually put the house in order, I find it's a little bit, fishy in some sort, because I wonder, as an umpire, your job is to just get, the person involved. It's likened to the incident within the Labour Party where, INEC actually under Mahmoud before he actually left, recognized, the Abure-led faction after the Labour Party actually said, this man is no longer part of it. Even court has also said it is Nanadi Usman. So I don't understand what INEC is doing, but in the end, the PDP also said now that the case is in court. You remember they have conflicting judgment from the same kind of, the same level of, from court with the same level of jurisdiction, Federal High Court in Ibadan and of course in Abuja saying the same thing, and now Court of Appeal. So whatever the Court of Appeal eventually says that in the end, it's definitely going to be the position of the PDP going to the election. But of course, it definitely, everything that's happening to PDP, because of the structure that PDP has, national spread and all of that, is definitely to actually kill PDP for 2027.
Well, we had Funsho Duhasti. He is a governorship candidate under the platform of the PDP on this very platform, and he talked about the same issue. Of course, he said the Turaki-led leadership is the legitimate one, and the PDP still stands as the main opposition when it comes to politicking in the country. Now, something else is brewing, right? The next hashtag is Ruben Abati, but someone online, and he's gathering followers quickly, is calling Ruben Abati the latest INEC chairman. If you're like me and you're scratching your head and you're wondering, what is this about? Now, I'm going to take you to X so you find out exactly why former presidential spokesperson and on-air personality Ruben Abati is being called the current INEC chairman. Let's do it. It is hashtag Ruben Abati. Let's see what X is saying now, shall we? Yeah, thank you. Nigerian Affairs Journal is the one that put up this post, and it says, with the PDP, or with the APC, I beg your pardon, dominating almost all the southern states, the 2027 presidential election has already been won and lost. If you want to argue, go to Google. And this statement is credited to Ruben Abati. He was actually on a program this morning, and he actually said this. Now, take a look at the next post. This is Arewa Daddy, and he is now calling Ruben Abati the INEC chairman. He says the INEC chairman has spoken. He says the at Arise TV INEC chairman has spoken. The 2027 election has already been lost and won, at Abati said. That's what he said, basically. In a very dangerous and unprecedented act of threat to democracy in Nigeria, Ruben Abati was caught this morning declaring that Tinubu and APC have already won the 2027 general elections. Goes on to say this pronouncement by Abati is not only frightening and unprofessional, but a treasonable act. Now, he goes on to, I don't know why we don't have the full script. Something is cutting off, but I'll try to see if I, make sense of what it is. He must be called in by the at INEC Nigeria and at official DSSNG to explain where he is getting such confidence to determine the winners of the election. Let's take a look at the next post now, shall we? So these are people responding to hashtag Ruben Abati. Tonero says, Daddy, most news analysts and elites in Nigeria predicted such in 2015, but were beaten hollow by the decision of the Nigerian people. History does repeat itself. The worst shock of their lives will come when history repeats itself. A resounding defeat will come their way. Mark Ozagu says Ruben Abati can hardly hide his support for the status quo. He tries very much to conceal it, but from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. There are more reactions. Let's take a look at them. All right. We're dealing with some technicalities right now in the technical department. So please pardon the slowness and the hitches. Kingsman, okay, we have it. Kingsman Global Investment says, Jonathan should sit him down and explain the outcome of a 2015 election to him, even while PDP has over 30 plus governors. Jonathan woefully lost. Tinubu, okay, I don't want to say that, right? There are stuff you don't see on air. Let me go on to the next one, which says, this is Adilabu, he says, where did he say you do not need to go out and vote? He's making his own predictions based on his own electoral analysis. No crime committed. Let's talk about what Kingsman said. Before we take a look at Adebanji, Kingsman said Jonathan should sit him down and explain the outcome of the 2015 election. We are going to go back to the rest of the comments, but let's talk about this. Jonathan was touted to win the elections, yeah, because he had widespread support. Mm-hmm. He had the most governors, mm-hmm. but he lost. Yeah. And some people are saying there might be a repeat of this in 2027, regardless of what Abati is saying. True.
First of all, what Abati said is actually not wrong. I mean, he gave a permutation based on what he can actually see. And that's for people who actually believe that governors actually make the difference. So it's quite excusable for him to actually believe that since he can actually boast of a huge number of governors in the South now, definitely he can actually be saying, okay, if he wanted that in 2023 when he doesn't have these plethora of governors from the South in his corner, then of course, now that he's got this number of governors from the South, that's a fair assessment from someone who is actually looking at Nigeria's political landscape from the position of governor strength.
So you're saying for people who believe that the governors are the ones who who drive these votes,
yes.
You don't believe that?
No, I don't. I mean, 2015 showed us that. 2023 also showed us that. Governors don't do that. The people decide. I'll tell you, in 2015, when the merger was about happening, a lot of persons were saying, if this merger pulls through, then trust me, Jonathan is going. Now, it was simple because the permutation was Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Kwankwaso, Atiku Abubakar. The three of them should be able to actually at least get about 4 million votes. That was the calculation, plus Buhari 12 million votes. And Jonathan won the last election, I think it was about 14 or 13 million votes. So now the calculation now is if Jonathan can actually replicate what he's got, these guys are guaranteed 15 million votes. And if you follow Nigeria's political election from 1999, winning elections at around 14.5 million for the winner. So that's a strong projection of what 2015. And in the end, it happened that way. In 2023, when the election was about, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu won the election, it was strong. It was open for the three candidates. P2B's got a huge grassroots following. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was riding on the fact that APC already have the national spread and the structure. They have the numbers already. Buhari's, even though people want to say, some persons claim Buhari is not in support of him, but Buhari didn't come out openly to say, I'm not in support of this man. So he still remains a party loyalist, which means he's definitely behind the sitting president. So plus or minus, we saw the result of P2B 6.1. Alhaji Atiku was 6.9. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, around 8 million votes. So if you merge it, it's definitely going to give you, for Atiku and Obi, it's going to give you 30 million votes.
Yeah, but see, you kept talking about the merger, and then you now use the phrase, if you merge it. Now, it was a mega merger when the APC came on board, or came afloat, whichever you want to pick. It was the one that took to the fight to the PDP and unseated the incumbent president then. That was the first time that was happening in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The incumbent president then, by the way, was a perfect gentleman, and he immediately considered defeat. Now, do you have that kind of merger right now to unseat the incumbent government? Is a billion-dollar question. And then you talked about the merger between the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. Do they even have that common ground? Is there that bonding? I mean, not too long ago, Peter Obi came out to say that the ADC, which he's supposed to be a part of, must get its zoning formula right. And the ADC is telling Atiku, you have, what's his name, Peter Obi, that you have to make up your mind. So it looks like this merger is even shaky for starters, right?
Good. This is exactly why a lot of persons are saying, if the president is going to come back to Aso Rock in 2027, it's not in his hand, it's in the hands of the opposition.
Yeah.
If they fail to actually put themselves together, that's a huge merger in the ADC. I mean, they've got people in the PDP who actually joined. They've got, people in the Labour Party. They've got people, in the SDP. They've got people across different parties. And as far as I'm concerned, and as far as Nigerians can actually tell, these are the biggest politicians outside the APC that can really rival the APC. So when it comes to experience, when it comes to holding political office, when it comes to exposure, you find them all in the ADC. Now, if they can actually reach a common ground, if they can actually reach a consensus, then definitely it's going to be, it's not going to be a walk in the park, but it's definitely going to be them most likely winning the election. Because if you look at the election, the last election, the APC put it's about 8 million votes. These guys put about 13 million votes. Now, if they come together and present a candidate that is generally acceptable within their party and of course within in Nigeria, trust me, that 13 million vote is definitely still going to come out, and it's going to be difficult. When you hit 13 million votes, I mean, in the last election, and with this sort of the way Nigerians are actually looking at a lot of issues with insecurity and all, then definitely it's most likely going to be that particular measure that is going to win the election. But the big question is this: will that measure hold? In 2015, if that measure had failed, Jonathan would have easily come back to office, irrespective of what's happening, irrespective of people calling him incompetent and all.
Let's talk about that merger a little bit. The current president now was a major player in that merger. And he shelved his own presidential ambition. He came out later to say it was a lifelong affair. He shelved it and then decided to support President Muhammadu Buhari then to ensure that he became the president. Do you have players like that in the ADC who are willing to shelve their presidential ambitions to ensure that someone, a figure, out of the merger emerges?
They have. I mean, in the ADC, they have two persons who are actually very big. Atiku is quite big. Peter Obi's got, the youth following. So the both of them
can Peter Obi shelve his presidential ambition for Atiku?
Or
can Atiku do the same?
No, I cannot say Atiku would want. No, I cannot say Peter Obi would want to do it. But I think the pointer now is if Atiku will be willing, because
Atiku will be willing to shelve his presidential ambition.
Yes.
For Peter Obi.
Yes. This is not him running with him. This is him just saying, you know what, just go do your thing, just like what the president did in 2015. This is what I'm saying.
So you think that's what's going to win the ADC election?
Most likely.
Do you even see that happening?
It's very possible. Politicians can make permutations. It's about conditions. If it's going to run for just 4 years, maybe, that can actually really happen. This is why I say it. In 2015, right, it was clearly the turn of the North. So it would have been an unreasonable move for the sitting president now to actually say he wants to throw his head in the ring. Plus, he doesn't even have the political capital that the late PMB has.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the BAT now, the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Right. In 2015, he doesn't have the political capital that the late PMB had. 12 million votes is huge. And of course, it's also the turn of the North. So that's why that's...
The turn of the North?
Yes. I mean, Jonathan was a Southerner.
Is the South not supposed to do 8 years?
Jonathan has already done 6 years. No. See, if Jonathan had won, Jonathan would have continued. But at the point...
But the thing is, the way we are even discussing this thing, 4 years, 8 years, it's even mind-boggling. Is it even supposed to be about... Is it supposed to be about
sadly,
that? It's supposed to be about performance and the votes of the people.
Well, sadly,
Can we set up a date for, a further discussion about this particular one so that we can really talk about it? Because this next hashtag I'd like for us to take a look at before we wrap up. It is something we've been following all through the week. During the week, we brought you gist that influential TikToker Pella? Yeah, Pella, popularly known as Pella, almost committed suicide. Why? Because his girlfriend had jilted him. This happened along the Lekki-Ajah Express Road, and according to what we heard, it was a $100 million Mercedes-Benz that was crushed. Yeah, but hey, that's not the butt of the joke. Oh, it's not even a joke. That's not the butt of the matter right now. The police stepped in, they arrested Pella, And today, Pella is apologizing to Nigerians that it will never happen again. We have that video. Take a listen.
Everybody, I'm sorry for everything I do. Please, I'm sorry. I let emotion to get to me. That's why I do that. I'm very sorry. Please, you can come anything, abuse me, but please, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I don't do it intentionally. Please, guys, please forgive me. I'm very sorry. Please don't bully Jarvis. Leave her. It's not concern her. It's me. Please, you people, please don't do anything bad. I'm sorry, please. Thank you. God bless all of you. Please don't forgive me. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Now, when you talk about a sense of remorse, that is a classical example. Pella looks very remorseful, and he still looks very ill. I think he's still on his hospital bed or something, right? Because we saw how bystanders at some point rescued him and took him to the hospital. But he's apologizing to Nigerians, and he's also saying, please let his ex-girlfriend Jarvis off the hook. Do not bully her. Jarvis also had come out to say that even though she doesn't have any plans to return to Pella, that Nigerians should stop mocking him and them. Ikechukwu, quickly before we wrap this up.
Well, I mean, what happened is quite sad, and it's actually good he's alive. So, like I said, I just hope he, speedy recovery. He should come back to full. I was about saying full fitness, but I just hope he comes back to full health and then come do his community service. I think he should be punished.
Do his community service?
Yes, he should. He should.
But you have given him the punishment.
That's me. I just hope that's what will happen, so that others will not, toe that line.
All right. On that note, like Ikechukwu said, we wish Pella quick recovery and hoping that when he comes back, things will be done differently this time around. On that note, thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. Bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you like to keep a date again with us Monday for another edition of Hashtag, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Uguche, and bye for now.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Mary Ezekiel. I'm the firstborn of my family, the only girl in the family of just two twins, so a girl and a boy. I'm the only girl. Okay, so I'm making a souvenir bag, and my whole measurement is 25 by 11, which is length is 25, and then the breadth is 11. At first, I've already sewn my cloth zip together on both sides, at both mouths. Then the next thing I'm going to do now is to apply my belts. And I look at it, I cut these two. Now, this belt is length 3 to measure where to place my handle, stitch it. When I get here, I'll pause. Then continue sewing. What I'm trying to do is now, I'm trying to sew the two parts of the bag as placement of the hand. Now I'm running to close the belts. Now I'll stitch. I've done closing the first handle of bag. Now I do the same thing I do here, is the same thing I'm going to do in the other part. I have to cut it, then start the same thing. Measure 2. To make sure it's 2. So if it's not 2, it's going to be one side will be longer than one and the other. Stitch it. Like I said earlier, make sure you don't run the machine too fast so you know where to place the hand of the bag. This is 3 already. So this is the other hand of bag. Then I put it, close it. What I do is I run it, stitch it. Stitching it enables it to be very strong. If not, there are people that if you just buy a new fancy bag, by the time they put their load inside, before you know it, the hand will just start cutting. So me stitching is making it not cut on time. So I'm trying to get the other parts, which is 3. I said from here to here is 3. Then from here to here is 2. Stitch it. I'm closing it now. Now stitch. Now I'm done with the placements of the bag, of the hand. So I am going to cut it right now. Now this is how it is. I'm done with the handle. The next step now is to put the sides. And I'll be done with my souvenir bag. Now, to put the side, what do? I join the two knots together. There's something we call nudging in bag. Nudging means to get the middle of the bag. Instead of you using tape to measure, you nudge it. Nudging, you get the middle, to get the center of the bag. Now I'm nudging the both sides. So now this is the side. Let me measure it. 9.5 by 4. So the length is 9.5 and the breadth is 4. Now what do? I close my side to make it monitor. This is it. I'm going to close my side. If I don't close the side, these parts will be coming out. It will be losing. All these hairs will be showing. So to avoid the hairs from showing and to make it look more neater, like a foreign bag, I close it and I'm stitching it. Stitching means to tie the mouth from losing and from the ropes coming out. I've sewed the first one and let me do the second one. I'm done sewing the side. Now the next step for me to do now is for me to nudge it. Like I said earlier, nudging means to get the middle parts of the bag. I'm going to nudge it. Use my scissors to get the middle. Now after doing it, I'll place the origin nudge parts on top of the other main leather. Then I move it back so I can now close it. After closing, I now place it on the machine. Then I'll run it down. Now I've gotten to the end. I'll turn it. Continue sewing till I finish the mouth of it. This is the mouth, and I'm going to stitch it to avoid it losing. Like I said earlier, you stitch materials to avoid it lose and get rough on time. People will buy bag and in less than 2 months, the bag will start losing. That's because they didn't stitch it. They didn't stitch the beginning and then the end. I'll turn it again. Look at it, I've turned the other side. Now I'm done with the first side. You can look at it. I'm done with the first side. What I'm going to do now is to put the second side, and my souvenir will be ready. My souvenir will be ready. Now this is it. I stop at and make sure you don't run very fast. You concentrate on what you're doing, so you won't end up running the machine. After sewing it, you start losing it again. Now this is it. This is the cloth zip here. They call it zip loads. So I'm supposed to sew it like this, but if I sew it like this, the teeth of the cloth zip will be showing. So what do? I put the zip inside the material, then I close it to make my work more neater. I stitch it. Why am I using scissors to cut all the threads? To make my work very neat. Make sure as you're sewing, if there's any thread, you cut it off to make it very, very neat. I've seen other people's work that whereby after sewing, you look at it that the thread there is making the work very rough, and to make it look like they've sewn the bag for years. But when you start counting and calculating, you notice that they've already sewed the bag. They just finished sewing the bag. Now I've closed the other one to sew it. stitch it. Now my souvenir is about to be ready. It's about to be ready. I have to trim this mouth of the belt. Trim it so the belt will start losing out. Trim the mouth of the belt. Now you can see how neat my work is, very neat. Now what's the last thing now to do? The last thing now for me to do is to put my head zip. After passing the head zip, I close the mouth. But first, I want to make sure the cloth zip are equal. So what do? I follow this cloth zip, and I trim it off. Now this is my zip. This is my zip. Now I'm going to pass the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I'm almost done with the bag. The next thing for me to do now is to close the mouth of the zip cloth. I'm going to close the both sides. This is how I pass my thread inside the needle. What I'm going to do is I'll bend this mouth, then I can now pass the zip cloth inside. I'm done passing it, so I'm going to stitch it now. So guys, as you can see, my already made souvenir is ready. You can see how beautiful and neat the work is. No thread on it, very neat. The handle from the closing of the bag.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Welcome to Ile Agbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile Agbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned.
So how are you feeling this episode?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good. I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end
yes,
bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think, about 4 days. We had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right. I know this movie is out now. And
Yes.
what do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, you know. Though there are clues here and there, you know, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, blah, blah. For the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, you know, wrapped up. And, you know, it's about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, you know, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, you know, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, you know, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, you know, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a, you know, a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and, you know, play in Shagamu and use Lekki, you know, vibes, you know, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the, you know, flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also, you know, taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have, you know, they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like, leave this one. But a lot of new directors, like this director, you know, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, you know. So that's why it's a great film. It's a very great film.
Were there no fun time when you sing?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right? We wanted to tell a story. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, you know, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Thicker Than Water, I played Bassey, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, you know, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up. And he just keeps, trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassi in the Kick to Ticket Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production. I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos because I had difficulties locating there because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu. And I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So wherever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set. And it was just like walking familiar waters, yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died,
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because enough said. I think
was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. From the cast, the crew. When the director yells "cut," Gerald,
just leads
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, I know when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells cut, just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us, yeah.
So were there any challenging scenes that you actually saw?
Challenging scene, challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement. And like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly. And so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film. And when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversation recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that. I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at the very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
But I remember getting it. I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Move on.
How was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad.
No. Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. He wants to say a lot, but because of no spoilers, go watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. He was very open because I was like, oh, I'm doing this one. I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this, then added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, but I was running myself. I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was saying like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing. At least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments, and like there was so many, and because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy. I was super shy. Yeah. All right. But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character. Yeah. So I had to be away from them personally. I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Tika and Water?
Tika and Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film. Yeah. And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh, wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, it blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys. It was amazing, and I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I started with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what would you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Tika and Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Just about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is Vop TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Ntetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Ntetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Ntetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the 100 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Vop TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching Vop TV. Stay with us.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, cultural enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, the Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them
our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they, we had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say, without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Good afternoon and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People TV, where we bring you real stories from the field told by the people who live them. I am Precious Agumano. We begin this week with a major ruling from the Supreme Court that has implications for governance and democracy in Nigeria. The Supreme Court has affirmed the constitutional powers of the president to declare a state of emergency in any part of the country. The ruling follows legal challenges by several PDP-governed states over the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Vop TV's Oyindamola Olukuton spoke with citizens to gauge public reaction to the Apex Court's decision.
Nigeria, in a 6-1 majority decision, has upheld the Presidential Constitution Authority to declare a state of emergency and take extraordinary measures to restore order, including temporarily suspending elected officials. The ruling follows a suit filed by the Attorney General of 11 PDP-governed states, challenging the emergency declared in Rivers State by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. While the court struck out the suit of lack of jurisdiction, Justice Obande Ogundiya dissented, arguing that presidential emergency power should not include suspending elected state officials.
Yes, if the court supports it, then the president have the right. So I don't think anybody can come and, because the president, of course, has been doing well in the country, everybody knows so well. So right now, I don't think if the court says the president have the right to go ahead with such, so nobody should be able to contradict that.
It's unfortunate that we are living in a country that the executive arm of government has taken over the other two arms, the judiciary and the legislature. It's quite unfortunate. That pronouncement had sparked a lot of anger in the minds of so many Nigerians. To us, the common people, is not right. The executive, the president has no right to declare a state of emergency anyhow and remove a sitting governor. He can declare a state of emergency, but he has no right to remove the sitting governor.
If the Supreme Court can say so, Supreme Court, like I know, is the highest court of the Federation. And as such, I have no objection to that because I'm not a legal practitioner. If you ask me about the banking, I will do better. But as it is now, I have nothing to say other than to support that which the Supreme Court, which is the highest court, have said. But if the governor have any other thing outside that, he can go to the Court of Appeal.
We know APC is all about the but everybody has been moving to APC right now. So what is a one system party that Nigeria is supporting now. So the president can go ahead and do whatever he chooses.
This government has been doing things that are unconstitutional. So in their ever since they came to power in 2015, APC, all their policies have been anti-people, especially this Tinubu's government.
We know, everybody know, and it's so clear, so obvious that sometimes when it comes to issue of what I call politics in Nigeria, you see that everything always go in favor of the person, the sitting president.
The Supreme Court has sparked widespread discussion, raising questions about the balance of power between the federal government and the state government, and what citizens expected from their elected leaders during emergencies. I'm Oyindamola Olukuton, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you, Oyindamola, for that report. A coalition of opposition leaders, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former presidential candidate Peter Obi, has accused the federal government of using anti-corruption agencies to intimidate political opponents. They warn that such actions could undermine Nigerians' multi-party democracy, while many citizens are calling for stronger democratic institutions and strict adherence to rule of law. Matthew Ogunsoada has more.
coalition of prominent opposition leaders has accused the federal government of using anti-corruption agencies to intimidate and persecute opposition figures, warning that the trend threatens Nigeria's multi-party democracy. In a joint statement, the leaders alleged that President Bola Tinubu's administration is weaponizing institutions such as the EFCC, the Nigerian police, the ICPC to harass political opponents under the guise of fighting corruption. The statement was signed by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Senate President David Mark, Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi, and other senior political figures, warning that Nigeria is drifting towards a de facto one-party state through coercion rather than electoral competition. Responding, the president's spokesman, Bayo Ononuga, dismissed the allegation, saying the constitution guarantees freedom of association and the right of Nigerians to change political parties. He insisted that the president is not turning the country into a one-party state. As the debate continues, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on this significant development.
Children are dropping out from the school. To eat 2 times a day is difficult. How do you want people to continue with APC? APC promised us everything that they are going to do more than PDP. When PDP was there, I think a bag of rice is 7.5. Compare what is happening today. The cost of living, people find it difficult to eat. Cost of living every day is going up, is going higher. A graduate cannot secure a job. Nigerians are tired. But what we are seeing, believe it, they think everybody is rich. They don't even think for the poor, for the masses. Very painful, honestly. I'm a graduate, but I cannot secure a job.
It's just like a military rule. That is a dictatorship. So whatever they do is final. Nobody to accuse them. If you accuse them in a wrong way, they can do and undo for you. So that is the disadvantages of a one-party system.
As for me, I would just tell all parties should just be in accord to strategize, restructure, to do something. And I believe if this party can be in accord, no misunderstanding, everybody are, bringing different ideas and, putting in the ideas, working out, there will not be problem, there will not be issues.
As we've heard from citizens, opinions remain divided. As political tension grows, many say the government must strengthen democratic institutions and uphold the rule of law rather than turning the country into a one-party state. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
The federal government has announced a nationwide ban on admission and transfer into senior secondary school 3 in both public and private schools. According to a statement by the Director of Press and Public Relations at the Federal Ministry of Education, Folasade Boriwo, the policy will take effect from 2026 to 2027 academic section, while officials say the move will curb examination malpractice. Students and parents are calling for fair and transparent implementation. Matthew Ogunswada has more reports.
Examination malpractice. The Nigerian government has announced a nationwide ban on admission and transfer into senior secondary school 3 in both public and private schools. The Federal Ministry of Education made the announcement through a statement signed by Boriowo Folashade, the Director of Press and Public Relations. Folashade explained that the decision follows growing concerns over rising cases of examination malpractice, including the use of the so-called special centers during external exams. According to the statement, the new policy will take effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Admissions and transfers will now be restricted to senior secondary school 1 and 2 only, while moving into SS3 will no longer be permitted under any circumstance. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of students towards this new policy.
What I think is that they should only admit students from SS1 and SS2 because you don't know the background where the other students are coming from. If you admit them in SS2, you don't know the background they are coming from. They might be coming from some schools that do examination malpractice. Not all schools that do it, sha. So they might be coming from a background that maybe some public schools or some other school that do examination malpractice. Then they come to a private school. And the private school is known that they don't do any examination malpractice. They now take them SS3. They write WAEC, JAM, then they catch them doing examination malpractice. They can just they drag the name of the school into the mud.
I feel that students being allowed in JSS1 and JSS2 and SS1 and SS2 into other school is like a threat from another school that is of lower standard can come to a school of higher standard, and the child might not know how to develop himself within that school community, which can limit him or her, leading to lower grades and school dropouts.
I think that instead of doing only SS3, they should start working on ways to keep them from doing examination malpractice like that. Start hiring people, start examining people. When they catch one, they should show everybody like the punishment for all these things, so they should stop.
As the new policy takes effect in the 2026-2027 academic session, all eyes remain on schools and regulators to ensure full compliance. For now, many students remain hopeful, hoping that this new policy would help strengthen Nigeria's education system and curb examination malpractice for good. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you, Matthew Ogunswada, for that report. The residents of Mile 12 and surrounding areas in Lagos are raising concerns over the demolition of homes, schools and businesses allegedly carried out without prior notice. Some affected property owners insist they hold valid documents and are calling on the Lagos state government to intervene.
Exercise has leveled schools, hospitals and homes, leaving hundreds of residents stranded on the streets. But this isn't just about urban renewal. Property owners are brandishing valid certificates of occupancy and building permits, claiming they were given no warnings before the bulldozers arrived. From a hospital where patients fled mistreatment to a school principal watching his life's work crumble, we hear the voices of those caught in the path of the task force. The sound of progress for some, but the sound of a nightmare for Omani Simio. He's a provider, an educator, and today he is homeless within hours. His primary school, his secondary school, and his residents were reduced to twisted metal and broken bricks.
About 2 days ago, we just saw people, they said that they are demolishing their building. So even one of my staff went out. When he got out, we now discovered that they were demolishing some buildings, not knowing that the thing will surely affect us. It's a pity that I have primary school, I have secondary school, and my building is there, where I live. So, and the secondary school has a CFO. Is one that they are pulling down. I have a CFO for the college. Then the other one, I have conveyance for the one I'm living. For primary school, only the survey. I normally pay tax. I also pay for my staff as well. If you see it now, you see that my chairs are there. The student chairs are there as well. The computers are there. Many things are there.
Simeon isn't alone. Along this stretch, the stories are identical. Documents provided, taxes paid, but no notice served. Property owners say they were blindsided.
Like my house now, I've done my survey plan. I've applied for my building plan. I paid Lagos State government. I have a photocopy of the check that I paid to Lagos State government. I have given a provisional approval with a number. That number indicates that I have given an approval. But they are not asking for anything from us. What they are just doing that, they are doing their own work. We don't even know exactly what is the problem. Nobody is telling us this is exactly the problem. So you can see now, The whole houses, they are breaking houses. They don't even allow. There was no notice. At least, if at all something was wrong, they ought to give us a notice. After 3 months notice, 7 months notice, then 3 days notice. There is no notice. No government official can produce any notice. There is no notice. The government want to drive people away from Lagos. This has been the habit of the governor of Lagos State. He has done it to other people, and he's doing it to us.
The chaos didn't stop at the school gates. At a nearby hospital, the scene was even more frantic. Administrators claimed the task force arrived while patients were still in their beds.
We just see some task force started demolishing our property, our houses, without any notification. And we don't know, even though we went to Lagos State House of Assembly to consult our honorable site, of which he too was not aware before. Then on consulting him now, then he came down with us yesterday to tell them to stop their action, but they continue doing it. We have more than 5 patients in the hospital yesterday. There was no any pregnant woman at the time they came yesterday, but at least even though there was some patients that have been surgery for surgery, they have to run. Everybody has to run. I don't have any other property now. Look at it. They are going. Okay, we just want to go and hide this in France and all this and that. Look at what we are facing.
Even a political intervention failed. Victims claim a member of the House of Assembly arrived to halt the destruction, but the machines kept moving. While the government cites urban development and LASCA regulations, the victims see something else, a lack of justice and a total breakdown of communication. As night falls, the Center of Excellence looks like a war zone for these families, with their documents buried in the debris. They have only one question for the government: where do we go from here? From the demolition site of Mile 12 area of Lagos, I am Onika Okolo, reporting for Vop Tv.
Thank you, Onika, for that report. Governor Monday Okpebholo has inspected ongoing construction works on Ogege and Old Sapele roads in Benin City, urging contractors to speed up progress. The governor noted that the dry season provides a critical window for the completion of the 4.1-kilometer project initiated to address erosion and road safety concerns. Correspondent Roger Johnny has more details.
Governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebholo, on Sunday carried out an unscheduled inspection of ongoing construction on Ogege and Old Sapele roads in Benin City. Speaking during the inspection, he said the visit was to assess progress, noting the dry season offers a limited window for speedy completion. While satisfied with the quality of work, he directed contractors to increase the pace to meet timelines.
Now that I'm here, I've seen the extent of work they are doing, and they are doing very well. And I still need them to buckle up to be faster than what I'm seeing now, because we just have 5 months for the dry season. You know, when we came here last time, people here think it will never be possible. The reason why we do this road is because of what I heard over the radio, that a child died on this particular street. Erosion took a child away. And that is the essence of me visiting at that time. But today, in the next few days, it will become a history.
The 4.1-kilometer project was initiated following residents' complaints over erosion and safety, with the administration pledging to deliver durable road infrastructure across the state. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
The Edo State chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress has opted out of the nationwide protest organized to highlight insecurity and socioeconomic challenges. The union cited concerns over the public safety during the festive period. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details. Move on. The red carpet came alive at the film house IMAX in Lekki as Nollywood stars and movie lovers gathered for the premiere of A Very Dirty Christmas. Produced by Iniedo and directed by A.K. Mason, the film promises a bold and unconventional take on the festive season. Oidamola Olokutan reports.
The premiere of A Very Dirty Christmas drew cast members, filmmakers, and industry stakeholders to the Filmhouse IMAX Lekki. Produced by actress Iniedo and directed by A.K. Marcel, the film explores family, choices, and the realities that often comes with the holiday season. Guests describe their expectation for the movie and their Dirty December thoughts.
You look amazing.
Thank you.
Who styled you?
I styled myself.
Oh wow, are you a stylist?
Kind of.
Oh, it's obvious. Your aesthetic is actually very nice.
Thank you so much.
So when you hear the word "a very dirty December," what comes to your mind?
It's all about good time, networking, and then enjoyment.
Okay, speaking about the enjoyment, I'm sure you're here tonight to enjoy yourself.
Very, very
and not
much.
just to enjoy yourself, also to support the actress. But knowing the fact that Iniedo so far and the years before now, she has placed herself at a peak when
Yes,
it comes to acting
definitely.
and producing. So what do you think this movie is going to be like tonight?
Is more like a sister to me, because when you've known somebody for over 2 decades, and I know that she doesn't do things that are not top notch. So we have actually watched the previous movies that she did, which actually was #1 on Netflix, and I'm expecting to see the best now, because whether you like it or not, the more you do, the more you improve. So we're expecting the best for the Dirty December movie.
So looking at the fact that it's a very dirty Christmas, what comes to your mind?
Well, it depends on how you define dirty, but for someone like me, I always look at it from the positive aspect, from a religious perspective, and then of course it's a time to, share with loved ones, and then to give, to those that are unable to, provide for themselves. So.
Okay, knowing it, Iniedo producing this very dirty Christmas, what's your expectation for it?
Oh, there's no expectation, meaning like she has a high standard, and she has never gone below that standard. She keeps elevating, as you can see, for so many years. So yeah, so I don't expect nothing but the best.
Well, before the trailer, when I say very dirty Christmas, I was expecting everything about the dirty Nigeria, very dirty December, very dirty thing. But when I watched the trailer, I was like, whoa, there's actually more to this. Not just, we have action, we have the comic relief, it's educating, it's like a family film. I don't even know what to expect. Please bring it on. And should we talk about the fashion sense, the costuming, the cars?
I think I'm expecting a lot of humor, some very, very interesting, probably embarrassing moments. But I think overall, Christmas is always about feel-good movies. It's about fun. It's about family. So I think that the movie is going to have a lot of that. And I can't wait to see what it's about.
With excitement building ahead of its nationwide release, A Very Dirty Christmas is set to bring a fresh, bold twist to Nollywood holiday movie lineups. I'm Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
My family are away on Christmas. You want the Dirty December? Exactly.
Thank you, Oyindamola, for that report. And that's how we wrap up this edition of Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Voice of the People TV, and follow us across all social media platforms at Vop Tv Live. If you witness news happening around you, send us your videos, pictures, or reports via WhatsApp on 0814-6064-057 or email us at news@vop.ng. I am Precious Agmano. Thank you for watching and see you next week.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual is more than a formality, it is a declaration. A deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she, too, is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Urhobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation, a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and her role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. For the Fulani of northern Nigeria, a man's strength and endurance are essential proofs of love. The Sharo festival, a centuries-old tradition known as the test of love. Here, in the presence of elders, family, and an entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bared, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual. A cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as the fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... and private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, Wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, affirm worth, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop Tv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, The show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives?
Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking, when the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination, it's also about the experience we share along the way. With this simple etiquette, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check. Well, here we discuss key issues that affect our health and overall well-being right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and of course, empowering. Before we begin, remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at Vop TV Live. But today, we're focusing on a very, very crucial conversation. We're talking about stroke. Yes, and stroke is actually a medical emergency that occurs when the blood supply to a part of the brain is interrupted. And stroke is one of the very leading causes of disability and death worldwide. Yet, many people still do not recognize the early warning signs and delays in getting help that can make the condition far worse. But there is good news actually, and it is that stroke is preventable, totally treatable and manageable when detected early. And that's one of the things that we emphasize on this show most of the time. Early detection saves life. And to help us understand this topic better, we're joined by Dr. Bolarinwa Isaac Akinola, a neurophysiotherapist, founder and clinical director of Newton Therapy Consults Limited, and lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. And I'm also going to be joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun, a public health advocate and a wellness physician, of course. Well, these doctors will be shining light to this particular topic of conversation today. So you're welcome, doctor. Welcome, Dr. Isaac. I can call you that, right?
Isaac.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
It's so good to have you.
Yeah, same here.
All right. So, doctor, how's the week been for you? How's the profession been? I know that you're a doctor, and it's definitely going to be a busy schedule, right? Please tell me about it.
Yes, it's been quite a busy week, and it's no different from every other week. But the good thing about it is that we are excited we are able to help people to get back on their feet. So it's been quite interesting.
So the satisfaction comes from having to help people and seeing that they get well.
That's very
right.
correct. That's correct.
Wow, that's amazing. But I think I must confess that this is the first time I'm coming in contact with a neurophysiotherapist. Right, I've met a physiotherapist, I've met other doctors, but I have to admit that this is the first time I'm meeting a neurophysiotherapist, right? Really interesting. So please, can you tell me one thing that is really interesting about your profession, something that stands out for you?
Okay, so physiotherapy, like most people know, is they deal with bones and all of that, but things have actually changed over the years, and probably that's why you are just meeting a neurophysiotherapist for the first time. There are different specialties in physiotherapy, and neuro is one of them. We have the orthopedics and sports. We have cardiopulmonary. We have a lot of other specialties in physiotherapy. So for neuro, as the name actually implies, it has to do with the brain, spinal cord, everything that has to do with the nervous system of the body. So in this area, we actually, neurophysiotherapists rehabilitate anything that has to do with the nervous system of the body. And that's what makes it stand out from every other areas in physiotherapy practice. Yeah.
That's totally amazing. I could go on and on, really, because I'm very much interested. But let's go straight to the topic of discussion today. So we're talking about stroke, right? So can you just break stroke down in the simplest form? What actually is stroke, and what is it about the brain, that causes this particular thing?
Okay, thank you very much. In a very simple term, stroke occurs actually when generally the brain actually gets blood supply just like every other part of the body. So when the blood is not getting, enough blood is actually not getting to the brain as a result of maybe blockage, or something is wrong with the blood vessels carrying the blood to the brain, then the brain actually gets affected either by cell death, because the blood itself does not just contain just the fluid we see. It contains glucose, it contains nutrients, it actually contains oxygen that actually makes the brain cells to function. So when these nutrients are not getting to the brain cells as a result of lack of blood supply, then the brain cells begin to die, even as early within seconds. And then when the brain cells begin to die, then they cannot carry out their basic function of getting to supply every other part of the body, and this can lead to lack of movement, weakness of the muscles, and every other thing that part of the brain is meant to do. So basically, in a layman language, when enough blood is not reaching a part of the brain, it can actually lead to deficit, which can actually affect every other part of the body. Simply, that's what stroke is.
All right. So in simpler terms, it is, when the blood is not being flown right to the brain appropriately.
Yes,
all right. So I want to assume, or I want to believe that stroke is not a one-way thing. I want to believe that there are different types of strokes and how they differ in how they affect the brain. So can you please help us talk about the types of strokes?
Okay, for the purpose of this conversation, I think I'm going to talk about four types of stroke. The most common one, which accounts for more than 80% of stroke, is the ischemic stroke, which is actually from the definition we gave earlier, the blockage. This is actually always caused by the blockage of the blood vessel that supplies the brain with blood. So this can be as a result of blood clots inside this blood vessel, and that's why it's called ischemic. And then the blood is not getting the right nourishment. Another type, which is also common but less common than ischemic, is the hemorrhagic stroke. And then from the word hemorrhage, which is caused as a result of bleeding into the brain cell. And then this can actually result in dysfunction of the brain cell. It can also cause increased in intracranial pressure of the brain when the blood is accumulated in the brain. That's the hemorrhagic. It's less common, but it's also there. And then we have the TIA, which some people call the partial stroke. That's the transient ischemic attack. Within 24 hours, you see some people recover quickly. And then they say, oh, they have a partial stroke. That is the TIA. Usually it lasts within 24 hours. That's a partial blockage, or there's a sudden short episode of blockage to the brain, and they recover quickly. And the last one is almost like the TIA, which is the RIND, R-I-N-D. That's the reversible ischemic neurologic deficit. This one can take up to like 2 or 3 weeks before they get to recover. It's also a blockage in the blood vessel that supplies blood to the brain. But within 2 to 3 weeks, they tend to recover. That's why it's reversible. So all these are different types of stroke, and then their recovery depends on which one is actually, that occurs during the process.
Right.
Yeah.
Over time, I've gotten to realize that people describe stroke as a medical emergency where time really counts. I mean, every minute counts. Sorry. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, it's an emergency and time counts. Because like I said earlier, when blood refuses to get to a part of the brain, the cells begin to die. And even studies have shown that within 60 seconds, more than 1 million, even about 1.9 million neurons die within just a minute. So you can imagine multiply that within a minute, within 60 seconds.
Oh, that's really
so you can imagine multiply that by 60 minutes, that's an hour.
Oh my God.
Or 2 hours, 3 hours, and days. So that tells you how, how much of an emergency stroke is. So every minute counts. So the brain cells continue to die when nothing is done within a few minutes. So that's why it's an emergency. It has to be attended to as quickly as possible because every second counts when it comes to stroke, and the brain dies quickly.
But I think so. Stroke doesn't just happen, right?
That's correct.
Some symptoms must have caused it. But then in some cases, it's just like it happens without warning. So I want to really understand, how is it that stroke sometimes happens without warning? Because we could just say, but this person was fine a minute ago, this person was fine just a few seconds ago, and then now something is happening. Why is there so much, I don't know the word to use, so many deliberations to if something is supposed to happen now or not when it comes to that particular crisis?
Yeah, it's actually called a silent killer for a reason. It's interestingly, it's not that it doesn't have symptoms, just that most of the symptoms are very easy to ignore. For example, in the clinical setting, when people come and then we take their history, some of them, we ask them questions, what have you felt before, and say, usually they feel headache, persistent headache, every day, and then they feel like the headache was going to go on its own and all of that. So these
it has been long coming.
It has been long coming. They just ignore them. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So they are there. Though few people actually reported that they never felt anything, which is actually why it's important to take healthcare very seriously. And one of the most common risk factors is even high blood pressure. A lot of people have been living with high blood pressure for a very long time, and they did not even know about it because high blood pressure, for example, may not even show you any sign at all. And they feel they are fine until they just fall down one day. And that's why from the definition I said, sudden loss of blood supply. So it can be sudden to the level that people will feel like, oh, maybe it's witchcraft or something. So it can actually happen like that. So it can be very sudden.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how people just, misinterpret everything to be witchcraft.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is Africa. So
this is Africa, Nigeria. All right, so I want to actually understand if there are subtle signs that we should look out for when it comes to an impending stroke happening to avoid, critical emergency and all of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, there are, and I think I highlighted one earlier. So from clinical review over the years, we've realized that there are some that most people actually ignore, especially when it's not very serious. And in this part of the world, we don't get to visit the hospital until something big happens. So like the headache I mentioned earlier is actually one of the subtle signs, persistent headache that you cannot even explain. Then you have to know that, okay, something is wrong. I have to check myself. Some people just get confused. They try to look for something where they put it, they can't, and then it becomes a recurrent kind of issue.
All right, so confusion.
Yeah, confusion.
Constant or consistent
confusion, yeah. So some of them, they can actually experience dizziness. Immediately they get up, they feel dizzy, and then they go back to sit down and everything goes fine. And then it keeps coming like that, and they just feel like, something is wrong, but they just don't pay attention to it. They can be very minimal like that. But these are signs to tell you that something is actually wrong somewhere, and then you need to take a check. But yeah.
All right, but are there specific earliest common signs that people should look out for concerning this?
Yes.
I mean, the very earliest.
Okay, at the very earliest,
Yes.
when the stroke, you mean the stroke itself?
Impending
Okay, an
stroke.
impending stroke.
Yes.
Okay, the most common one is the persistent headache we're talking about. You know, the headache just keeps coming and keep
And you know,
coming.
it could actually be misinterpreted to be stress.
Actually, yes, yes, and even that's why stress is one of the risk factors of stroke itself, which has to be well managed. All right. So, and then you look at sudden slurring of speech. Some people, you just get confused and you want to utter a word and then you are looking for the right word to say. We've actually, you know, assessed people and they say they just were looking for the right words. They could not put their words together. These are subtle signs that telling you that something is actually going on in the brain. Yeah, that's actually one of them too. Yeah.
All right. So I think there is this term, while I was reading up on this particular conversation, there is this particular term that I came in contact with, FAST. I think face, arms, speech, and
the time. Yeah.
Right. So, okay. Can you explain the FAST method for recognizing strokes?
Yes, FAST is an acronym that is actually used in very synonymous to stroke, but in the recent studies, we've actually moved it to be fast. Not we said earlier, for the blood to flow normally to the brain, they have to be of the normal shape. So the moment they have abnormal shape, definitely the flow will be distorted. And when the flow is distorted, then the brain will not be receiving enough blood the way they should be. So it's as simple as that. And that is why they are the most prone to stroke in the young.
Okay, in the young.
In the young people.
So at what age do they tend to, you know, pass this, you know, this limitation?
Okay, so we not say a definite age. Because before they say they don't last up to 18 years, then they tend to die and everything. But with advancement in technology, in medicine now, they are actually living to the fullest.
Oh, definitely.
They are living to the fullest, actually. So, but the risks are there. And, you know, the risk of stroke is there. And then the risk of the crisis, other issues are there for sickle cell individuals. But with, you know, better management, definitely they tend to live for as long as long, but they are actually one of the major risk factors for stroke.
All right, so are old people, elderly people, more prone to stroke as well? Or it can affect younger people, aside sickle cell individuals, of course?
Okay, I would say no, they are not more prone, especially now. Traditionally, stroke used to be an issue with older people. Because ordinarily, as you grow older, the blood vessels get weaker, and then it can actually lead to, you know, the issue I said about blood supply and all of that. But it's not like that anymore. Even the youngest of person can have stroke. I've managed stroke patients 19, 20, 21, and they are not even sickle cell. Yeah. Because of the risk factors that I mentioned earlier. Some of them smoke, some of them take a lot of alcohol, some of them even are obese. As early as 19, 20, you see them as obese. So these are risk factors. So it's not only limited to the elderly. Even young people can have stroke, and that is why the information is for everyone now these days.
Yes.
Unlike before, when you used to say, when they mention stroke, the young people will say, it doesn't concern me because that's for old people. When I get to that age, then I can take care of it. But the truth is, whatever you do at the young age is even what leads you to the older generation. So as much as possible, stroke can happen in any age. It can happen at any age.
All right.
Yeah.
So because this particular medium is for, you know, providing the right kind of information and helping the masses, of course, to have the right kind of information to work with. We'd love to go to the emergency responses now. So if someone suddenly has this particular crisis, this particular stroke condition, what do you advise people around them to do immediately? Because most of the time we tend to see these things, but we just take our phones and our cameras to picture the content,
social media,
and that's not what we are meant to do. But most of the people, they actually do not know how to handle this situation. So anything can happen at any time. We don't even know the conditions of people living around us or people working with us, really. So how can the people around stroke patients help them when they start to have a crisis?
So immediately it happens and you suspect a stroke, the first thing you should do is to call an emergency. Yes, you call immediately. So, and just avoid probably try to feed them with anything. Just go straight to calling an emergency for them to be, transported to the hospital as soon as possible. Because we've had situations whereby they would just say they were trying to move and then they fell. They're trying to open their cars and then they fall down and then that's it for them. So at that stage, they need to be taken to the hospital. They need an expert to actually assess them and start management immediately. That's not time for trying to do a guesswork or trying to form like you can start doing something before. Immediately you can get them to the hospital. Loss of consciousness, if it is just loss of consciousness, they are still breathing, then you don't need to start performing any magic or something because this is stroke. Immediately you suspect it's stroke, like you said. It's an emergency case. So call an emergency line and get them to the hospital.
So there is no first aid, no anything, just an emergency.
Yes, it's an emergency straight because except maybe immediately they fell, then probably they hit their head on something. You want to stop the bleeding. Yes, we've had cases like that. And then you want to stop the bleeding. You want to prevent them being crowded.
Okay.
Because a lot of people will start gathering and suffocating them. Exactly, and they suffocate them. So as much as possible, give them space. While the call is ongoing, give them as much space as possible. Place them in a good and comfortable position where they can get fresh air before the experts actually arrive. That's the key. So don't try to do anything or try to probably carry them in an awkward manner that can actually cause more damage and all of that. So just place them in a comfortable position and then you call an emergency.
All right, so I've seen or I've heard of situations where people have this particular crisis and they are being taken to the pharmacy, to massage them, to help them sleep and wake up.
Yeah.
Can we please talk about the dangers of this? Because if we don't know what we are doing, if we don't know that this particular thing is dangerous, we'll keep doing them, or we might not even see the need to take the right steps. So can we talk about the dangers?
Yes, it's interesting that you've heard of these things. We have seen these things.
Oh, wow.
We see them a lot of times before they are even brought to the clinic at all.
Massage those joints.
Yes, they would have done a lot of things. A lot of things, even about concussion and all of that. They can actually have to pack a lot of things and give it to them. But I have to say this, that it is very dangerous to self-medicate because you don't even know the type of stroke they have. You don't know the severity yet because immediately they get to the hospital, they have to do the brain scan to even know. They don't even start managing them without knowing the cause or how severe it is or which part of the brain is affected. So these are things that follow processes and not just by packing things for them. It's very dangerous because you can actually move the condition from mild to severe.
Worse. Oh, God.
Yes. Something that probably they could have recovered within few days or weeks, you can make them be in it for several years because of that singular act of giving them a wrong medication or doing some massage that can even dislodge more clots. Yes, because you don't know what caused it in the first place. So trying to massage them probably is accumulation of fats. So trying to massage them might even dislodge more clots that can even block their lungs and make them die right there immediately before they even get to the hospital. So these are very dangerous acts. So try as much as possible to get them to the hospital and let the experts handle the situation.
Let the experts handle the situation. Well, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now, we're going on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about treatments and lifestyle habits that can reduce stroke risk. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Health Check. We're still on the program on Voice of the People Television, and we have been discussing stroke, the symptoms, the risks, the emergency responses, and right about now, we'll be moving into prevention, treatments, and lifestyle modifications, of course. So we've been with Dr. Isaac, and he has been talking a lot, saying a whole lot about, making sure that you pay good attention to your body, pay attention to the very slightest symptom and all of that. So right now we're talking about, the lifestyle habits and all of that. So Dr. Isaac, what everyday habits can drastically reduce a person's risk of developing a stroke?
Okay. If you know the risk factors, then you know what not to do. Actually. That's how I always start this. And then we listed them earlier. The first thing is manage your stress very well. That is, I started with the stress because this is Lagos, and then we have to emphasize on stress management a lot. So as much as possible, listen to your body, manage your stress properly. Don't overwork yourself to the level that you turn it into a case of emergency. And of course, avoid some bad habits, or bad lifestyle, like drinking, alcohol, smoking. The tobacco smoking has actually been linked to, increased in risk of stroke. And of course, regular check. I said earlier, these are everyday things. You said earlier, before, while we were growing up, before you can check your blood pressure, you have to get to the health center. But these days, you can check your blood pressure right in the corner. I can decide to check my blood pressure right now. Yeah. In fact, some people even have wristwatches that can check their blood pressure.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Yes.
So knowing your blood pressure is the first stage to actually preventing high blood pressure that can lead to stroke. And then, of course, exercise. Daily exerse.
Yes,
is very important.
Talked about the sedentary lifestyle.
Sedentary lifestyle. So take a lot of walk. Move around as much as possible. Avoid sitting down for a prolonged period of time that can lead to accumulation of fats and all of that. Eat right. Eat right is also very important.
Right. Okay.
Yes, eat right as much as possible because fingers are not equal. When you say in those days you say eat balanced diet. But what is balance? What is diet? But when you eat right, then definitely you are able to prevent a lot of fat deposit on your body. You're able to prevent the risk of having the condition I mentioned earlier that can actually diabetes, because it's food or diet that can actually lead to diabetes also. So if you eat right, then you can actually avoid causing that. And just drink a lot of water instead of alcohol. I try to encourage people hydrate, get yourself hydrate. Yes,
replace
alcohol with water. Take a lot of water. You are going to be helping a lot of system. You are going to also help the blood flow in your body by drinking a lot of water. So these are daily activities that can actually help to prevent stroke.
All right, I'm really interested in this one. What does recovery look like, with people that has gone through stroke? Is it possible for full recovery to take place, or it's very, very gradual? And is it, compulsory that this particular condition takes a whole lot of time before it gets to normalcy? Or is it even possible that it ever gets to normalcy?
Yes, it is possible, though it's a very long, lonely road. Like I always tell patients, it's very long and it's very lonely, because, it's very difficult for you to start realizing or appreciate the fact that you have to move from functionally independent to suddenly becoming dependent on people. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And then because of that, it can even lead to a lot of issues like psychological issues. Some of them keep thinking of how did I get here and all of that. Yeah. So this depends on a lot of factors, including the management. And one of the key management is the physical therapy. Physiotherapy actually helps you along the line to be in the recovery. So yes, people can recover.
All right, so instead of going through the recovery stage, let us just take proper precautionary measures. Yes. All right, so I'm actually very, very concerned for people that are already, stroke patients. So emotionally, it can be very devastating. So what would you advise these survivors or intending survivors to, cope with the shock, the frustration, the lifestyle changes, having to, rely on someone and all of that, just in 30 seconds?
Yes, people around them have to do a lot of job to help them. Like I said, it's a very lonely road, and then psychologically they are down because they are trying to say that me that I used to move around, now I have to wait for somebody to come and help me before I get to the restroom.
Exactly.
So it's very difficult. So people around them have a lot of work to do in terms of, you know, helping them to cope with the situation, because when they continue to see these people that are supportive, then they think less of the situation. And then even the healthcare profession, as part of what we do, is psychological support. We have to keep encouraging them that it's not the end of life. You can still get your function back, but you have to be determined, and then you have to do a lot to also help yourself to get there. So yes, it's an emotional situation, but with people around them, with a lot of support, they can always get there.
All right, so because you are a professional in this field, I'm sure you might have seen a whole lot of cases in this. So what advice would you give to families, you know, supporting these people? You know, if one person is sick, everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
Everybody is actually going through
That is
the
true.
same thing. It's just that the person going through the actual pain is
More,
different.
yeah.
You know, so what's your advice to families? You know, because it can be very, very draining.
Yeah.
So what's your advice to these families and friends or loved ones that are around these, you know, stroke patients? What would you tell them? How would you encourage them, of course?
Yeah. So to the families, I always tell them that this is the best time, or this is the time they need you the most. You cannot leave them now that, you know, they need you to actually help them out of it. And if they are going to recover, because we've seen from clinical practice and even studies have shown that people that have support recover faster than people that don't have support. So now you know that they depend on you to even recover. Now that's when you know that you have to give them all the support that they need as much as possible to get to where they need to go. So psychologically, you have to be there for them. Physically, in terms of getting them from point A to point B, when they are still dependent, you have to be there for them. So with all the support, they are on the verge of actually getting to recover faster than those people that don't get support. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Isaac. This was really, really, really enlightening. Thank you so much for pouring into this.
Thank you very much.
So a very big thank you to Dr. Bolarinwa Isaac Akinola, who is a neurophysiotherapist, a founder and clinical director of Newton Therapy Consults Limited, and lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. You know, stroke is a really serious condition, but it is not the end of the road. With proper awareness, quick action, and healthy lifestyle choices, many strokes can be prevented and lives can be saved. If you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to a friend, reach out to a counselor or a healthcare professional, please. And that's it on this week's edition of Health Check. Remember, recognizing the symptoms early and seeking immediate help, medical help for that matter, can make all of the difference. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, prioritize your health and total well-being. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, do stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, and stay alive. And join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it. These powerful statements by Nobel laureate Chinua Achebe captures the true essence of learning and transformation in the society. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we engage minds, spark meaningful conversations, and shine a light on the issues, opportunities, and challenges shaping Nigeria's education sector. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and today we are diving into discussions that matter, discussions that can inspire action and drive change. The federal government has announced a nationwide ban on the admission and transfer of students into senior secondary school free across all public and private secondary schools in Nigeria. This directive, issued by the Federal Ministry of Education, is aimed at curbing examination malpractice and safeguarding the integrity of the nation's education system. According to a statement signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations at the Ministry, Boriowo Folashade, the policy takes effect from the 2026-2027 academic session. Under the new rules, admission and transfers into senior secondary school will be restricted to SS1 and SS2, with no provision for entry into SS3 under any circumstance. The ministry explained that the move follows rising concerns over examination malpractice, including the so-called special centers during external examinations. The federal government says the policy will promote continuity in teaching and learning while discouraging last-minute movement of students for examination-related advantages. Voice of the People TV spoke to some students to get their view on this new policy.
They should only admit students from SS1 and SS2 because you don't know the background where the other students are coming from. If you admit them in SS2, you don't know the background they are coming from. They might be coming from some schools that do examination malpractice. Not all schools that do it, sure. So they might be coming from a background that maybe some public schools or some other school that do examination malpractice. Then they come to a private school. And the private school is known that they don't do any examination malpractice. They now take them SS3. They write WAEC, JAM, then they catch them doing examination malpractice. They can just they drag the name of the school into the mud. So that's how the thing ruins this. And how to curb it is when students are doing exam, they should be, if the hall is big, there should be at least 2 or 3 invigilators that watch the students while they are doing the exam. Should not just leave the student and walk out of the hall, because if you leave the students, that time is enough for anybody that wants to do examination malpractice to indulge in it. So they should, students should be under constant monitoring, and strict rules and punishments in schools should be placed against that examination malpractice.
Yes, it's very, very big welcome development. During XS3 class, a child from another school, a child from another school that is of lower standard can come to a school of higher standard, and the child might not know how to develop himself within that school community, which can limit him or her, leading to lower grades and school dropouts.
I think that instead of doing only SS3, they should start working on ways to keep them from doing examination malpractice like that. Start hiring people, start, examining people. Maybe when they catch one, they should show everybody like the punishment for all these things, so they should stop.
Now, joining me to discuss this is Lawal Ekundayo, an educationist and public affairs analyst, and virtually I have Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of South Core Consulting and the African Director of Global Education Awards. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawal, and thank you so much for coming on the program.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for coming on the program. Okay, so how do you assess the federal government's decision to ban admission and transfer into SS3 as a strategy to curb examination malpractice?
Thank you. Now, there are two sides to it. We have the good side, and then we have the bad side to it. But what my own headache about it is the rush at quickly putting the policy on ground and effecting it immediately. I expected something like them to give more time for analysts, educationists, educators, parents to discuss it and then prepare their mind for it, not the rush. Now, let's look at the good side. Truly, sometimes this movement encourages malpractices. In those days where WAEC used to look at they will take 40% of what is called in SS1, SS2, SS3, add it to WAEC. But now it's not like that again. Everything is now that one-time exam, which is the WASC exam.
Yes, West African Senior Secondary School Certificate Examination.
So now, students, it's easy for them to move around to look for a better center where they see that maybe opportunity will come out here that will help me in what I want to do. So it's easy for them to move around like that. And that is SS3. And then even sometimes when you notice that a student did not perform very well in SS2 in the promotional exam, and you advise the students to repeat or take that SS2, the parents simply take that with the student and put the student in another school where the student will now do the SS3, and then the student that didn't do well in SS2 and you put the student in SS3, what else? What are you going to expect from the student? Of course, it's going to cheat.
So talking about restricting students, which you of course mentioned now, how effective is restricting entry to SS1 and SS2 likely to be in addressing the problem of special centers and other sharp practices during external examinations?
It's the restriction. Actually, like you totally restrict them is not what I'm looking at it as not totally
effective.
Right, yes, right. Because there are special cases, extreme cases, such as maybe there's a sudden relocation. Maybe a parent in Lagos is relocated to Abuja. Maybe by a job, you don't expect the parent to say, "Oh, I will not go for the job," and then leave the child here. Who's going to look after the child? It can affect the mentality of that child, which can also affect the exam. So you want the child to move with the parent so that the parent can continue to monitor the child. But if you not say no, total restriction, then there will be problem.
Yeah.
Because the parent cannot abandon his job. He got a new job that will make his life better, that will also make the life of the child better.
So he has to relocate.
He has to, and he will have to abandon the child. If you say no, you can't that means he has to abandon the child. He will have to give it to the child to somebody that will look after the child, and the person may not know how you have been monitoring the child
The evaluation,
academically.
everything. So what implication do you think that this policy would have for students and parents who have legitimate reasons for relocating, such as parental job transfer, security concerns, or health emergencies?
Yes, that's why I said it's not I started them not to go into the implementation immediately. Should have given opportunities for educators, educationists, stakeholders to discuss it very well before they will now move. By that time, we'll be able to look at all the loopholes, see how we can fix the loopholes. Then you now come up with a proper policy. But this one that is, this immediate sudden one, but next year you are really doing it.
Yeah.
See, it's too short for anybody to really discuss and put anything on. So there are bound to be some kind of problems along the line, such as this thing you have talk about.
Security concerns.
So even more than security, it could be health-wise.
Yeah.
Health.
Maybe the reason why parents or students are relocating from certain location to another. Yeah.
And then because of that, that will eventually affect the child because one of them will not move. The parents may move, the child will not move. Or if the child wants to move, then the child will have to repeat like 2 years back. And maybe the child is doing very well where he or she already is. And the parents cannot abandon whatever the emergency that wants to move them. So you can see that we have the good side and the bad, but they don't give us the opportunity to actually discuss it effectively and provide, recommendations before implementation. So I would suggest that they give it time, like at least a year for us, the stakeholders, to discuss it very well. Then based on the discussion, then they will fine-tune the policy and they will be able to move smoothly.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Kingsley. We are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, Matthew. I'm very honored to be with you today.
Thank you so much. All right, so we are looking at the new directive which the federal government has banned SS3. So I want you to speak to us, and of course, from an implementation standpoint, how prepared are state governments and private school operators to comply with this directive by the 2026-2027 academic session? And then what mechanisms should the Ministry of Education put in place to monitor compliance and ensure that schools do not secretly admit SS3 students in violation of the policy?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me once more. Okay, so the policy, as a matter of fact, I think the policy has its merit and demerits, okay? And as a country, we have a challenge of implementation and effecting policy. And of course, you will see that from the WAEC CBT exams that the government, the Ministry of Education is trying to implement. And after they lay down the policy, the WAEC was asked to move the year of commencement by about 3 years, because the ministry understands that this is good. Why this is good? WAEC was not yet ready, or WAEC is not yet ready to have a fully wholly CBT exam system. Are you with me, Matthew?
I'm with you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so is fine. It has its own advantages and it has its own disadvantages. All right. And the reality is that we need to understand the peculiarity of our country, the specific realities on ground for us as a people in Nigeria here and in the education sector. Now, I have worked with SS3 students, SS2, and exam candidates over the years. And I must say, there are certain factors that necessitate students needing to join a school in SS3. Yeah. Now, I would say, for one, I was a victim of that. I had to go through that when I wrote my WAEC exams in 2008. All right. So, of course, we've talked about the relocation challenges, the health challenges, and all of that. Now, a student can get a fall sick, and for one or two reasons, that child has to be moved to another location or has to change school. Now, those factors come in. All right. But the more critical fact is implementation and effecting the policy. Now, in government schools, in the public schools, there are a lot of things the government can do, the ministry can do, but in private schools, there are a lot of things that cannot be easily done. So I am aware that the ministry, we want to use the student ID numbers, which are being done in schools all around the country, the LIN, all right, to curtail the movement of students. So I would say that it is a good policy. Like our guest in the studio has said, it would need time to be implemented. It would need time to be well structured to work out. It is a good policy. Implementing it, the government will need, of course, the full cooperation of the private education sector, the private schools, the private colleges across the country. And of course, they need the full cooperation of the school owners associations around the country, because the private sector is a custodian to a larger number of our students in senior secondary classes. We have more private schools than we have public schools. We have more private colleges, and we have more students. We have more than 70% of our senior students in private secondary schools across Nigeria, and they need the full cooperation of the private sector to make this workable, to make this a reality. But of course, it has its demerits. And of course, when you're having a new policy in any climate, in any country, in any sector, it would need time to be fully infused and into the sector, and of course to people to fully adapt and to adjust to the realities of that.
Now, thank you, Kingsley. The federal government has announced a nationwide ban on SS3 admission. Do you see this directive as a long-term solution to examination malpractice, or merely a stopgap measure that needs to be supported by broader education reforms?
Okay, I do not see this to be the major solution. All right, because SS3, there are quite a lot of reasons why students have to move classes. For instance, in the northern region, in the northwest and the northeast, where we have violence, when we have war, where we have issues, parents and families are relocating. And it's not easy, it is not psychologically recommendable for you to have a child who could not go to school, who had the last class in SS2, and for the next 3 years could not go to school. And let's say that that child was 16 or 17 in SS2, that child is 20 now. Now, it is not easy, and that child is confirmed, verified to be able to cope with SS3 syllabus. It's not easy sometimes for you to ask that child to repeat the SS2 class or the SS1 class. All right, so it is not, I believe that it is not the whole solution to that. It is a stopgap measure. And I know that as we go into the implementation from the 2026 to 2027 academic session, we would see the gaps, we would see we work around it.
All right, so what role do you now think that parents and schools administrators, guidance and counselors, what role should they play in ensuring that students plan their academic pathway earlier, given the new restrictions?
Yes, with these restrictions, of course, the students, the parents, school owners, stakeholders, educators, I believe everybody will adjust. The pathway will adjust our plans, and we would try our best, of course, to plug into what the Ministry of Education is saying. So I really would encourage all stakeholders to speak with their parents, their students, about this policy, and to help them to see the fact that, okay, this is good. Of course, it is good. It will have its own issues, its own challenges. But of course, as we get into the implementation, as the ministry gets to effect it, we would find the best way around it. But of course, this is good for the student. All right, this is good. It gives the student, it gives them the nurse to know that, okay, I need to finish my education in this particular school and in this particular location. I need to give it my best shot. And of course, the fact is, no student is certain and sure that they're going to make their exam result in one sitting. Nobody is certain of that. Nobody is sure of that. Technological issues can, of course, come in. Students not preparing can come in and all of that. So, but of course, moving from one school to the other is something that the ministry wants to greatly guide against, want to greatly make a disadvantage. And a lot of stakeholders, school owners, parents, and students would certainly have to adjust to that.
All right. So apart from what you've said now, in your assessment, what additional reforms beyond restricting SS3 admission are necessary to truly safeguard the integrity and the credibility of Nigeria's education system?
Yes, one of the things the ministry has to do is to open up more portals, more avenues of university, polytechnic, and college of education admission. One of the reasons some students try to write these exams as fast as possible, students and parents, is because admission sometimes in Nigeria can be difficult, can be very uncertain, irrespective of your academic results. And that's true, irrespective of your performance. So admission needs to be made more workable, more predictable. It will encourage parents, it will encourage educators, school owners, and stakeholders in this sector.
Thank you so much, Kingsley, for your wonderful contribution. Let me come to you, Mr. Lawal. This is a new policy, and what would be your assessment that would help safeguard the integrity and the credibility of Nigeria's education system?
One thing is that when it comes to education, everything we do educationally, standardly, has to do with research. Research. We carry out research, we carry out studies, we come out with generalizations, findings. That is what education is supposed to depend on. Now, in Nigeria, I noticed that most of the researches that are carried out just remain in schools. Government don't really look at them to see how these researches can actually better education. That's why I'm encouraging the ministries to begin to look at the researches that are conducted in institutions of learning. That is when we can actually improve the education system. Second, this WAEC malpractices or the examination malpractice, let me just put it especially, this was continuous assessment. Instead of waiting 1 year, you do exam and that is that. It's supposed to be continuous. Your SS1, WAEC will do his exam, like take 20%. SS2, they will give you exam, take 20%. Then SS3, they will now do the 60%. So as we are doing our promotional exam at school, WAEC is supposed to be doing his own along with us.
Yeah.
By then, you see that it will be easy, it will be difficult for a student to say, because when you know you didn't do well in WAEC,
you would buckle up in
yes, you do, you buckle, even if you need to repeat. Because you know that even eventually, if you are promoted on trial with a poor result, you are not going to make the WAEC. You are not. There's nothing like, even if anybody helps you, it cannot be more than 60%. So, and you already score very, very low mark in the continuous assessment WAEC has been giving you from your SS1 to SS2. Then, you see that examination malpractice will go, because you know that no matter the help you give me, I will not do well. But if you know that you didn't do well in your first term, and you know that WAEC exam is coming at the third term, you buckle up, you be serious, you read your book, because you know that WAEC is going to use that 20% in your SS3. By that time, this examination malpractices
will be reduced.
In fact, almost out it will die down because the need for it will have been defeated.
Beautiful contribution there, Mr. Lawal. So continuous assessments should also be prioritized alongside examination, and this will help curb examination malpractice. That's how far we can go at that specific conversation. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back on the program. In case you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, has introduced a national value charter based on what it calls 7 for 7, 7 obligations of the government to the people and 7 responsibilities of citizens to the nation. Speaking on the initiative, the Director General of NOA, Mr. Larry Onilo, described the charter as a reciprocal social contract aimed at strengthening accountability, patriotism, and national development. According to him, the government's obligation includes equality, democratic culture, entrepreneurship, employment, peace, security, inclusivity, freedom, justice, and meritocracy. On the part of the citizens, the charter emphasizes discipline, duty of care, environmental protection, accountability, tolerance, resilience, good leadership values, and civic awareness. Mr. Onilu explained that the charter will be driven through institutional policies such as citizen studies, citizens brigades, global reputation management campaigns, value orientation in the NYSC scheme, and the promotion of national symbols. He noted that despite the nation's challenges, Nigerians have remained patriotic, stressing the need for a shared national identity built on agreed values and responsibilities. And still with me to unpack this conversation is Lawal Ekundayo, an educationist and public affairs analyst, and virtually I have Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of South Core Consulting and the African Director Global Education Awards. Let me start with you, Mr. Lawal. How do you assess the relevance of the National Value Charter at this point in Nigeria's socio-political development?
It's good. It's an evolution. You are, evolving gradually. That is what is so. Yeah, but society has to be dynamic for you to develop. You have to be dynamic. But the problem is this: the government has its own way of enforcing that side that is expected of the citizen. But how does the citizen enforce his
own side?
Yes, the own side that is expected of the government. Because okay, you talk about insecurity now. We know what is going on all over the place. Now, how do we enforce it on the government? You talk about employment. We know the issue of employment. Now, how do we enforce it on the government? We can't enforce it now. So that side of the government is difficult to implement because we can't enforce it. But the other side that is the citizen own is easy for the government to enforce it. For example, if somebody make a statement now, they can say it's an incitement and the person is charged to court. But what about the government? What about the government? No. So most of what is listed here, the government is already shortfall in almost all of them. But how do we implement? How do we enforce it? Nobody can enforce the government. That's why the system has to be structured in such a way that the government of the day, the government is accountable to the people.
Talking about the government being accountable to the people, of course, democracy is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So how do you think these promises can be ensured or measured to ensure that they go beyond policy statements?
That's why I said that the government, the system must be structured, the law must be structured in such a way that the government is accountable to the people, because the people is already accountable to the government. You can be arrested by the government, you can be taken to court. But can you do that to the government? They say, of course, we are the one in government.
You cannot arrest the government.
You can't, because the government, you are still bringing the case of government to the government.
There is even a popular myth, Mr. Lawal, that if you offend anybody, don't offend the government.
That's it. So now, that is the problem. But if you look at some countries who have made the government accountable to the people, you see that the something like that is enforceable. For example, let me give you a very
practical example.
Yes. If the police, they take a citizen to court, and it's got that the citizen is innocent after going through detention, interrogation, court and everything, the court found the citizen innocent. How is the citizen compensated? In some countries, the citizen can sue the government and the government will pay compensation to the citizen. But here, can you do that in Nigeria? Even if the court, tell the government to pay you, how do you enforce it? That's the end of it now. Now, then the government now has the opportunity to be, not to enforce, do their own side. Now, if the law can get, even while somebody is you are in government, the law can still get you as a government official or a government, even a politician. The law can come after you even when you are in the office, or immediately you leave the office, the law come after you, and when you are found wanting in this area, the law immediately dealt with you. You know that is the citizen enforcing their own side of the bargain. That's the way the citizens enforce their own. For another one is, look at the electoral system. People are clamoring for electoral reform, transmission of results, all those things.
Digitally.
Yes. If that is done, then you know that as a political office holder, if you didn't do well, you are not coming back into that office. But all these things are not properly done. Look at the judiciary too. People say the judiciary is tilted towards the government.
It's the last hope of the common man.
Yeah, but no, it's not. It's the last hope of the government, because by the judiciary is still part of the government. it can be influenced by the government, and then you see that. So how do we enforce the other side of this thing? Because it's two sides, the government side,
and the
people
citizen
side.
side.
So,
because the code even states the part of the government and the part of the citizens. Which brings me to the question of, from your perspective, which of the 7 responsibilities assigned to citizens may be most difficult, or which should be realistic for citizens, and why should every citizen work towards this national value charter?
So everything, all of them
is important.
Yes, they are important. They are not
values
really
of integrity,
difficult.
honesty, civic duty,
keeping your environment. All
your...
these things come back to all of us, and both the citizen and the government, we all live in the same environment.
Yeah.
So whatever we do, it affects all of us. That is why the both sides must be able to do their own effectively, and there must be check and balance on both sides. There must be enforcement on both sides. The citizen must be able to enforce the government to do their own side, as government is, enforcing its own side. So all of them are equally important.
All right, so how realistic are these institutional policy proposed by the national orientation agencies, such as values orientation, citizens brigades, in driving nationwide behavioral change? And given the existing trust gap between citizens and the government, how can this charter rebuild confidence and encourage mutual commitment? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Baba.
Okay, all right. So one thing is this. This charter is beautiful. I like it.
Yeah.
But one, in implementation, we need to go to the grassroots. We need to go to the basics of education and then begin to work it up. You don't pick it up like they said NYSC. When I saw that NYSC brigade, and I see it as you are picking it at the top. Whereas you're supposed to inculcate it because it's a national orientation. You need to start inculcating it from the elementary level. So that the children will be growing with it as they're growing up, so that it becomes part of them. For example, keeping your environment. You see that if you go along, even in the street, even in schools, you see students when they have a refuse to throw away, there's a dustbin beside them, but they'll still throw it on the floor.
Yeah.
They'll throw it on the floor. Now, an adult supposed to correct them. Even along the street, you see somebody will wind down his vehicle, throw out a bottle of a plastic bottle.
In fact, some people go as far as throwing out bottle of feces. They've urinated in the bottle and then they throw it away.
They throw it away. So you can see that, and when you arrest them, you arrest them, you put them in prison. That doesn't really solve anything. But if you go into the elementary level and begin to inculcate this value in them and begin to build it into them, you see that from there they know the reason why they are doing that. This thing we are doing is for our own benefit. Therefore, they grow with it, and you don't need to enforce it on them because they see it as part of them. Just like you are wearing clothes. Just like you wake up in the morning and brush your teeth. As an adult, nobody tells you because you have been doing it since you were small. So it becomes part of you. So that is how we need to do it. Not just picking at the top, the brigade level.
So let's look at
NYSC level
alone.
You will need to go to the nursery, the primary.
They should also be well equipped in civic education and responsibility, like you rightly said.
Yes.
Looking at this national value charter, and we want to look at the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. So, as a citizen of Nigeria, what mechanisms should be put in place to track compliance by both government institutions and citizens over time?
One, apart from the one we have said in the junior level, in the senior level, that is people who are already out, like the NYSC. Now, you see that there was a time I was going along in that Oshodi, and somebody dropped something on the floor. I went to meet the environmental officers, this guy beside that. I said, look at this man. You could call this man to pick up this thing. But they say that you can help us to call him. If I call this man will never answer. But if you call, they will be afraid. They will be, hey, you are wearing uniform. So something like this. And another thing is that you don't see refuse bin in areas along the public areas. You rarely see refuse bin. Some people who hold that thing, they are looking for the nearest refuse bin where they can drop it. If they don't find it, they just drop it on the floor. So the government itself has shortcomings that is encouraging all these things. It's part of what we need to do. If there's a dustbin beside you and then you drop it on the floor and an officer called you and say, pick it up, see a dustbin beside you now, pick it and you see, next time they will not be able to do that.
Yeah.
He will look for the dustbin. This is how we can monitor. It's not everything supposed not to be imprisonment.
Yeah.
Sometimes 1 or 2 corrections can put something right by giving warning. Pick it up. The next time you will not be able to do it because you saw that an officer told you to pick it up. So you'll be afraid. So these are the implementation processes.
Yeah.
The school implementation processes, the government implementation processes.
Yeah.
Do you have refuse bin along the corridors of public areas? We really have it. If you go along this airport road, tell me where you have government refuse bin along this airport road. This in your presence here, this is government, this is federal government. Do you see any refuse bin? If you walk up that airport road to airport itself, do you see any refuse bin along the road? So if somebody is trekking and you drink, after drinking a bottle of water, you are looking for where you are going to.
Wait.
You hold it.
Get to
Why will you do that?
Destination.
Why will you do that? Why, if the government is talking about orientation, and then you are not putting something to encourage people, in this orientation you have designed.
Yeah.
You need to do that. Put it there. Somebody will drop it inside. By the time you drop it inside, if you get to another place, that consciousness is already in his mind that I don't need to drop this thing down. In the next place, if I take a few steps, I'm going to see a government refuse bin, which I can put this thing inside. And then you see, before you know it, that thing is inculcated into us.
It awakes the thinking mechanism. So in another word or in other words, you're saying that there should be government refuse bin across every area.
Yes. Supposed to be there. That is when the government is encouraging the citizens in their own way to, you are reorienting them to do the right thing. And then they do the right thing. There was a time some years ago, I was passing from that NAFDAC Oshodi downward. I blew my nose. I was holding a tissue. And I walked from that bridge downward. I was walking. I didn't know that there was a cab at my back. And if the guy was watching me, I was holding that thing. I was looking around where there's a refuse where I can drop it. Eventually, the guy walked up to me and then he told me that he has been watching me, that I'm doing the right thing, holding that thing. But if it was somebody else, would have dropped it. And I said, okay, but you two didn't provide the refuse now. At least provide refuse at junctions in which we can drop this thing.
For cleanliness, government should provide refuse at junctions. Interesting conversation. Lawal Ekundayo, educationist and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining me on Edge Dialogue.
Thank you.
And of course, joining me virtually earlier, I had Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of Southcore Consulting, an African Director of Global Education Awards. We understand that due to technical issues, he's out. But thank you so much for joining me on the program. You're still watching Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us once again on Edu Dialogue. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government has disclosed plans to improve reading culture and reduce illiteracy among children living in internally displaced persons camp across Nigeria. This disclosure was made by the director for IDPs at the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, Fatima Maman Daura, during the launch of 2 books to mark the 16 days of activism and promote hope for the girl child in northeast Nigeria. Mrs. Daura said the commission plans to purchase and distribute the books authored by Teresa Ame to children in IDP camps as part of effort to boost literacy and learning. She explained that the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons has established transitional learning centers in states with high displaced populations, including Abuja, Katsina, Bauchi, Zamfara, Cross River, and Imo State. Moving on, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to providing inclusive access to quality basic education for all children nationwide. Dr. Alausa made the remarks during the 28th quarterly meeting of the Universal Basic Education Commission in Maiduguri. He emphasized that investing in inclusive education creates platforms for children and adults to interact, learn, and build mutual understanding. The minister also highlighted the importance of empowering teachers with quality training and improving infrastructure in government schools. Dr. Alausa further directed SUBEB chairman who have not yet digitized their administrative systems to complete the process before the end of the year, stressing that digital transformation is key to addressing critical challenges in primary education. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has commended the Aliko Dangote Foundation on the launch of its 100 billion annual education scholarship initiative, describing it as a landmark program that will expand access to education across Nigeria. The decade-long initiative is expected to benefit more than 1.3 million students in public secondary and tertiary institutions. NEL Fund's managing director, Akintunde Soya, praised the foundation for its visionary leadership and meaningful private sector participation in national development. He said the scheme complements the federal government's agenda to remove financial barriers and empower next generation of Nigerian talent. Soya also highlighted the program's focus on public schools, tertiary institutions, and STEM education, noting that NEL Fund is ready to collaborate with the Dangote Foundation to ensure transparency, efficiency, and broad-based impact. And that's a wrap for today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We've discussed the federal government's ban on SS3 admission and transfer to COB examination malpractice, highlighting its potential benefits and challenges for students alongside the need for broader education reforms. We've also explored the NOA's National Value Charter, the 7-for-7 framework, promoting government accountability and citizens' responsibility, aiming to foster patriotism and civic values. This discussion reminds us that progress in education and nation building depends not just on policies, but on values, discipline, and active participation from all Nigerians. For more updates and engaging conversations, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. You can also follow us on all social media platforms at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057 or email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Okunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, innovation, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education and values together create a pathway for dignity, opportunity, and lasting impact. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is...
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction Ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service to the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution. And I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big deal for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people try to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we're here to serve you. But with good sensitization and the market driven, there's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, it's easier to manage challenges, you start to control and coordinate and control. But as you grow, you see a lot of people who are not serious-minded, who are not committed, and you have to do a lot of job to remove the chaff from the grain. There are temptations. People will offer you money to give them what they want. And you do it, you get the money. Those people, when they need something that is serious, they don't continue. But they know that you have a price. You can compromise.
You know, the real estate profession, it's a noble profession.
the profession of estate surveying and valuation. It's a noble profession that has to do with service to people, and not just people, to the nation as well. And aside from that, it's a profession that integrates people. You get to deal with people and get to manage them. And at the end of the day, it's something I had passion for, and of course, I feel fulfilled getting to serve people.
Today seems to be one of the most exciting days of my profession as an estate surveyor and valuer. It's one of the moments we all look up to, a very exciting day, a day where we behold the estate profession as the bedrock of all of they have to do. The milestone of this is it is one of the basis rock as a trust, one thing we look up to as an estate surveyor and valuer.
My expectation is to see how you can bring your expertise, what you've learned, your experience over time and practice, how you can bring it in and see that professionalism is brought into this profession. Because over time we've noticed that because of lack of professionalism, the reputation of the profession has been, is something that people now doubt. So my expectation is to come into this profession fully with the weight of experience and what we've been taught during our national continuous development, and from the weight of experience of our guest speaker today, to bring them together and see how we can move the profession to the next level.
The 2025 induction ceremony of the Nigerian Institution of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. Vop Tv Precious Agumano reporting.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello and welcome to Market Today on Voice of the People Television. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and on today's edition of the program, we are at the Abule Market located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State. Food prices continue to be a major concern for both buyers and sellers. So today, we speak directly to those that are affected and its impact on their businesses. Let's go straight into the market to find out what's really happening. Thank you so much for joining us on Market Today. And we are at the Abule Market located in the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos State. And I have with me a trader that would like to speak to us. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well,
Yeah. Your name and what you do?
my name is Stereo of Lagos, and I sell rice and beans in Abule Market.
Beautiful. What do you call yourself? Stereo of Lagos?
Stereo of Lagos.
How did you derive that name?
It's just my nickname, sir.
Okay, when it comes to market.
Yeah.
But normally, what do you be?
Emeka.
Okay.
Chukwemeka.
All right, Mr. Emeka. Okay, so you were telling us about what you said. Tell us some commodities that you sell.
I sell beans,
Yes.
spaghetti,
Yeah.
rice, oil, tomatoes.
Thank you. Do you sell in bulk or?
Yeah, I do sell. I sell wholesale. I still sell retail.
All right, thank you. So tell us the quantity in which you used to sell. Do you sell per derica? Do you sell per bucket? Do you sell per plate?
Yeah. I sell in derica if you want to buy from derica.
Okay.
I sell in paint, bag, like any quantity, sir. From derica to bag.
Okay. So tell us the price range. If you want to buy in derica, if you want to buy in bag, what are the price range?
The price range differs so because
Yeah.
they are not the same price. And like for instance, rice, all rice are not the same price. For instance, there's one of for derica, there's one of 1, 2, 1, 5. So
All right, tell us the different type of rice that is available.
there is foreign, there is Nigeria.
Yeah.
But based on the demand and this, and people normally go for the foreign. Because
Why? Is it because
they feel like the foreign is, foreign and it's better than the Nigerian. Some of Nigerian rice they have sand, so people don't normally go for the.
So
Nigeria.
those sand, is there a way they can be filtered?
From us, we cannot filter it, unless from the company. So we normally tell the company to adjust their this one. to try to do some improvements in their production.
So which is one of the reasons why a lot of people prefer foreign rice.
Yeah.
So that foreign rice, are there different categories of foreign rice too?
Yeah.
You could tell us.
There is short rice, like short grain rice and long grain rice. There's still medium one. That one is not. It's not as if it's too short and it's too long. It's just normal this one.
Okay. Tell us the difference between the long grain, the medium grain, and the short grain. What do you think? Do we eat them the same way? Does it have the same taste, or what makes it different? What makes the long grain, medium grain, and long grain? What makes it different?
Actually, the long grain is more based on cooking. That one stands one and it doesn't come together on short one.
Okay.
But there is still some short grain that is like good as the long grain. It's just the amount of money you paid differs the price you have.
So depending on the quality and quantity.
Yes.
Okay, so talking about quality and quantity, tell us the price of maybe beans. Tell us the price of rice, short grain, long grain, according to what you sell, as you can see.
Okay, for my own there's these beans called brown beans.
Brown beans, okay.
There is honey beans.
Okay.
There is white beans.
Yeah.
And so all of them are not the same price. Let me start with the honey beans. The honey beans is more expensive than the normal one because that one is sweet based on taste and based on demand.
Is that what they call Ewa Oloyin?
Ewa Oloyin, yeah. Based on the demand, I can even buy these honey beans for 10 bars and these brown beans for 5 bars, and they will go for these honey beans. Like these honey beans we finish before these brown beans. Upon it's still 10 bars and 5 bars.
Okay, so that's the taste.
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about the taste, and you told us about people going for honey beans. Are there any nutritional benefits? Are there any vitamin benefits? Are there any good benefits attached to taking honey beans that you personally know?
No, for me, I don't think there is any personal, because all of them are still protein.
Yeah.
Honey beans is still protein, but here in Nigeria, people like going for sweetness. More especially, they like following what other people normally buy. Like for me now, if I want to buy beans now, I will not go for this one people are demanding. I rather go for this one because
why?
I don't know, but I just feel like this one is that kind of hype. I don't because of this one is too overhyped. That people normally think that is better than this one. And this one, you can even use this one to do many things like moi akara.
Yeah, but can you use this for moi as well?
No.
Why?
It will not give you that
taste,
the taste and the composure of this one.
Wow. So a whole lot of things will be putting into consideration. So what factors do you think are driving the increase in all these honey beans, normal beans, rice? What factor do you think contribute to the increase or the decrease?
Based on my own findings and all these things, we don't have it here in East and South. It's mostly from North, and there is a whole lot of insecurity over there. So half of our food we are eating here in Nigeria is coming from the North, and when that place is like not being secure, farmers are not getting through their farms, and so, and most especially they are not coming like before, because when plenty money is looking for small amounts of food, there is this scarcity. So
scarcity, insecurity. I'm taking note of your point actually. Scarcity, insecurity. So what about transport costs? What do you think about that as a trader?
Before any business, there is this transportation. So no business that is successful without movement. The price of fuel now, when you come Meduguri, you buy like 50 liters of fuel down here to Lagos, the amount. And
then how do customers react to this price? Do some of them adjust easily, or some of them say, why do you just increase the price of beans? Why do you just...
Here in Nigeria, we are almost used to all these increment and this. Like as of, let me say 8 months ago, this particular beans was sold for 18,000, and people normally buy it. Like people rush it because they feel like that's the price. But recently now it's 65 and people are still buying it. So we Nigerians, we are like it's our this one already. We are used to increment and.
Thank you. So are there challenges you face as a trader when it comes to demand and supply?
Yeah, because before this you need gas money, like income, like
capital.
Per capita. Capital is needed in every business, and for me now, when I would like to start my own now, I need that capital. So based on the trade I am, I need capital, and because without capital you cannot be able to get anything. Like you need that initial starting.
So are there any time that you have had to reduce the price based on the costs? At any point in time, have you had to reduce the price? For example, maybe you bought this thing 10,000 naira plus the transportation and everything 12,000 naira. You're supposed to maybe sell it for maybe 12,500, and maybe at some point in time you just have to reduce it to maybe 11,500 or just 12,000 on the dot. Are there any time you have done that?
Yes, because sometimes when you were like in a week, like normally you know what you make in a week, you know how much you gain, and like you know how you make your business, and suddenly you are not seeing that kind of money again, and maybe your goods, all these things are perishable foodstuffs.
Yeah.
So you got to do them so that you can be able to recover, even not just the gain, because that your capital money, that your initial money you used to buy the food, so that you not be at loss.
Thank you. Talking about perishable food, do you think there are any pests that affect all this perishable food if it is not well taken care of or if it is not well preserved?
Yeah, especially these beans.
Mm.
These beans, that one is the fastest because within 2 weeks or so, it has that kind of insect. But rice may stop up to 2 years based on the production date, like the production date written on the bag. But all these beans, they don't have any expiring, like they can even expire today, based on how you store them.
So if you have to give government any advice at this point in time, what advice would you give to them? To traders, what you sell?
We traders, we need them to, put in more in agriculture. For me, what I'm selling now, government need to put more in agriculture because all these things are agricultural, like rice, beans, they are all made from the ground, and so they need to put more. And most especially, we Nigerians, we need food. So when there is all this scarcity, people like even me, I can even go without buying new clothes in a week, but I cannot stay without food in a week.
So the government needs to invest in agriculture.
Yes.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. Just before we let you go, you just take us through some of your goods, some of your products. You tell us the price, and we now get to speak to another trader on the program.
Okay. The beans. This one is paint of this. This one is 6,000 naira. This is Indomie, 9,500. Spaghetti we are selling here 1,000 naira in dozen price. This one is spaghetti sold for 20k for the carton. The rice, this one is sold for 85k. There are still other ones that are sold for 70, 75 based on what you want and the international local. Okay, the white beans, this one is sold for 6,000 for a paint. And this is the honey beans I told you before. This one is sold for 6,500.
You're still watching Market Today, and right here we are at the Abule Market located at the Ajawo Estate area of Lagos. And I have with me a trader that would like to speak to us. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on Market Today.
Welcome.
All right, your name and what you sell?
My name is Brother Anthony.
What do you sell?
We sell rice and beans and gari.
All right.
And tomatoes, egg.
Okay. So tell us for the type of rice that you sell. Are there types of rice, the beans that you sell? Are there types of beans? The tomatoes that you sell, are there types of tomato?
Yeah, there are many type of rice, many type of tomatoes are sold.
Yeah.
We have Nigerian rice, we have foreign rice.
Yeah.
Okay.
For tomato,
we have Sonia tomato, Gino tomato, and the Esiton.
What about beans?
We have beans.
What type of beans?
Like Oloyin beans and the Kwelebe beans.
Yeah.
They call it Wewe.
Yeah.
And the normal brown beans.
Okay, so tell us the usefulness.
And the white one.
Thank you. Tell us the usefulness of the Oloyin beans, the brown beans, the white beans. What do you think makes it different?
Okay, the difference there is the Oloyin very sweet than others, and many people like it. For that one, Oloyin. So the other one is Olotu beans.
Yeah.
That one is for want to do mai or akara. That one is very easy for mai, and that one is rice, well, pass Oloyin beans.
Okay. Okay, so when we talk about Oloyin beans and the Olotu beans, like you mentioned, are there quantity? Like, do you have big Oloyin beans, small Oloyin beans, or they are just the same measure?
No, they are not the same.
Okay.
Then the difference there is the big Oloyin, and the other one called Kwelebe is the small Oloyin.
Okay.
That one is always sweet. Then different, two of them, the big Oloyin always soft when you cook it. Then the small Oloyin, when you cook it, it stays one and very sweet.
Yeah. Okay, so are there specific things that I should watch out to when I want to buy beans? For example, if I want to buy beans to prepare moi, or if I want to buy beans to make just for food. So which would you advise me to do?
All of them is okay for whether my or okay food. But the different there, that's normal brown beans. They always rise.
Okay.
Quickly when you want to wash it to do my. Olo easier than the Oloyi. Oloyi very hard, small. Yeah, and that brand is the very rice. When you use it and do my wakari, that one rice well than the Oloyi.
But you think they all have vitamin and they all have nutritional benefits?
Yes.
Okay. So talk to us about rice because we've spoken about beans. Now talk to us about rice.
Okay.
I'm talking about foreign rice and then Nigerian rice. Which would you advise people to do? Or what is your audience preference? What's your customer preference? What do you think people select when it comes to buying rice? Do you think some people buy Nigerian rice, some people buy foreign rice? And what do you think they look out to when they want to buy rice?
Okay, the two rice, that many people like foreign rice, long grain. There are many people like Nigerian rice. Because some of Nigerian rice stand one. Don't used to going together. Then the normal foreign one, some of them also join together. Some stay one.
So tell us about long grain and short grain. What's long grain, what's short grain?
That is the one we cook, very long, small. That is the other short one, agric.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the short one, what's the difference? Is it as if one cooks faster than the other or what?
The long, yes, that one cooked faster.
Okay. All right, so tell us, what factor do you think causes price increase? What factor do you think causes price increase when it comes to buying rice, buying beans, or any other commodities in the market?
I mean the bag of...
Yes, the rice. What do you think causes increase? What causes increase?
Okay. So Nigeria, there is too much problem in Nigeria now. So every rice very costly now. Before we selling a bag of rice 17,000. Now rice are going up to 19,000, 89, 88. The cheapest one we have now is from 18,875.
From what it used to be? What did it used to be before?
Before it's 75,000. 75,000, 68, 65.
But now it has
increased.
Okay, so tell us about the way you sell all these things. Is it in bucket? Is it in kilo? Is it in kg? So tell us, how do you sell all these things?
Okay, we sell by the Rika or paint.
Okay, the Rika or paint. Okay, okay. So you have half paint, half the Rika?
Yes, half paint, one paint, half paint, the Rika, and half the Rika.
So which is higher? Which is lesser?
The higher one is paint rubber.
Okay.
Paint rubber is 8,000 now.
Okay. Why the half is?
The half is 4,000.
Why the Rika is?
The Rika is 1.5. That is the 1.5, that the 1.2, that the 1.3.
Okay, so how do customers react to all this price? Because you mentioned a lot of factors now, talking about the fact that Nigeria is not safe now. Yes. So how do customers react to all this price?
They react because when you tell them price of markets, they shall say, the thing is gone up again. So
and it's not your fault. Not only that, it's not the trader's fault.
Yes.
Because a lot of things are being calculated before you come to a reasonable conclusion about what you sell. You know. So how do they react? How do they adjust? Do they adjust at all points in time? Or some of them say, we can't adjust, so we'll just move.
Well, when you tell them the price, some buy, some say they don't want.
Okay, so is there any time that you have to reduce the price of things to be able to suit your customer needs?
Yes, you will reduce. Like see, if, as the 1.5 now, the customer come now, say I tell him 1.5, he say no. How much you say last? I can give her 1.4 or 1.3 if I like.
That will be on your own personal preference. So will it be at a profit or a loss at your end?
Yeah, my brother is you manage it. The loss, you manage.
Just for the time being. Yes, and I think it's a matter of the relationship you have built with the customer over the years. So talk to us about building this relationship. How do you retain your customers for a long time, such that when they want to come back to this market, this Abuli market, they will say, it is your place, we are coming to buy things.
Because I maintain my customers. No, the customer come, you're fighting with your customer or you're quarreling with your customer. No. When your customer comes, you respect them, because if you tell them you cannot sell, without your customer, you cannot move anything. So they're your people. So when they come, you respect them, you sell market with them, peacefully.
So even when they make you get angry, you refuse to let them.
Yes, I refuse to let them go.
Okay. Talk to us about the different brands of seasoning that you have that should be used in food. What are the seasoning that you think? Because you mentioned that you sell seasoning. Yes. Tell us the seasoning that you have that should be used in food.
I have seasoning of tomatoes, for stew
Okay.
or jollof rice.
Okay.
Then I have seasoning for soup also.
So there's difference between soup and stew.
Yes.
Okay, tell us.
The different there I have the one of I have pepper for
Yeah.
stew or soup. I have
Okay.
maggi for stew or soup.
Okay.
Then I
So
have
it means that some maggi that can be used for soup cannot be used for stew.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the normal no is for soup. The
Okay,
normal
not chicken.
not chicken is for stew.
Stew. Normal no for soup, not chicken for stew.
Yes. Then maggi style I can use it for any whether stew or soup.
Okay. Yeah. So what about coloring? When you want to make
Coloring,
your food color, yeah.
When you want to cook
maybe jollof and you want to
have those curry and the
curry and thyme. Okay. Curry and thyme, beautiful. Okay, so talk to us about the challenges that you face as a trader. What are the challenges you face as a trader, and what factor do you think will help to mitigate it or curb it?
The challenge you have here is like what I we've said before. We are not selling like that again. There's too much challenges about market, losing customers, about price of market.
Yeah.
And as the people used to buy before, they not used to buy again like that. We are losing many customers about the condition of market. As they say, no money.
And so, what charge would you give to the government?
I can tell government to help us, to help Nigeria. Let there be peace in Nigeria. We want only peace, unity, one love.
One love.
Yes.
Let there be peace, let there be unity, one love. All right, before we let you go, just take us through like one or two of some of your markets. For example, I'm seeing this. Tell us what this is. Okay.
This is for fried rice.
Okay.
And this for stew.
Okay.
Curry.
Okay. Curry.
Yes.
Okay, why this is?
Spicy tea.
Spicy
fried rice.
Okay. What about this?
This is desiton.
Okay.
For tomato.
Okay. What about this?
This is butter. King's butter.
King's butter.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just check to. Okay, so I see this.
This is Gary. This is half of pinch.
Okay. All right. Those are just the price realities happening here at the Abule Market, Lagos, where traders are adjusting their current price to the current economic realities. Well, you're still watching Market Today on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll speak to another trader on what's trending in the Nigerian market. Welcome back to Market Today on Voice of the People Television, and we are still at the Abule Market located in the Ajaru Estate area of Lagos State. And of course, I'll be speaking with a trader right here in the market. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's get to meet you. Your name and what you do.
My name is
Okay, what do you do?
I'm selling market. I'm selling beef.
Okay, selling beef. Let me just start by saying Eko Raji, Ajawa. All right. So tell us, what kind of beef do you sell? What kind of meat?
I'm selling goat meat, cow meat, ram meat, everything.
Okay. So tell us the difference between goat meat, cow meat, pomo, and the likes. What's the difference? Or what are the similarities?
The difference is there because cow meat, goat meat is sweet past cow meat. And maybe the same taste. Maybe the same taste. The taste is very different.
Yeah. Now what about pomo?
Pomo is inside cow and I see pomo.
Okay. So are there any nutritional benefits attached to eating meat and pomo? Are there nutritional benefits? Are there values that you get when you eat them?
Because with meat you have fat. Somebody are meat. Somebody are you don't want to buy beef like pomo they want.
Yeah.
Yes. but everybody will, because of the small children are buying.
Okay, so tell us the different type of meats because I know there are body, there are this, there are that. Tell us some meats.
Abodi is shakide.
Okay.
And about.
Okay.
And liver.
Okay. What about inu ẹran?
Inu ẹran is assorted.
Assorted. Okay.
I they call inu ẹran.
Okay. Tell us what kind of food can you eat with it? Is it any food?
Any food you can eat with rice, semo.
Okay.
Eba, amala, many.
Okay, so how do you think this should be better preserved when somebody buy it and when somebody wants to cook it?
And when you cook it, you can cook it every day.
Okay.
That day you can cook it. Anyone cannot cook it that day, you can cook it inside freezer.
Inside freezer. Okay. Will it not spoil?
No, if you like day, I won't spoil.
Okay. So what are the processes you go through in doing this? Are there processes of washing? Are there processes of cutting? Are there processes of pruning? What are the processes generally?
I don't understand that.
Okay, what are the processes generally? For example, when you get meat,
yes.
So do you have to wash them first? Then do you have to cut them first?
Say before you have to sell it.
Yes, before you sell.
You sell it, you wash it for slaughter before you carry it home.
Okay. Okay, you wash it where? From where?
From slaughter where you actually.
That's abattoir. Okay. Okay. So when they now bring it to the market, what will you now do? How do you treat it to ensure that it's properly germ free?
You wash your table very well.
Okay. You wash your table,
and then we put it inside the table and sell it.
Okay. So what factors do you think consider or lead to increase in the purchase of meat? What factors?
I think it's very costly.
Things is very costly now. Okay.
When you buy this cow 800 now, you buy a 1.5
million.
Yes.
Wow.
It's too very expensive.
Okay, so it is the price of cow that affects the amount you sell.
Yes.
Okay, so once the price of cow is being reduced, then the price of what you sell will definitely reduce as well.
I can't reduce because everything they go up every day.
It's true.
No come down.
Okay, so how do customers adjust to all these prices? The customers just say, okay, I came to.
This is something is 2,000, 5,000. Before they say 500 before 1,000. Now no 1,000 from 2,000. Yeah.
So are there times when you have to reduce the quantity, when you have to reduce the price because you want to satisfy a customer?
Everything they go up now.
It's true. Customers too should understand.
Yes, because you need meat, you say 1,000 different, they sell them 2,000. Everything. Yeah.
Okay, so what are the factors or the challenges that affect this going up?
Because of transport, fuel. Because now this cow, maybe in Nigeria have the cow from Niger to Nigeria. It's very.
From Niger?
And Cameroon.
Really?
I have
wow.
Cameroon,
Cameroon, really? Yeah, those cows are not from Nigeria?
Yeah, from Nigeria. See the transport money now, it's too much.
That's what I'm saying. Are you saying these cows are not from Nigeria? They are from Niger.
Nigeria get
his
but
own
now
cow.
From that place they carry out too much big. That's why the money is cost.
So the supply or the purchase of cow from other countries to Nigeria?
Yes, from Niger, Mali.
Okay, Cameroon.
And because their meat is very nice meat.
Okay.
That's why.
And it takes time.
Yes.
So those countries are naturally countries that produce meat, right?
Yeah, because there are no very meat from Nigeria. They do eat meat very much. That's why they big.
Oh, okay. They don't really make use of the meat like that in their country.
Yeah, because Nigeria they like to eat meat very well. That's why they big our country.
Okay, so from what you said, a lot of countries like Niger, Cameroon, they have meat, they have cow. Mali, they have cow. But the way
you have, but I don't know each their own.
Okay, which is why sometimes we bring from those countries.
Because that they got to know the young Hausa. Yes, that's what they say now. Hausa has the cow. Mali and Cameroon, Fulani, Hausa, they have the different from the no place.
All right, so if you have to speak to government officials now, what will you tell government to do for you as a trader?
Help us because this is the too expensive too much. Now we are not to have too much gain for when it's very short. Very short. The one I said yesterday, I short 3,000 naira. Everything just the how person wants to say. It's true. No getting on the marketing.
So what advice would you give to anybody that wants to do a business like this?
This business is very difficult. Because you know how to sell. Be sure.
Yeah. How long have you been in the business? How long have you been in the business?
Now me, for now 10 years, I started to learn the business, to start this business. We are the learner. I used 10 years to learn it. So do freedom.
Oh, you did freedom on this business. All right, so it's a wake-up call to the government to make sure that the price of things are being reduced. And of course, I've also learned a new thing. And I hope you have also learned that majority of other countries aside from Nigeria, like Niger, Cameroon, and other countries in the West African region, they produce cow. And of course, Nigeria also produces cow, but these cows that are being produced are being transported to the country. And based on this increase, there is always increase, a slight increase in the price of these commodities. And of course, this meat and other things by the trader. Of course, we'll continue to also monitor these developments closely and provide you with further updates. And that's it on this week's edition of Market Today on Voice of the People Television. Join us next week for another interesting episode of the program as we take you into another market to hear the real voices behind the prices. Until then, stay safe and keep making wise decisions at the market. My name is Matthew Ogunswada, and I'll see you the same time next week.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello, good afternoon, and my name is Ikechukwu Agwago. This is the Oshodi Sporting Complex right here, in Kappa, and it is the venue for the mini tournament. It is a scouting program where Dominion Hotspur Academy is actually giving players opportunity to, get to be seen. And of course, we are here to actually cover that particular event. And I must tell you that a game is already going on, and we'll be also conducting interviews with the management and of course some of the scouts here in Oshodi to actually help you understand the contest that this is all about. Good morning, Mr. Yemi. So tell us exactly what this tournament is about.
This tournament basically is about scouting, young, talented footballers and giving them the opportunity to have a shot at professional football in Europe. So I am the sporting director for Dominion Hotspur Football Club. It's an amateur football club that is based here in Lagos. And I also work with, so many agencies around Europe. The essence of all of this is, not to allow the so many, talents that we have in football, to just waste away. If you look at our society, the level of societal issues that young people are dealing with, it's paramount. It's so important. I found it, really important for us to do the little that we can, to assist the government in creating opportunities, for these young stars not to get involved in, some of these things that destroy, their lives. So I thought about it and contacted a friend of mine who is based in Europe, and we spoke about it, and he found the idea really, really good, and we started working on it, and here we are. So we have eight of them from Europe, who are representing a lot of clubs around Europe. Like I said, it's basically about getting young talents, giving them this privilege, and definitely some of them are going to take the chance and they'll have a shot at professional football in Europe. So that's basically what we are doing right now.
So how many years has this sporting or scouting program, how many years has it been running?
It's been on for, personally, I have been doing scouting program, on a personal level. I am the CEO of Milfran Enterprises. Milfran Enterprises is an agency that I put up, to scout for young players and connect them with agencies around the world. I work with a couple of them, so that's basically what I was doing. But when I thought about, I think it was during COVID. It was during COVID, I was with a friend who was running an academy. So we sat and were chatting, watching a game. So there was this young kid who came and greeted him, or greeted us. So when the kid left, so my friend said to me, "Bro, do you know this kid used to play for my academy?" I was like, "Really?" Say, "Yes." He was, holding cigarettes and a bottle of beer. And he told me because of COVID, when they resumed, the kid didn't resume with them. And when he found the kid, he saw he was already involved in all of this. So I'm like, we need to do something, man. We really need to do something, because an idle mind, they say, is a devil's workshop, So I started processing it. I wasn't really involved in grassroots players per se. I was involved with more established players because I was working with agents or people who only wanted players from the national teams or from professional club sides in Nigeria. But that day, that event, seeing that kid and what my friend told me, moved me to start thinking about what I can do. What can I contribute? How can I, be a channel, to get some of this kid not to stray away. So that's the bet of, all of this. And like I said, then I started working with Dominion Hotspur as the director of sports, and the chairman is somebody who's been in football, an amazing man who has done so much, for young people. Trust me, young players. He's responsible for maybe 30 young players. I don't want to exaggerate, who have a life today. Their families are better, because of how much he loves football and how much he really wants to help young people. So I shared the idea with him. His name is Emmanuel Idogu. He's the president of Dominion Hotspur Football Club. Yeah. For me, he deserves an award, to be honest with you. So I shared the idea with him. I spoke with my friend, Augustine Jibril. Then we started talking about it. Then we started putting ourselves together. And I think COVID is 2020.
Yes, 2020.
So back to your question, 5 years, the scouting programs have been running.
So this scouting program has been running for 5 years. Do you have any player from this scouting program in the last 5 years that actually made it to the top level?
Yes.
Okay.
Trust me, yes.
Which player is it?
We have one of our players from Dominion Hotspur. His name is Etim Friday. Maybe after all of this, you can Google. He moved from Dominion Hotspur to a club in Portugal. But today, he's playing for a Champions League, football club in Denmark. He plays for Midtjylland in Denmark. So we have a couple of them who are not playing for big clubs as of yet, but they are doing well in Europe. Their families are better. And recently, we had the privilege also. In fact, we just signed, 2 of our players just signed their contract for a club in Portugal. So we are really, really doing the little that we can, and we are achieving, a good level of progress.
So tell us more about this tournament. How many teams are participating?
This tournament we had, at the start, we had like 46 clubs, so they played for the first 2 days. Then the experts, the scouts who came from Europe, Augustine Jibrin from Topsport International, and the other European guys that you see, they narrowed it down to, I think, 16 teams. So those 16 teams are going to play today. We're going to watch all of them play today. Then they'll pick the best players. And tomorrow we are going to have a selected side, like the best of the best from all of the teams. They'll play tomorrow at the end. So these guys are going to hand to us the players they're interested in, players who they intend to, move to Europe, and the documentation starts. So that's how it works.
So basically, when is this tournament expected to end? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yes.
Okay. So looking at the way you've been talking, I was just thinking. I know that every project, a program like this comes with its own challenge. What is that challenge that you've really faced in doing business in this part of the world? Because I know, of course, this sort of programs runs everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So I want to know what exactly is the challenge with the Nigerian situation.
I think financially it's really challenging, because it costs a lot. It costs a lot to bring all of these guys, from Europe, because you want to give these kids a chance. You do it in a way that you take responsibility for almost everything.
Walk us through it.
What?
Walk us through it.
Okay. For instance, now, we have guys here who are from Spain. I have 4 of these guys who are from Spain. I have one of them from Italy. I have one of them from Uruguay, to be precise. I have one from Lithuania and a couple of others. So how do they come? You need to get their flight tickets. You need to pay for a very comfortable, luxurious hotel, feeding, logistics, and all of that. That is the part of bringing them. And here too, we don't own this facility, It costs money for us to be holding this here. So all of this financial implications, are a major factor in all of this. Then organization too. If you want to do something at this level with this kind of guests, we have challenges of traffic in our city, Lagos. So you need to wake up early, go to bed late. Those are normal things that happen like in our day-to-day endeavors in Lagos, So challenges are, I think, the biggest challenge that we face should be, the cost of running, this event. Trust me, it's expensive.
So basically, since you're doing this, because in the end, the end product will be producing the best talent for Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Have you tried to reach out to the people in the glass house, people running Nigerian football, to get to see if there's a way they can actually help make this particular journey easier for you, a sort of a collaboration?
To be honest, I have not.
Okay.
Is
it because you think you don't need them?
Is it because I don't need them? Should I say yes or no?
Okay.
Because I think there is always a stage where the guys at the glass house would come in, so I don't want to bother them for this stage, because with my partners, I think we are able to handle this part, so when we get to the part that we need the guys at the glass house, we definitely will reach out to them, but just to use this medium also, I want to sound this very important call, because if you look at our football,
yeah,
Nigeria, I don't know exactly what's our population today, but everybody says we are over 230 million. And we are blessed we're like a people who have a lot of young people, which is true. So I would like to appeal to the people involved, people who have the power to make it happen, to see how much we can invest, in grassroots football or grassroots sports. Because if you get your young people engaged, if you get their mind focused on a dream as big as football, you are doing so much for the country. Because if you look at the world today, the young people are becoming the major force. So if their force is channeled positively, it's going to be a blessing to the society wherever they are, you know. And if it's the other way around negatively, it's a big problem, you know, to the general society at the end of the day. So I am using this medium to also appeal for us to look at talent development beyond sports. Beyond sports. We are so blessed with talents. We are gifted people in all all walks of life. But we don't really pay attention to this level, grassroots, the basis. So it will be great if one or two persons will listen to this and look at it and see how much they can come in to assist.
So you mentioned something earlier on. You said about 46 clubs. And then in the end, we're expecting to see about 8 players make the cut?
It depends on how impressive the guys are, you know, because the funny part of all of this is I can't influence nothing, you know.
Beautiful.
These guys are really professional. Trust me. If they come and they see just one player amongst the 1,200 players that took part in this, they'll tell me, hey, Yemi, sorry, it's only this guy. It's like that. But because this is also business and a lot of money have gone in to make this happen, I am hopeful, you know, I'm praying that they like 20 players. If they say we want 20 players, it's good for everybody, you know, so that's just it.
So for you, I mean, worst case scenario, you said one. If it happens that they chose only one, is there a room where, you within the country that runs this program, is there, I mean, obviously I want to believe that outside them, sporting this talent, you also have people who are actually doing here for you to actually see, okay, this one might not be up to that level, but a little push or a little this or that can actually make him get to that level. Is there something like that, in the coffer to actually help players who didn't make the cuts?
Yeah. Very good question. Like I said, I work with the football club here, Dominion Hotspur Football Club, and it's also an avenue for me to do a lot of scouting, So as the games are going on, we're also monitoring the players. So at the end of the day, I am certain not everyone is going to go now. So, but we are, penciling down impressive talents, that we are watching here. So at the end of the day, when they pick the guys that they're picking and they leave, so we start working on those ones too, getting them ready, because it's not a one-day thing, it's not a one-time thing. Like I said, we've been here for some time, and this gives us opportunity to know, okay, this guy will be ready in 3 months, this guy will be ready in 4 months, because what they do also is the advice. They'll sit me down and say, Yemi, listen, these guys are fantastic players, but they are not ready for the profile that we need now. Keep them, monitor them. We are coming back in 4 months, we are coming back in 6 months. Keep them. When we come, we want to see them at a better level. So that's one of the advantages that we have. So not everybody is going to just leave. We are still going to have a couple of them that we are still going to monitor. And like I said, I work with other people too, so I can personally recommend. I put my name in it and said, this guy in 6 months will be here. A lot of them trust me with that, and they'll do the necessary things, and the player go on trial in Europe. Because why we bring all of these guys is because it's easy if they come here and see by themselves and they pick. When they pick the player, it's easy because they are the ones in charge. They do the recommendation and all the talking. But like also, I work with a couple of people too that I can say, okay, hey, I want you to watch this guy. Make it happen for him to come wherever, he comes, and a lot of times we are lucky like that too.
So how often do you run this program? Because you mentioned about them saying, okay, maybe in 6 months time this guy will be ready, maybe in 4 months time he'll be ready. Say for example, this is obviously going to be the last one for the year, because this is December, ready. So if it happens that, okay, we have that situation where you say this guy's going to be ready in, say, about 4 months or 5 months, are we expecting them to come again in 4 or 5 months?
I told you I also have an agency that is into this. Okay. So we have, I have a friend in the UK who is supposed to come in January with a different set of, people like this. So there's a possibility for us to be holding events like this maybe every other 3 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every other 3 months. You know, we have a different set of guys who are coming. We have a different set of guys who are coming. You know, so we just put the things together, and it's like that.
So again, one very important question. You know, in football, right, there are several categories, and categories have to do with age. Is there provision for that when you look at players here and say, okay, we have, this tournament is basically for under 12, under 15, under 16, or just an open category?
No, this program is for players 20 and under.
Okay.
Yes.
Just 20 and under.
20 and under.
20 times.
Yes, yes.
So is there a way how you, I mean, these players submit certain credentials before they are part of this, or you just allow them play when they say they are 20?
No, the thing is, we engage the owners of the club, the people who manage the club, and we tell them this is the category of players that we want for this one, because the people who are bringing one XYZ, category of players, so we trust them, to bring to us the exact, players that we want, so, but sometimes also, if we maybe see a player we feel is too young or too old, we tell them, no, this guy doesn't qualify to play, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Now, you mentioned, something about you not particularly needing the glass house and people running the football. Let me put it to you. If they come to you and say, we want to, be part of this, want to partner, what area do you think they can actually come in? I mean, their position can actually be put to use.
I think most importantly will be the authority. Okay. So if I have, for instance, the Glass House come to this program, and you are here, and I'm standing here with somebody from the Glass House, it's a kind of recognition, it gives me a better name, give me a better boost. It gives my brand, like a better boost. It makes me, put me, in a platform that is better. So that sort of presence also can be a blessing. I think that alone, is good enough for now. So, and maybe they might want to say, okay, you're doing a great job. I'm going to give you 50 balls for your tournament, that kind of stuff.
So finally, right, this particular tournament going on here, I want to believe that at the end of the day, the winner, there's a provision for whoever wins the tournament?
No, this particular one, we don't have that kind of provision. We don't want it to be like a tournament. When you say it's a tournament and you attach a prize to it, the dynamics are different, the mentality is different. You understand? Because when you say it's a tournament, you are playing to win maybe 1 million naira, 500,000 naira. Some people digress. They misinterpret the whole essence. They start chasing the prize. But for us, the main prize here is the big picture. Getting the opportunity to move to Europe. If any of these kids move to Europe and is signed by a club there and it develops, a 10 million naira price tag is nothing.
But I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there are people who will say, okay, if a price tag is attached to this, wouldn't it make the players raise their game? Wouldn't it make them come out, at the very highest level? Because
the prize here of moving to Europe as a young player is the biggest prize you want to hear of. If you are a career player, you are chasing the summit of your career.
Sure.
Your summit is playing in the Champions League, in the World Cup, is playing under the bright lights of European football. That's the biggest price tag. Trust me, there's nothing bigger.
Absolutely, I mean, I'm forced to agree with you. I just hope that this tournament, at the end of the day, finish without any player getting any sort of injury, and then you get.
I say a big amen to that, man.
And again, we are hoping that you're going to get as much as 20.
Amen. A big amen to that too, man.
Get to 20 players to actually make the cuts to to Europe, and then we'll look at a couple of years down the line, like a team that you mentioned, we'll get to see that you got 1, 2, 3 players, maybe an established name also in the Super Eagles. I want to believe that's
big amen.
That's the end goal. To all of this, but then again, it goes back to the fact that all the money you spent, you just hope that's going to come back, and not just because the money wants to come back, but of course you want to build a legacy.
Exactly.
To actually, but outside football, right? Is there do you do stuff like this outside football for other sports? Because you mentioned other sports at the time when we were having this conversation. That, develop sport generally.
Honestly, for now, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have the contact to do all other sports.
Okay.
But the financial implication, like I said,
Okay.
I'm trying to see how I can get bodies who can get involved. Like I said, we have the capacity to really make these things happen, but you always will need the financial backing, to really make these things happen. Because trust me, it's not cheap.
But if you had to do outside any other sport outside football, which will it be?
Athletics.
Athletics. All right, thank you very much. It's good to have this conversation with you. Hopefully, we'll do this some other time on any other platform.
You're always.
Definitely have you.
It will be my pleasure.
Someday.
It will be. Thank you, man. Thank you for having me. It will be my pleasure.
So let's get to see what's happening in the field.
Amazing.
We're having Mr. Christian Rosa.
Rosa, yeah.
Yes, Christian Rosa, a former Spanish under 17 player, and of course, he's played football and now a scout. For this particular program organized by Dominion Sports.
Yeah.
So it's good to have you in Nigeria.
Yeah, we enjoy a lot, me and my teammates, for this talent scouting. We enjoy a lot. The people take care about us so much, and we are very happy here.
So you're enjoying the country?
Yeah, I enjoy so much. The people was comfortable with us. Also in the other cities that we come before, in Abuja and Port Harcourt, also here the people is very comfortable with us and take care a lot with us.
So altogether, how many times have you been to Nigeria?
It's the first time that we come here. Only one of us come 1 year ago, but the other 6 is the first time here in Africa. Also.
Oh, first time here in Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, this particular project, particular scouting program.
Yeah.
What have you? How good is it? Is it different from the ones you've actually been part of?
Maybe is if we speak about the organization, this is the best for sure. Everything is organized. When one game ends, the other is coming again. We don't need to delay about the waiting of the other teams, and everything is fine here. Also, the talent here is very good.
So far so good. Don't tell me, don't point. Just say, have you been able to see good players that you believe are good enough for the next level?
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, I speak about myself. I have 2 players that I want to work in Spain, for sure, 100%. And for sure, one travel to Spain soon as possible.
Okay, so you already have 2 here that you see that they're good enough for this project?
Yes, I see 2 players, one defender and one striker that I want to push in one team in La Liga 2 in Spain.
Oh, okay. So is it only Spain that you have your players go to?
No, now I have an agency. I have players like Denis Cherichev, ex-Real Madrid, Villarreal, Valencia, Hugo Rama, Deportivo La Coruña, Oviedo, like this. And I have my company in Spain, in Italy. Also, I make deals in Arabia Saudi, in Southeast Asia, in Finland, Norway. I make deals around the world. But my main plan is Spain and Italy, where I have my home.
So, have you been to any scouting program, and you look at the entire program and you couldn't find just one player?
No, I see more players, but the difference maybe with my teammates here is they work in other level league, and maybe for them it's more easy pick more players. But for go to Spain, maybe we need one step more. And in my opinion, these 2 that I see are available for play use now. We don't need maybe this 1 year adaptation. They can arrive 1 month or 2 months, and they are available for play as soon as possible.
Okay, so outside here, you also have an academy where you take these players to, and then they will, develop a little.
Yes, in Spain we have these B teams that the difference with the other countries like England, for example, where they have this reserve league. In Spain, don't have this. In Spain, the lower teams play in normal league, maybe in 2nd level, 3rd level, or 4th level, where they fight against normal teams. It's good for the players, for his development. They work against players that they live for this, It's not like a reserve team where don't care if you win or lose. These teams fight for promote or fight for go to the first team.
So as a player, when you're playing this, you play as a defender?
I play as defender and defensive midfielder.
Defenders. So
Yeah.
which means you have bias for defensive midfielders?
Yeah, for sure.
I like the fact that you own up to that, because I know scouts do that. When they come, they look at their position, and that's where they look at. So does it mean that every scout in that particular seat already have position they are looking at?
No, maybe me and Fabricio, my teammate from Uruguay, maybe we work in this, but the other guys can check every position. For me, it's more easy try to find good defender or good striker or one thing. I'm center back and defensive midfielder. I try to find something similar than when I play. And for a striker, I fight all my career against strikers, you know. Also, I know what is the difficult for European defenders.
Okay, so let's talk about positions people really don't look at. Goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper is more difficult. For example, in Europe, we have very, very, very good goalkeepers, and it's not easy to put goalkeepers. But you see on ANA players like this. If you have quality, you can play. Also, you are center back, you are goalkeeper, you are a striker, winger. Don't care about this. But it's more difficult for one team seeing one goalkeeper from outside of the country, not from Africa, for outside of the country, you know.
So we're still talking about goalkeepers, right? I mean, you know how difficult it is to actually get goalkeepers. So what is there a provision for, say we come to Africa, the plan is to get 20 players. Is there a provision for, okay, since we are coming for 20 players, let's keep only 2 slots for goalkeepers?
Maybe yes, but you need to understand, depends of the country where you play. For example, in Spain, all the teams also is second division, first division, they want one concrete goalkeeper, and it's the quality with the foot. And don't care if it's from Africa or from Georgia. Or the main problem in Spain, the teams work very well this position, and it's not easy if you don't come to Spain like under 12, under 40, under 50, start to play again with this style. It's not easy for the players when they have 90, 20, 21, 22, 23. For this, for me, it's more difficult they take goalkeepers. Also, for example, if you take here one center back, he have the conditions as physical, speedy. Spanish players maybe don't have these conditions, but the center back or midfielder can improve his level with the ball. And for goalkeeper, maybe you don't have these 20 games on full season for weight. If you have very bad goalkeeper or goalkeeper don't save you, you lose one game. It's very easy.
True. So you as a scout, you look at so many things. You look at the physicality of the player.
Yeah.
You look at the mental of the player. You look at the tactical of the player.
Yes.
And you look at how the player is a team player, right?
Yes.
So if any of this, which of these, if a player doesn't have any of these 4, is it which of these 4 will be missing? And you say this player is not good enough for you?
For me, maybe we can work a lot in his brain, for example, or in tactically. These 2 we can work. When you arrive to Spain, for example, or Italy, maybe this first season you work with psychologists or nutritionists, these things that maybe here don't have control or the teams don't care a lot, but there for sure we can work. In the brain and tactical we can work.
Okay,
yes.
but when it comes to other parts, you cannot do it?
Yeah, for example, normal in La Liga 1, La Liga 2, also in third level in Spain, they have this psychologist area where every player, so from Spain, don't care from where you come, they work on this every week. You have your session with the psychologist, and for me, is the way that we can work and the players improve yourself a lot.
So finally, this particular tournament will end, tomorrow, right? And then you go back and with the players that you think are actually good enough for this. But you've done scouting program across Africa. Some country in Africa.
This is the first time, as I told you, the first time that we come here, and after this we go to Europe again. The market starts, and we have a lot of job now. And with these players that we take, we start work as soon as possible. Yeah, we arrive this weekend to Europe and we start to work. We have these 2 months.
So have you scouted any player in Africa and then the player make it to the top?
It's my first time. It's
Oh,
the first
your
time.
very first time.
Yeah, it's my
Oh,
first time that I pick one player from Africa.
Oh, is there a reason why you don't come to Africa?
No. I make my retirement 1 year ago by an injury. For this, I start to work now. I make deals before my retirement, but it's the first time that I work only as an agent, you know.
Okay, you said first. I thought you said fifth.
No. First.
Okay, good. Well, I mean, it's so good. I just hope you get to see, the quality of players that you're looking for, and hopefully you come back again,
Sure.
to pick other players. Jubrin actually, is obviously a Nigerian, so he's been doing this a lot of time, and he talked about, how things work in that part of the world. Let's talk about the difference between what you're seeing here and the scouting program in Europe.
Maybe the big difference is the tactical works, you know. From 5 years, 7 years ago, in Europe, a lot of teams start to work in this tactical with this modern football that everybody want to play is positional game. And maybe for me, it's the big difference. The people in Europe understand so much the game. And for me, it's the big difference. About the quality, individual physical conditions, they are the same. Also, if we speak about physical, for sure, here have better players than in Europe. For this, I'm sure. For this, if we work in these things that we speak before, like mentality and tactical conditions, my opinion, here you have top players for make top career in Europe.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
It's good to have you in Nigeria and have fun.
I hope the next year I'm here again.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tell us your name and who you are.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Udog Emmanuel, the CEO of Dominion Hotspur Football Club Lagos.
All right. So, Emmanuel, so please tell us exactly what we are doing here.
Okay, trying to get the next generation of great players for Nigerians. We are doing scouting program, partnering with top sports from Finland, and then we have so many of them scouts, sporting directors from Spain, from Italy, from Finland, from Croatia. We have 8 of them on ground here, trying to get what we are doing here.
Absolutely. So is this the first edition of your scouting program?
Yeah, for me, with Top Sports, this is 4th edition, but we've been doing this regularly. This is what we do, and this is our business. For over 20 years, we've been doing this, and we have over 15 players in Europe playing. Even today, one of our players will be playing UEFA Cup, representing Midtjylland Football Club in Denmark. So we've been doing this over the years, and then, but with Top Sports, this is the 1st edition with Top Sports.
So this is December 2025, and we want to believe this is going to be the last event that you'll be having this year. True?
Sure.
So tell us exactly this kind of event. How often does it happen in a year?
Yeah, what we normally do is even my friends, they also host scouting programs. If they invite us, we attend. Likewise, the way we invited them to attend our own. Okay. For next year, we have 3 major event we are going to host, Dominion Hotspur is going to host, but not limiting that we are not going to attend other scouting programs being hosted by other academies. So this is what we do. Like I said, we don't do any other job. This is what we do.
Okay, so you're saying next year you're having 3 major programs. Can you tell us these programs outline?
Yeah, we have scouts coming from Spain, sporting director Dario. We have other ones coming from Slovenia. My friend Henry is bringing them. Then we have the biggest one of them. Inter Milan is coming, Juventus is coming, Leeds United is coming. So this is the biggest one we are going to have next year.
So is there sort of mini tournament, or do you have a plan for your team to actually be part of the Nigerian Professional Football League at some point?
I'm not sure we are interested in playing Nigerian League. I'm sorry, but this is what we are. We have our own championship we call United Football Championship. We are only 12 teams. We contributed money by ourselves, organize it, pay the referees, pay the medical, pay the referee, the pitch. We don't own the pitch. We hired and pay for it, and then we make sure the players are as young as 18, 17 playing the league for us. It's our own our own private league.
Okay.
United Football Championship.
Okay.
So we use it to keep the boys busy while we are preparing them for the big event like this. Because without playing those leagues, they cannot be ready for our scout to scout them, playing this kind of events. So that's what we do.
Absolutely, that's huge because I mean, is there a particular reason why you are not particularly interested in the MPFL?
MPFL, it required a lot of huge finance, traveling all over Nigeria, the risk involved, everything about Nigeria. I don't want to talk much about that, which we know. I cannot really risk the boys because we have them 16 years, 17, 18, 19 at worst. So we cannot risk parading these boys in Nigeria from Maiduguri to Lagos, from Lagos to Port Harcourt in the name of we are playing Nigerian League.
So this your United Football Championship you talked about. How many years have you played it?
Yeah, this second edition we just finished this year. So the third edition is coming up next year.
So
it's a private league.
So it's a 12-man team format.
12 teams, standard.
So that particular league, right? The players that will be playing that particular league, are they all based in Lagos? The teams?
Yeah, the teams all based in Lagos for easy assessment and then logistic. We don't want to bother people coming from Ijebu, coming from Ibadan, any other place, but within the environment here in Lagos. We have more than 1,000 academy in Lagos State alone. So we carefully selected only 12 of us. We start, then gradually we can increase. Yeah.
So far so good. You talked about players who have been successful, that have gone through your academy, and now you have even expecting one of them to be part of European competition tonight.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel, and what's the dream for coming days for these players?
Okay, it's just my passion, and then I love what I'm doing. Respect is passion. It's also business. Because Nigerians don't know this is one of the biggest industry. When you remove oil, section and gas and agriculture, I think sports is the major one again. And then we're investing in sports. We are not regretting it. I'm happy doing this.
Tell us about the challenge that comes with this particular thing, because we know that no matter how beautiful something looks, there's a huge challenge that comes with it. Tell us about the challenge.
Okay, we cannot cry, we cannot complain. We have our challenges, and everything based on finance, because governments, nobody's supporting us. The companies, huge companies in Nigeria, nobody's supporting us. It's what we have, we are using to support the boys, feeding them 3 times in a day, and then making sure health-wise, we register them in a clinic. Anytime they are sick, they go there and take their medication, making sure their kids are okay. We don't really have our own camp, but we rent where they sleep. Very good environment. And we don't have our own pitch yet. We also rent. These are the challenges we are having. Paying for the pitch, paying for the rent, transporting these boys from Lagos to Ikenne, from Ikenne to Ibadan, from Ibadan back to Lagos, Oniko, Oshodi, Maracana Stadium in Ajegunle. This is what we do. All to Ikorodu. These are the challenges we are having. It's finance, but we cannot complain because we know whatever that we're doing is what doing. I source the money, nobody supports me, and then I also do other business. I'm into building material. I sell tiles, WCs, and doors, bought from China and Turkey. So that's where I source my money from to finance the football part of it. And then sometimes we have some transfer, training compensations, solidarity support from the European clubs that we give our talents to, they just have to send to us compensation, training compensation, for us to continue training more talents. So, but I will tell you for free, our major problem is finance. And then we have written to many companies, but they are not responding, So they don't understand what we are doing, so we have to leave them and forge ahead. That's just it.
So let's talk about the bigger goal, because the big goal is to also have players playing at the highest level, and let's talk about them starting from the grassroots level for national team. How many players have you had play for the Nigerian age grade team?
That national team. I have to reserve my comments about national team, but we have tried severally. We have gotten about 4 players, gotten to the final selection of 30 players in under 17 cadets. But eventually, they will not make it to the last phase of it. We all know that, but I don't want to go into that. And then we also have to overlook that and focus on taking them abroad, which we have succeeded. At least we have like 15 of them. If they're not good, they will not keep them. They will not sign them. As I'm talking to you, we are still going to give Zizla Football Club. Is a second division club in Portugal. 3 good players. They have sent their contracts here in Nigeria. We signed here. They've been there. They passed their medical and everything. So if we don't produce what we are producing, I don't think professional clubs in Europe will listen to us, because I don't own any one of them. So it's the talents we give them that they're after. So you have just imagine if clubs in Europe can take our players, why wouldn't they make it to the national level and other?
So I was about asking that. Did they give a particular reason why your players are unable to actually make the cut for the age grade team for Nigeria?
Like I said earlier, I wouldn't want to elaborate more on the national team things. It's their team.
Okay.
Fine. Yes. It's the selections they made by themselves. The coaches select their best, and I wouldn't complain about that. So when they say my best is not enough for them, good enough for them, well, I can still take my best players to Europe, which Europeans accepted. If I have not done this before, we cannot have like 9 European agents and club directors here watching what we are doing if we don't really know what we are doing. So it shows that we know exactly what we are doing. That's why they are here. This is the 3rd day. They are watching with interest. They are not complaining. So I'm very happy if they can take my players to Europe, and then one day, if God permits, they will also represent Nigeria any day.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for giving us this. Hopefully, I would love to have you someday, have this conversation.
I was looking forward to that.
Elaborate.
I was looking forward to that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Huh?
With me here is Augustine Jubrin, former Nigerian player, and the man who is the scout overseeing all scouts here. Good afternoon, and it's good to have you, join us on Voice of the People TV.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. So we came here and we saw lots of young talent, and from our discovery, this has been going on for at least 4 years now, and also we're made to understand that this program has actually bettered top talent, players who are currently playing in the UEFA Champions League, and one of them a certain Team Friday. So it means that there's a lot in here. For you as a scout, looking at this particular program, what can you say?
Okay, very interesting question. On the scouting perspective, it's been nice and so interesting so far. Like my profile says, I used to be a football player in the past. Now I'm a coach. I'm a UEFA A licensed coach. I coach a team in Europe. On the scouting part, it's been so nice to see young talents, people that are aspiring to grow in the game. All right, they are raw and they still need a little bit of polishing. But our goal is to pick out the right talent and then take them ashore to polish them into the big market. So far, so good. It has been so interesting. There are young, good players here. We've seen a lot of players, but to face the fact, it's not possible for us to take everybody. But for sure, we're going to take a couple of players and put into the European market. I like the setting. I like what has been going on. They've been so professional. Everything has been on time, well organized, a live stream that we have to show with our colleagues back home. Many of my colleagues, friends. Actually, the brain behind this whole thing, it's a person called Hilary Azodo, an ex-player, ex-Nigerian player. He's the brain behind all this, and one of his goals is to take the young talent off the streets. So that's his main target, and we've been doing this for almost 12, 15 years now.
So on a personal level, before you joined the Domino Sport, before you collaborated with the Domino Sports initiative, right?
Yeah, we've been a company called Top Sport International Concept. It's almost 15 years in this business, and every year we come into Nigeria to scout for young talent, be it young, or maybe I shouldn't use the word young, but scouting for talent, and then placing them on the right space in order to help develop and improve the Nigerian football.
So when you say polish, right? Help us with specifics, because I see
when we talk about polish, you need to now grow this player into the tactical view. Most of the players in Africa, in Nigerians, our tactical knowledge, it's not so good. We have the skills, we have the talent, but how do you put this, how do you execute this in a game tactically? And that's where the coaching aspect comes in. That's why the polishing comes in. That's why the orientation comes in. So this is one of the things. We are searching for the talent, and then when we take them out, it is now left for them to prepare them tactically to fit in whichever way they want. For talent, for skills, we have it in this country. But tactically, you'll be the judge of that.
Okay, so help me understand, or help us understand, the difference between your time, right, as a very young player at this age, and what we have now. I know that players have always been moving, in your time as a young player until date. So help us understand the difference between the scouting program as it were then and now.
All right, in the past, most of us don't have this kind of opportunity for scouting programs. I could use my own scenario. I was in the national camp, and then there's this Finnish coach agent that was around then and saw me play, and then that's how the whole thing started. Approached me, good football career. Started really well, and then climbed up the hurdle, played to the highest league, and then due to injury, slowed down. Because of what football has done to me, because of the passion of it, I wanted to give back to the community. I went for coaching, got one of the highest certificates, and I'm coaching a team in Europe. Now, comparing in the past and now there is vast opportunity, a lot of opportunity, because now we bring the scouts in, they come here to scout for players, and then they pick. In the past, nobody wants to come here. They don't come to scout for nobody. It's recommendation. And then there is a follow-up. But now it's like bringing Europe down to you in Nigeria, making it easy. In the past, we have to go there for trials. Many players go there, they struggle, they don't make it. But now they come here, they see the talent in you, they see the potential in you, they take you there, and then your development growth comes in. But in the past, there's no time. They don't give time for that. You come in, you go for trial, 1-2 weeks, you don't fit in, back home to Nigeria.
Wow. So tell us again more, as a scout, looking at this particular, scenario, because now you get to see, players, turn up, and then we were made to understand that there are about 46 teams here, and then in the end we are looking at, the person who, I spoke with earlier, told me, Mr. Yemi actually told me that, if he's got about 20 players, he will be very, very happy, but then, of course, there are certain situations where you say, you don't get to meet that cut because, of course, these guys feel they're not good enough. As a scout, right, who has been running this project on your own, before you actually joined, or whatever project is going on right now, what can you make us understand back in your days? What are the things you hope that, or you would have wished, that you had? That the people who are actually here now, aside the fact that of course the scouts will definitely come here, and then how you actually explain it. But what are the things that you would have hoped that back in your time, those things were actually very available, for young players?
Orientation, getting the right knowledge, getting to know what to do when we go to Europe. In the past, we know nothing. We don't even know the country we are going to. First time when I flew out, I went to Finland. I didn't even know Finland was so cold. I went there dressed like, a showboy. easy going. I found myself I came in January at the peak of the winter. So, lack of knowledge, lack of orientation. In the present world, there is knowledge, there is orientation, style of play. Things are more modernized, there's more information now compared to the past. And now, so when you get this information, make use of it. The European kind of football, it's different from the African kind of football. In the good old days, we believe in our strength, in our physical fitness level. Those are the things we believe in and our personal skills. But now, when you go in the modern way, they believe more on the tactical goal. Your tactical ability, how do you fit into the system? It's not all about only your physical strength anymore. It's not all about only your skills. It's a whole total package. In the past, we just believe that when you're strong, when you're physically strong with your skills, you're good. That's the notion everybody has. But now, it's not that. Football has gone more digital than in the past.
So let's come down a bit into the Nigerian football now. I mean, you agree with me that our football is really taking a nosedive, from the 90s down to where we are today. We are struggling to even... I'm talking about the national team now. I mean, it's obvious we didn't even make it to back-to-back World Cup, unprecedented for the very first time since we have started going to the World Cup. But now let's talk about the national team. Now, what do you think are the chances of the Super Eagles, making it to the Nations Cup final?
Honestly, on the coaching aspect, I could say that Nigerians have one of the best teams you can talk about in the world. The Super Eagles is a very great team and a good setting. Only thing I think, and there's some missing pieces. Think about it. Go to statistics, check the kind of players we have. Anywhere, anytime, any country they go to, people want to reckon with them. For instance, Osimhen. He's like a mini god where he is. Kids love him. If he's not performing, you think people will concur with him the way what he's doing? No. So I don't think the Nigerian Super Eagles is bad. I don't think we have a big problem. All I think is our technical ability, our management, how we manage things, both player, both organization, how we put things in order. It's just a problem. If you talk about the skills, the quality of players, we have them. I don't have a problem with even the coaches, all the coaches from Finidi, everybody's giving out their input and their best. But there's one little piece that is missing. If you don't have the backing of your management, there's tendency that the coach will fall.
So basically, from where you stand, you believe that the problem with Super Eagles is management problem, not the quality of player.
Yeah, I think our problem, generally in Nigeria mostly, is the managerial aspect, not the quality of player. We have one of the best quality of players in the world. Even in the reserve bench, even with those that they have not been called up, we have quality players. Anytime, any day, we can always raise 22 best squad in the world. But now, how do we put these people together? How do we make them achieve? You need to have managerial skills. You have to have personal skills, human relationship. You won't tell me that the boys in Nigeria, those boys playing in Super Eagles, are bad players. Check statistics. None of them is bad.
So can we win the AFCON?
Interesting question. Football doesn't go that way anymore. Everything is possible.
But back in the days, you know that when the Super Eagles is going to, a major tournament like that, particularly in the AFCON, we can actually stand and say, you know what, this team is definitely going to get to the finals or perhaps the semi-finals. In fact, at the point, we were dubbed the bronze specialists. I think it was towards the late 2000s before we got to 2010. Around that era, Super Eagles got to a lot of semi-finals. In fact, we came back home with bronze a lot during that particular era. So, but now it seems like it's difficult for you to actually call it saying the Super Eagles will get to semi-finals.
It still boils to what I told you, comparing the past and the future. We were dominant in the past because we had a vast knowledge. Remember, don't forget, Nigeria is a football world. It's a football country compared to, think, Namibia. And in the good old days, if you want to talk about the football world, you're talking about Zambia.
Yes.
You're talking about Cameroon. You're talking about Ghana. Those are people that are into the football. Do we know anything in Ethiopia? DR, do you know Democratic Republic of Congo? We have few settings. Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Ghana. Those are names we know then. Those are the people that have the orientation. Nigeria. But now, the world is in, things are changing. Globally, they are beginning to get oriented. The orientation is reaching to that part of the world. And then they are growing players. Don't forget, they have professional players everywhere too. In the past, how many do we hear? How many professional players have you heard? How many big names did you hear comes from Somalia? How many big names did you hear come from Ethiopia? In those good days, we heard Egypt. Those are people. Those people were already vast in this game. That's why we're winning back to back. But now they have the knowledge, like us. They have the professionals abroad. They've now invested in pushing players out. And then the players are coming back to give to the community, which makes their knowledge, now their knowledge has grown really, really high. So they are vast technically, mentally, physically. So they are prepared like us.
So let me now ask you this as a scout, right? Because now it is obviously your job, to actually look at the player and say this one is a good fit based on what you see. Tactically is good because you understand the tactical aspect of the game. But is there something, even if a player is, technically good, physically good, tactically good, is there something that would make that player not good enough for a team?
Team player. To be a team player. Football is a team game, not an individual. You might have it technically, you might have it physically, you might have it, your skills tactically, you have it. Mentally, you have it. The social way, you are ready for it. But if you're not a team player, the pieces is not there. For instance, I give you, check out one player now. He's playing here in the middle. He gets the ball. He has a very good skills. He can dribble the whole pitch. He can dominate the whole pitch. But if you don't pass to your teammate, think about it mentally. Do you think your teammates are happy with you? You want to be on the spotlight. You want to be a show. You're not a team player. Who wants to take such a player? Can you play alone? Then, mentally, the boys want to step aside and leave you to do the whole show. And when they step aside, can you succeed alone?
Okay, I get that part. But, I want to believe that players who have that team player deficiency, okay, which would you rather have? Sorry. Which would you rather have? A player with team problem deficiency and a player with attitude problem? Because I've got to see a lot of coaches talk about attitude problem. Which would you rather have? A player with attitude problem or a player who is not a team player?
They go together hand to hand. They go together hand to hand. A player that's not a team, an individual player that just want to show, has an attitude of an ego, attitude of being proud, attitude of just want to be on his own world. So, and then arrogancy comes in. These things are attributes, you not being a team player. If you will not tell me a player that you are a player, you are humble, you are easygoing, how on earth won't you be a team player? It's logical. So the attitude thing you're talking about, yeah, it depends on what kind of attitude are you talking about. Is it so stubborn? Now it goes into coaching technology. There's identity of a coach, ideology of a coach. What kind of coach are you? Are you a coach that you are a developer? Or are you a coach that you are like a boss? Or what kind of coach are you? Your coach determines the level of player you want. You ask me a question if I want. I am a coach that is very disciplined. So as such, I don't want a player that will come and spoil the other players. It doesn't matter how skillful you are. If you're too good, I'll put you on the bench.
Wow. That's a very strong call. A lot of coaches would actually find a way to manage a player like that. But I think that's a Pep Guardiola thing. You're too good, but you have problems, you have to sit on the bench.
Yeah, before Pep Guardiola would do that, before any coach would do that, they would try to manage you. They would try to, support you and guide you. But when it's too much, it's too much. When everything is too much, it's too much. In the sense that, take a look at it. If I get a player, he doesn't come to training. Every time I play him in the game, even though he's a good player, he helps the team. Yes, he does help the team. How do you think I'm managing a whole group, not just one player. That player alone will cause other problems for me. So why would I want to create a problem for myself? I'm human, he is human. If he has a medical issue, that's a different thing. But if he's doing it on purpose and you try to help, how long will you continue?
Thank you very much, Sergio Brain. You've really been helpful in this particular conversation. I hope definitely someday we'll definitely have to have this conversation in a broader space where we're going to talk about a lot of things that has to do with not just the players now, but football generally. Again, let me ask you one last question. You're a coach, right? And then you also are a scout. You're scouting just football players, or you scout for other sports?
Football players. I scout both the ladies and the men.
So you do this tournament for ladies too?
If there's a ladies tournament, I come there to scout. Actually, I coach a female team 3 years ago in Finland, and we won the championship back-to-back in Finland when I was coaching before I left. So I've coached the female and I've coached the male. So I have vast knowledge for both.
Wow. So you definitely help us understand the peculiarity, between handling female and male. But definitely perhaps we'll bring it to your studio so we'll get to talk about it. I don't know if that would make sense, but we would really like to have you.
Well, let's see. We'll see. But the unfortunate thing, how are you going to bring me to your studio? Because I don't live in Nigeria.
Oh, the scouting program brought you?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. But I mean, we can always do a virtual call.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
that's okay.
Thank you very much. Then I'll be looking forward to actually, bringing you on board someday.
TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now this is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. In case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. Let's bring in our guests, and we are joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. He's going to help us make sense of these topics. Good evening, Mr. Agomo, and good to have you on the show.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
Beautiful. Now, on the show today, it is quiet as President Tinubu quickly replaces Farouk after Dangote's petition. Reps legalize use of beavers and e-transmission of results. NLC demands prosecution of terror financiers. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. Now, let's kick into the first one immediately. President Bola Tinubu has nominated new heads for Nigeria's petroleum regulatory agencies following the resignation of Farouk Ahmed, CEO of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, and Boyenga Komolafe, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. The nominations sent to the Senate for confirmation are Orishemuya Eyesan and for NUPRC and Saidu Mohammed for NMDPRA, in a move that has unsettled stakeholders due to its speed and timing. The resignations come amid a heated public dispute between the NMDPRA and Dangote Petroleum Refinery. Aliko Dangote accused the regulator of economic sabotage, alleging that continued issuance of fuel import licenses undermines local refining and that the agency colludes with importers against domestic operators. Well, he also made a personal corruption allegations against Ahmed, including claims of unexplained spending on his children's foreign education, which Ahmed has not publicly addressed. Dangote has since petitioned the ICPC to investigate and prosecute Ahmed, submitting details of the alleged expenditures. While Ahmed briefly met with President Tinubu at the presidential villa, he declined to comment afterwards. Well, legal expert Olisa Abakoba, senior advocate of Nigeria, warned that the standoff goes beyond a commercial dispute and threatens Nigeria's sovereignty over its hydrocarbon resources, arguing that regulatory actions are frustrating critical local investment despite constitutional obligations to manage resources for national welfare. Well, energy analysts remain divided on whether resignations were directly linked to Dangote's allegations. Some describe the simultaneous exit of both regulators as suspicious, noting that the allegations were only made against NMDPRA, while others believe the changes were already planned. As the Senate reviews its nominees, attention is shifting to whether investigations into the allegations will continue and whether the new leadership can restore confidence in Nigeria's petroleum regulatory framework. Barrister Agomo, after Dangote's petition, Farouk meets with President and he resigns. What do you see? What do you think happened?
I am not amused. No, nobody should tell me here that somebody is fighting corruption. No. Farouk and Benga are political liabilities. That is why they had to use them as scapegoats. That is just the only reason, nothing else. Because if they are in the good book of the government, if they are doing something fantastic for this APC and Tinubu, that allegation, they would have set it under the carpet, like every other one. Ms. Okoro, were you not here when allegations were leveled against Wike, both in US and Abuja? What happened to that matter up till now? Please tell me. What happened to that matter up till now? Is that not corruption? So let nobody come and tell me that, yes, he's fighting corruption. No, he's not. He is removing those who are what? A political liability to him. Those who are political featherweight, they cannot contribute to his agenda. And that's what happened. How about Yaya Bello? The evidence from that American school is more than enough to jail him the following day. But right now, he's walking about. Is that not true? You can go on and mention cases, embarrassing cases. Ms. Okoro, somebody took the money at an NPC, 210 trillion. Up to today, nobody knows the person. Is that not so? So the money is spirit, it just disappeared, Abi? No, tell me that the government is not aware or they don't know the person, the people that shared that money and took it away. Abi, they don't know.
But Barrister, when you say that Farouk Ahmed and Benga Komolafe, that they are political liabilities, I'd like for you to talk more about that. What do you mean by that?
Because
they served under Buhari. Buhari was the one that appointed both of them. So how come they are liabilities? I mean, they are supposed to be core professionals.
They are not contributing.
They are core professionals.
They are not contributing among those who are singing on your mandate, on your mandate. Have you ever seen them say such a word? Meanwhile, they are holding high up office where they are making money, and they are not contributing to New Hope agenda. Why do you think they should be happy?
Okay, so
let them go and do it like a winner.
Is there a nexus? You know, is there a correlation between that Dangote made a petition on Monday, and on Tuesday, Farouk met with the president, and shortly after that he resigned? Does it look like it was planned, or that the president, if we go by your argument now that there are political liabilities, probably not singing on your mandate, we shall stand, and not contributing to the Hope, Renewed Hope Foundation and all of that? Does it look like the president used the personality of Dangote to shove them aside? Is that what it looks like to you?
Look, it may be a coincidence, it may be true, but what I'm looking at here is what? Scapegoatism.
Okay.
Scapegoatism, that's what I'm looking at here. They want to use somebody to make him a scapegoat. If not, like I told you here, people have committed worse offenses in this government and they are still walking about. EFCC have not even invited them.
Exactly the point. Exactly the point, barrister. This is just this was a mail petition
exactly,
by Dangote in less than 48 hours.
Action was taken.
Is it because of big man politics?
No,
because like you said, Omoyele Sowore has said, look, a certain minister in this cabinet bought a house worth $2.8 million
exactly.
in
And
the
the
US.
fact that
And up until now, we are still going back and forth. And we see one of the biggest, in fact, the biggest man in Africa come and send a petition, and in less than 48 hours, heads are rolling.
No, it is not about a petition coming from Dangote. Please, is it the first time Dangote have written a petition?
I think this is the first time that I know.
No. Remember, when Dangote was being frustrated from opening his refinery, there was a certain refinery in Malta.
Okay.
And those behind it were mentioned by the same Dangote. Is that not true?
Yeah, but he didn't write a formal petition to any agency, EFCC, ICPC, and all of that. He just said it off the cuff.
When government want to take action, the mere fact that something has been revealed, they will follow it.
Okay.
Abi? Yes, they don't need the Dangote to write it in details like this.
But okay,
that's not the issue. The issue is that something was said, and those things are subject to verification. Why didn't anybody take action? Is it true that you say somebody own a refinery in Malta? Is that not a fact? So why didn't they follow the lead? Must the Dangote fulfill them? Must he fulfill them?
Barrister, and there's one of the issue I'd like for us to untie here. Now, you know Serap. Serap has made more than 1,000 petitions. Serap has gone to court so many times. And even, got judgment in favor of the Nigerian people. Some of these judgments have not even been, implemented and all of that. But we see a Dangote. I want us to unravel why it had to be so swift. And imagine that moments after Farouk stepped out of Aso Villa, the president quickly replaced them. So does it look like that he was already waiting in the wings for this to happen?
I told you that somebody has just been used as a scapegoat. That's just the thing. Dangote, they use Dangote to implement what they already have in mind. They use the Dangote to implement a predetermined agenda. If not, it couldn't have been so quick, Mr. Okoro. Okay, look at it this way. They only asked him to resign. How about prosecution?
Exactly my next question. Do you think that something will come out of this whole saga? Nothing. We are still battling with Melek Yari. He's on and off the EFCC.
Exactly. Nothing will come out of it because if they should push Farouk further, he will spill the bean. No? If they should push him further, he will spill the bean.
Okay, so you think that this one will go under the carpet as usual?
As usual, yes. Because he can never be acting alone. It's not possible.
But Farouk's resignation, is it an admittance of guilt?
Why not? If not, why not? They may have told him, look, do you want the EFCC to rough handle you or do you want to resign? And they must have given him options. And he chose the lesser evil. That's the truth.
So if he's not prosecuted now, how will his action, how will it deter others from being corrupt?
The army man, Badru, that resigned, did anybody run a check on him to see his level of complicity in this insecurity?
The Minister of Defense.
Yes. Did anybody run a check on him? Did anybody run a check? At least to say, yes, we are going to probe you. We have evidence that you did it. So when they resign now, it's a way of giving them a soft landing so that they can go and enjoy their loot or whatever they have acquired. That's just the simple way of giving them a soft landing. That's the truth. Because if not, EFCC would have been the one to pull this man in. They would tell him, oh yeah, EFCC, go and take this man down. Maybe he would have been cooling off like Malami somewhere. You know? Did you hear any prosecution going on? Did you hear? The man had just been eased up to go and enjoy his loot because for somebody to be using that kind of amount of money to pay school fees alone, that means he has times 4 or times 5 of that money somewhere. Is that not true? His Oga, Mele Kyari, when he was taken down, they said they saw 80 billion naira in his account. Is that not true? Up to today, what happened? Mr. Okoro, up to today, what happened? I said APC and their what is going on here? Anybody of APC that is given any high office, it now become a call to loot and loot and loot and loot. Tell me any of them that his hands are clean. They were just called to loot money, that nothing else. And so, why would you want to prosecute them so that they will not feed the bills and tell you how many they are? And tell you Mr. A follow, Mr. B follow, Mr. C follow. And so will they share the money. Do you want them to start singing? Before they will convince me, Mr. Okoro, you see that 210 trillion naira, they must return it. They must
the 210 trillion naira, 210 trillion naira, the Senate Committee on Accounts is investigating that.
Oh, Mr. Okoro, investigating what for how many months and years now? Investigating what? That investigation, you know the end.
Barrister, the 210 trillion naira started missing. Like it's a cumulative 10-year effort. I
know.
So it's not as if they took it in one fell swoop.
Yes, I know. But it's under APC.
So it will take a long time to unravel all of them.
It is under APC.
Exactly. Yes.
So it's under APC. Thank God it is their members in the house that they revealed it and brought it to the knowledge of the public. So how long will it take? How long have APC been in office? That we are.
Mind you, that the figure is no longer 210 because they have removed 17 trillion naira, which they say they used to guard the pipelines.
Did they tell you that the
in just 1 year?
Oh no! Did they tell you the money is from that?
No, you said so. You alluded to that.
I'm doing what?
On the morning show, you alluded to that.
So, and they told you that because I said it, therefore it must be.
No, so we just.
We are looking we are waiting for the explanation of an NPC. Okay. Let them tell us that money is from that.
210 trillion.
Yes, but why I say so is because how come it is when we started asking for that money that this kind of
suddenly,
and I mean, is it not suspicious? You and I know that can never be. Using 17 trillion to police pipeline in 1 year.
Barrister, you know what 1 trillion naira is?
Mr. Okoro, if they ask you to count that money,
1 trillion, right?
If they ask you to count just 1 trillion naira in 1,000 denomination, you will take a whole year. Mr. Okoro, you will take a whole year counting it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is every morning you resume work counting money for 1 year, and by the time you are free, you may develop gray hair.
Barrister, there's quiet in the industry. A lot of people allege that look, Dangote is not just being altruistic, that he's fighting a war, a monopoly war. Because I mean, how could he's the biggest player in the industry, and that DP, the agency itself, was brought up to regulate imports and all of that. So do you see it in the sense that look, Dangote is being fair to Nigerians by blowing up this, or he's simply trying to protect
Dangote is acting according to the PIA.
Okay.
It's very clear that you don't import under that act.
Okay.
You don't import what local investors can provide. What the local investors can.
Barrister, I understand all of that. Now, Dangote just blew the lid open. Now, Nigerians are saying, no, while we are happy that he has done this, we are also thinking that he wants to more like constrict the industry. He wants to take full charge and control. So between business and ethics, where do we locate all of this?
No. Dangote did not stop you from building your own refinery. Did he? Did he stop you?
Okay.
But important is what is against. Yes. I didn't hear that go tell look, Bua, don't come up. This one at this Ebelu, Abi, in Imo State. Don't come up. The one in Benin. There is no time that going to say, look, I don't want any other refinery in Nigeria. He has never said so. And he will never say so. What is against is importation. And even saying that the quantity and the quality of the imported product is suspect. So why can't you look at it from that angle instead of saying you don't want that? Did he stop? Is there anything Dangote is doing in Nigeria that he said, I don't want any other player?
Okay, basically, you think that he's not trying to entrench monopoly in the
He's
industry.
only trying to protect his business. Yes. Okay. Which any other person has the right to do. Yes, because they are going against the PIA. And that was the main reason why that PIA was created. So why are you now contravening?
Barrister, let's look at what happened in the larger context of the war against corruption. Dangote said, how could Farouk use $5 million to pay for school fees? Meanwhile, he comes from Sokoto State, where there are people who cannot afford 100,000 naira
to school fees.
Yet children are roaming the street to have out-of-school children, and Sokoto State posts one of the highest figures. So, and we have an administration that listens to all of this, yet you are of the opinion and you think that nothing will happen to Farouk because nothing has happened to Yaya Bello, nothing has happened to Mele Kyari, nothing has happened to the people in the humanitarian ministry and all of that. Meanwhile, this is an administration talking about the APC that came on the crest of Mr. and Mrs. Integrity, and we are going to fight corruption. So if you look at all of this, in the past 10 years, how far do you think that this administration or the APC administration has gone in fighting corruption? I'd also like you to understand that presently, 4 ministers of the former president are undergoing investigation.
Look, you see what you said now is enough to cause problem in a Senate crime. Because the people of the North have been so laid back. In fact, they have been treated unfairly by their leaders. I remember when I was interfacing with Gumi, when I opened their infamy, and the man had to surrender and say, I should pray for them. That is true, that the northern leaders are to blame. So fine. Now, what are you doing about it? Tomorrow, they'll come and tell us the North are being ill-treated. But to go and tick the boxes, this same northern leader called Indini, we had to go to US and donated $500 million in a US school just for the chair of that institution, Ms. Okoro. $500 million. That could have built in fact, edifice called a school in the North. But he used the money to go and answer big man in the US. Meanwhile, the people are roaming the street, hungry and uneducated. These are things northern leaders do, but later they will come and blame you and I. That's why I was challenging Gumi that day. I said, look at what you have done so far. You have been in office. You have been given so much privilege and opportunity. You have again access and opportunity to lead this country. More than 70 years of our independence. More than 70% of our independence. So what have you done with all these opportunity, privileges, and what have you done? I am not surprised because that is the way, will I say, idiosyncrasy, manner of speaking, manner of doing things and all that. It is common with the North. They don't want their poor people to grow. Mr. Okoro, that is a very wicked way of leading a people. You don't want them to grow. If you are from a poor family in the North, that poor family will remain poor in the next 100 generation. Nothing good can come out of there. Is that a good policy? That is why the poverty in the North is growing instead of reducing, with all the noise they are making. So these are the things that causes what? More poverty. You don't want to lift your people up. You don't want them to see the light. You want to be only you and your children. You are paying 5 million naira school fees for your children, Abi, so that when they come out, they will come and lead these other people. Meanwhile, the poor in the North are growing in number and they are getting angry. They are growing in number and they are getting angry. Instead of you to look for a way to lift these people up, give them education, give them a better way of living. You said, you want to answer, you want to be rankaded every time, Abi. You want to be answering rankaded. Rankadede in the morning, Rankadede in the afternoon, Rankadede in the night.
Okay.
The
All
following day they'll come again and you are happy.
And you do the same thing.
You do the
But
same.
let's go back to the petroleum industry. Now, Dangote has a problem that Farouk, within 1 month, issued up to 30 licenses.
Yes.
Now, if we cut short import, do you think that Dangote refinery can feed our fuel need, our petroleum need in a month? I'm just asking.
The man said he's ready to take care of Africa. He said
it's not about what he said. Can he do, at the moment, can he do that?
Have you tried him? Have you tried him? And before you can now judge him. Yes. Well, look at the capacity of that refinery. The biggest in the whole world. What are you saying? The biggest in the whole world. That one is a fact. So why won't he supply us fuel? Mr. Okoro, how much are you consuming in a day that Dangote cannot produce? How much? The man has the capacity, and you have said it openly.
But the importation has not also led to a glut to force down prices. So what is the problem?
That will tell you that nobody is importing anything. The fuel subsidy scam has continued because these people...
But nobody is paying subsidy again. So how come the scam continues?
Who told you that nobody is paying subsidy? Who told you? Mr. Okoro, were you not here when this NNPC told the federal government to give them 7.7 trillion naira?
Okay, that was for July 2023
it ended
to
in
September
October.
Yes, it ended in October.
The timeline they gave them ended. So you think they have not paid that money, Abi?
No, but I mean the subsequent ones.
Oh, if they are paid, that means go and gather more so that you now give them the bill. They will pay. Since they pay this one, they will pay the other ones.
If fuel subsidy is being sustained, so how come the price of fuel is hovering between 900 and 920?
Because some people are making money from you and I. Yes, they are making money from you and I. I have never seen where a regulator is a player and you expect the fairness to be in that industry. It's not possible. He will always do things that will favor him. A regulator is a player in this industry. I have asked you before, tell me, INEC, in the telecom industry, when the thing was liberalized, didn't Nitel die? And then what's it called? NCC. Did you hear that NCC owns any network? The answer is no. Go to NEPA. NERC. Did you hear that they own one?
So who is the regulator and player here?
What?
Who is the regulator and player at the same time?
If NNPC is still important according to them.
But NNPCL is a privately owned organization.
Who owns it, please?
Limited liability is owned by the federal government.
Oh.
Of Nigeria.
That the federal government is...
It's an enterprise. It's a business enterprise.
Listen very well. Listen. Hold on. No. NNPC is now a limited... Is it in words or indeed?
Well, I know. We have it as NNPC.
And who is signing the check?
We have shareholders. We have the Federal Ministry of Finance. We have the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. And I think Budget and Planning. And all.
Are you serious?
Yes. We have three ministries that are shareholders.
Did you buy shares there as a Nigerian?
Barrister, they have not floated. When they float, we
after
buy.
how many years?
I just want us to understand the difference between regulator and participants at the same time.
But you can see it now.
Barrister, what can I see?
What can you see? NPC is still important. That's why they made that demand from the federal government.
NNPCL is not important. NNPC is giving out import licenses.
Then why did they make that demand from the federal government? Please tell me.
Okay, to pay the people that imported on their behalf.
No. On their behalf. Are you serious?
Yes.
Those people, are they not supposed to go directly? Just like any other interview. Why are they? Please tell me. Please tell me.
Okay, so Barrister, let's establish the fact that NNPCL is a regulator and operator at the same time. So what do you expect? What should be the actual thing? What should be the right thing to do?
They told us when this thing happened that NNPC has nothing to do with the fuel importation or whatever. Is that not what they told us?
I can't recall them saying
that. They said it.
Okay.
They said it. That they are no longer involved in pricing or whatever. That the thing has been liberalized. You now have access to go and import and sell at your own price. That's what they told us.
Barrister, if you were made petroleum minister, what will you do with the NNPC?
I will clean up that place.
How? How will you do that?
Look, I will start all over. I will call experts who know this job from the private sector, like Ibe Kachuku.
Okay.
Come and
Ibe Kachuku, who was there before?
Because they relieve him of his appointment for whatever reason.
Okay.
We don't like good things in this country. Go and check. Whenever experts want to do their job, pronto, they will remove them. So I will call people who know this job. You see that place? I will clean. If you mean hiring experts from outside, I will do that. They will clean this industry.
Barrister, how would they clean the industry? That's how. Let's get to the specifics of it all.
Hold on, because look, Saudi Arabia, Aramco, is it not working perfectly?
It is.
I will tell you, go there and study what they are doing there.
Okay.
Go and study how this thing is done there. Yes.
Petrobras is working.
Yes. Go and study.
Petronas is working.
Yes. Go and study.
Petronas is working.
Yes. They also, and that's why they are making, in fact, humongous advantage of that industry. You remember during the time of, was it not COVID-19? Saudi Arabia made more money than God of Mammon. And the whole world was, even the UN was attracted with the amount of money Saudi Arabia made. Meanwhile, the reverse is the case here. Mr. Okoro. So I will go and study. Saudi Arabia, please teach us how you are running your industry. Because the world is a global village now. We are not stopping them from pumping oil and all that, but we want to know how you are managing your own.
Okay, Barrister, I just pray that one good day you'll be made the petroleum minister. Let's see how far you can go.
I'm not joking.
In cleaning up that industry.
Let's get into these people who are taking the portfolio of Minister of Petroleum.
Talking about people that are taking the portfolio of... Talking about the people that are taking up the portfolio of Minister of Petroleum, do you think that they will not... I mean, if they decide to open the Pandora's box, will a lot of people be in trouble?
So that if people can go to jail and return our money, why not if not? All the money they are stealing in this country, Mr. Okoro, 80% of that money come from petroleum.
Do you think that the president should be the Minister of Petroleum?
He should not. Mr. Okoro, he should not. But greed will not allow them to leave that place alone.
Buhari was?
Greed will not allow them to leave that place alone. Greed.
Buhari was he greedy? Buhari was Minister of Petroleum. Was he greedy?
He's the greediest of them all. Greediest. This was the man who told you that whatever Emefiele did, that nobody should touch Emefiele. And when they were asking me, the 23 trillion you took away from the CBN, what did you do with it? Who authorized you? He did not even answer anybody. And you are telling me that the man that took over from him will now become a saint. He will take lesser amount. Is that what you are thinking? No, tell me. If Buhari could do anything with Emefiele, and he confessed openly that yes, he's the one that took the money. Then what did you do with it? He didn't explain to anybody. What does that tell you? You people overhyped Buhari. You thought he was a saint from heaven. But today we now know that the problem of Nigeria started with him.
But a book on him was launched the other day, and the president says that his legacies endure. You know, the current president says that legacies of the former president.
What legacy?
You know.
Ali, when you tell us for legacy, you tell us. You point.
Okay, Barrister, that will be a discussion for another day. Let's get into our second topic of discussion.
Point it out. Let us hear.
The House of Representatives has approved amendments to the Electoral Act 2022, formally legalizing the BRIVAS for short, and mandating real-time electronic transmission of election results from polling units. The decision followed a clause-by-clause consideration of a bill presented by the House Committee on Electoral Matters. Under the amended provisions, BRIVAS becomes the primary tool for voter accreditation, replacing the smart card reader and allowing the use of electronic voter identification, including downloadable voter cards with QR codes. The law also mandates the direct electronic transmission of results to the INEC Result Viewing Portal, that is IREV, after results are signed and stamped at polling units, with provisions for cancelling elections where accreditation technology fails. Well, the amendments introduce stiff penalties to curb electoral malpractice, including a minimum 5-year jail term for presiding or collation officers who deliberately announce false results, and up to 10 years imprisonment for failing to properly sign or stamp ballot papers or result sheets without lawful reason. Consideration of remaining clauses will continue, after which the bill will be sent to the Senate and, if approved, forwarded for presidential assent. Barrister, what's your reaction to this development? Does it make you happy? Is that cheering news?
In fact, it is more than cheering news.
Okay.
My fear here is, will somebody sign it?
Why not?
That is the only
Why
fear.
not?
I said my fear. I want somebody to prove me wrong here, at least for once. Let somebody prove me wrong that, yeah, people will approve this. He will immediately the thing land.
No, he doesn't need to approve. All he needs to do is to sign.
I said that one I signed now, yes. So let us wait. But as for me, it is a very welcome development. That's what we were collaborating for. Is that not true?
Is the president the problem or the National Assembly? Because at a point...
In this case, the National Assembly have done the needful.
Okay, now the House of Representatives. So if they send it to Senate, and Senate passes the bill, now they send it to the president for his assent. Meanwhile, it's supposed to be a constitutional amendment. So by virtue of constitutional provisions, it's also supposed to go to the subunits. And we need 2/3 of the 36 states, to assent to it before it's eventually sent to the president.
No.
So who is the problem?
No, this is the electoral act. The National Assembly has the oversight function to oversee what is going on there.
But it's part of constitutional amendment, isn't it?
Yes. That one is equally going on its own. Constitutional is not, after all, INEC listed 144 clauses that you need to amend. Abi, under the former INEC chairman. So
Barrister, I'm asking a question. So I need our viewer to be educated.
Okay.
The Electoral Act is part of the Nigerian Constitution, isn't it? And if we want to amend it, the Constitution also says that if both houses of the National Assembly passes it into law, it has to go to the State House of Assembly, and we need 2/3 of those houses to say, look, we assent to this law. So is this process going to be different? That's what I'm asking.
It cannot be different. It's the same thing.
Exactly my point. So what should be the problem? What do you expect to be the problem when you say, I hope the president will sign it?
Yeah, it's the final authority now.
Okay, so if he doesn't sign it, I also understand that if it comes, they can override it.
They can override it. So
the problem now is the all eyes now on the National Assembly.
All eyes is now on Tinubu.
Okay.
All eyes, because the National Assembly have done their duty.
House of Representatives.
To their country.
Okay.
Yes, we will now know who is that person who doesn't want us to move forward. We will now know that at least the National Assembly is now beginning to wake up to their responsibility.
Okay.
The only thing I want them to do, especially those people in the Senate, let them impeach Akpabio. Let them remove Akpabio from office. Because he is the only person in that house that is an errand boy to Aso Rock. Yes, if they remove him, maybe they can move.
Barrister, why are you bringing Akpabio into this?
Because
is it because he's the head of the National Assembly?
Of course, he's the one that told us that whatever Aso Rock could tell him to do, he will do it. Is that not true? So, such a person, is he supposed to be a parliamentarian? Does he even know what he's there for?
Do you want him to start fighting the executive?
Not the fighting. Do your job. By doing your oversight function.
Must there be a ceremony between the executive and the legislature for the country to move forward?
No. Look, the people who founded this democracy, do you know why they put checks and balances?
Yes,
because they know that power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So they put checks and balances.
Okay.
So that the parliament will checkmate the executive. Then the judiciary will checkmate the executive so that this executive does not become too powerful.
So that check and balance should it result to acrimony for the country to move forward?
No, it's not possible.
So why do you have a problem if the Senate president says, well, anything that the president brings and we see it as good, we'll let it go?
Please, with that type of statement and action and attitude, will it bring progress in the country?
Why not?
It cannot. That means the executive will not take advantage of and then they can bring all manner of things before this Senate. Abi, that's the meaning now. We are giving the president a blank check to introduce and bring any bill, anything, with the hope that it will be approved. That is not how to run a country. You can't develop like this. The parliament is supposed to checkmate, to scrutinize every policy, every bill that comes from the executive. debate it, challenge it, and see whether it can last the test of time. That is where Parliament is supposed to be working, so that the executive does not become a loose cannon who is acting without any check. That's the meaning. That's the only time you can now bring a progress in the country. Okay, look at since they have been approving everything. Look at where we are, Mr. Okoro. Look at where we are. Nobody asks the president anything. Nobody questions him. Anything he likes, he just do it without thinking, without checking. It is only when the public start crying.
But some senators are speaking out. Some senators, Alain Dume has been very vocal. What's his name? Abdul Ningi has been very vocal. Natasha Akpotudua has been very vocal.
There had to be critical mass.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
Musa Sani of Niger State has been very vocal.
That one is crying from outside. Okay. Now, let me ask you.
No, I'm not talking about Shehu Sani. I'm talking about Senator Musa Sani of Niger State.
Yes. Go ahead. So the people you mentioned, are they the whole house? The answer is no. We are talking of where the whole house.
Abaribe has been talking.
Where the whole house will gather and say, look, we are going to look into what was sent to us by the president. Then you know now that we are in business. Why is it that it is only when the public and civil society and some critics like us start crying and that the president will realize that he made a mistake in some of the actions he took? How come? Meanwhile, this Senate and they will say that the president is right. Look at the contradiction. The public will now be the one advising Tinubu and then pointing out at all the places that there are loopholes before he will now reverse himself.
Barrister, I have information that all the ambassadorial nominees that were screened have been cleared.
Of course. Okay. Is that part of the business of the National Assembly to clear people with bad record, people with some funny characters? Because the president wants them to be cleared, and it has happened. These are part of the issue.
Barrister, which one is who has bad record? Who has bad record?
Why is it that most of them are kicking against Rain or Mockery? Why? No, tell me why. With the way that man talks and behaves, is this supposed to be an ambassador in the first place? Because
the president finds him suitable.
That means he's going to do something for him that is not on record. Because if it's something on record, Rain or Mockery does not fit into an ambassadorial position.
According to you, but the president thinks otherwise.
I said, look, it doesn't matter what he thinks.
Barrister, it matters. He's the president.
It doesn't matter. No, he's not going to represent the president. He's going to represent Nigeria. Okay. So it is the interest of Nigeria that's the paramount here.
But the president finds him fit for purpose.
It is Nigerian people that will decide if this man is fit.
Okay.
Not the president. Yes. If you have friends, don't bring friendship into governance. Don't. You can.
But let's come back to the electoral law. Now, Beavers legalized. Let's just pray that it will be assented to, by the president, and electronic transmission. Let's interrogate technology, the role of technology in all of this. Do you think that Nigeria we have reached a stage where we can employ technology in the conduct of our federal election, general election?
Of course. If America is doing it, why not?
America is doing it. Barrister, do we have steady power supply? And all of that.
We work on
network connectivity, internet connectivity.
A journey of 1,000 miles starts in a day. Let us start.
Okay, so we don't expect it to be perfect, 100% foolproof in 2027.
All of a sudden, no. We are going to continue to work on it.
Okay, now when these hitches and glitches come out in 2027, are we not going to say that, look, somebody up there or somewhere has manipulated the process to suit himself?
Look, from the experience we had, we now know where the loopholes are.
Okay.
We know where the glitch is, so we are trying to pluck it. That's why Beavers and all this other one has been approved, so that all those inanities will be
manual accreditation.
All those things that will bring about another glitch will not come to play. That's the truth.
All right, Barrister, we are practically coasting home. Let's now, for what has happened, I think you will give thumbs up now to the House of Representatives for doing a good job.
I said this is the third time I said, why not? If I see good thing, I will be the first person to approve it.
Okay.
Thank God it's not coming from Tinubu, it's the House of Rep.
I've not but it will still get to him.
That way I will now know who is the problem of Nigeria.
Okay. All right, Barrister, let's get into the next topic of discussion. The National Labour Congress, NLC, alongside civil society groups, staged a nationwide peaceful protest to demand urgent action on Nigeria's worsening insecurity, calling on the federal government to protect lives and property as the country approaches the new year. Protesters marched to the Houses of Assembly across the country, lamenting widespread kidnapping, banditry, and terrorism, and questioning why Nigeria can deploy troops for peacekeeping abroad while insecurity persists at home. Labour leaders, including Femi Falana, senior advocate of Nigeria, urged the government to properly equip and motivate security personnel and to arrest and prosecute alleged financiers of terrorism. They also stressed that insecurity cannot be solved without addressing poverty, unemployment, and weak social welfare, calling for the implementation of social intervention programs and palliatives. Following the protest, NLC leaders met President Bola Tinubu for consultations with Labour, insisting that dialogue must lead to concrete action to restore security nationwide. Barrister, NLC has weighed in on insecurity. Nigerians say it is coming late from the NLC, considering that thousands have been killed before now. What's your reaction to the protest mounted by the NLC?
My reaction is that Joe Ajaero is no longer effective in NLC. Yes, he's no longer effective. I have never seen any protest that he called that made impact. None. It is always at the 11th hour they will call him in Asoro for a meeting, and that will water down the impact of the protest. And he will now come and tell us stories. NLC presidents have outlived his tenure or his,
usefulness.
Yes, so I will advise him to resign. Because if NLC had been acting accordingly, like the Oshomole of Yo before he became born again, Nigeria would not be where it is. In fact, the executive will be afraid of NLC. They will be afraid of NLC. But today, NLC is no longer. In fact, the workers have lost. They have lost hope.
Barrister, this time around, they called him at night. The meeting lasted late into the night.
Yes, of course.
And ended, without anything achieved. Yet the protest went on. So,
where is the effect?
There was protest in Abuja in some parts of the country.
We are talking of a protest that will shake the country. We know when Yoshomole and Hassan Sumonu and the other labor leaders of Yo, Kokori, Frank them, when they call for, even with the military, they rattled the military. The country was on standstill. How many people noticed that there was a protest today? How many people? Tell me, how many people? So all these things that Joe Ajaero is doing, in fact, the timing is equally wrong. Because this is Christmas period. And from what I'm hearing, the price of rice has not come down. The price of chicken is equally going on, since people cannot afford to buy goat or ram and cow. And so, what makes you think that Joe Ajaero, nothing happened today? No, what makes you think that nobody put hand in somebody's pocket and all that? Because that's where it always ends up.
If it ends up like that, it didn't happen yesterday night. It didn't happen last night because the protest went on yesterday.
You didn't hear me. I said the protest was what watered down because that is what they wanted to achieve.
Okay. No, it wasn't exactly because the federal government has fixed early January for for another meeting, because trying to tell the NLC, look, we are doing enough. We are chasing these people, terrorists, bandits, and all of that.
Mr. Okoro, is it NLC that will prevail on Tinubu to fight insecurity? Is it NLC? The one that are talking with America.
If not the NLC, who should? Who should? I mean, this is representative of workers of Nigeria.
It will not have effect. It will not have.
Okay, exactly the point. Who should put pressure on the government? Is it not the Nigerian people?
Good.
Represented by the NLC.
Good. All the while that Nigerian people have been talking and shouting and all that, what came out of it?
Has anybody mounted any protest against it?
The one they are mounting from America is the one I prefer.
Okay.
Yes,
you don't want internal dissent?
No, because they are not listening to us now. As far as you and I are concerned, they don't see it as an important figure in the equation. It is only when Donald Trump came with the gun blazing, that's when they will now sit up and say, this thing is serious. So if NLC is that effective, Mr. Okoro, All the other protests they planned, and at the end of the day, there was a meeting where some point of implementation was listed and all that. What came out of it? Remember when fuel subsidy was removed? There was a planned protest. A meeting was held, and 16-point agenda was listed to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy. What came out of it? You can see now.
Get out of that kind of state.
We are praying that this thing will be over.
Okay, we are praying.
We are praying that it will be over. The bedbug told the children.
Okay, barrister, we just fold our hands and arms. And,
what else? I said that the bedbug told the children that, look, you see this hot, this bed, don't worry, cool down. Very soon, this hot water they poured here, it will soon cool down and we'll go back to business. Okay,
now, Nigerians, Barrister Darlington has asked you to not do anything but to watch and
because you are not going to achieve anything, rather they will shoot you.
Okay.
So instead of dying, unnecessary. Just
he also doesn't want any Nigerians.
So just cool down until this thing is over. If we have done 99, what is 100?
All right, Barrister, this is where we have to draw the curtain. I thank you very much for being part of this show, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Opinions expressed here are those of the analysts and not the official position of the Voice of the People television. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much, Barrister Agomo, for coming in.
You are very welcome, yes. Opinion expressed is equally part of the question that the analysts will
now,
ask.
On behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena and Dimduto. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop Tv. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop Tv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome.
to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, cultural enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, The Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema. proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Senate confirming Fani Kayode Omokri and others as ambassadors, to reps approving compulsory electronic transmission of election results. Also, court bars police from enforcement of tinted glass permit. And finally, NBA demands investigation of NMDPRA boss despite resignation. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper to these topics. Don't go away. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Senate has confirmed 64 ambassadorial nominees forwarded by President Bola Tinubu to serve in the country's diplomatic missions worldwide. Among the list of career and non-career envoys are former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode and ex-presidential aide Reno Omokri, alongside experienced foreign service officers and political figures from across the country. The confirmations followed screenings by the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, whose report was adopted on the floor of the chamber. Among those cleared were a former Minister of Interior, Abdulrahman Dambazwa, a former special advisor on new media to ex-president Reno Omokri, a former presidential aide, Ita Inang, and a former Senator, Grace Bent. Others include a former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, a former governor of Enugu State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, and a former governor of Abia State, Okezie Ikpeazu. With these approvals, Nigeria moves to fill critical vacancies in its missions abroad, strengthening foreign policy engagement in key capitals and international organizations. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a veteran journalist and a seasoned analyst. Always glad to have you, sir.
It's my pleasure, Nena. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Joining us virtually is our guest analyst from Benin City. He is Dr. Bright Onyovo Koko, a medical doctor and a human rights activist. He's also a member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations. Glad to have you join us, Dr. Bright. Please, can you unmute your device, please?
Thank you very much. Glad to be with you.
Okay, so yes. So let's start with you. The Senate has confirmed the appointment of these nominees. And we know how there was so much public outcry about some of these nominees. Would you say, in your own opinion, that you actually saw this confirmation coming? Would you applaud the confirmation of these nominees by the Senate?
Okay. Sorry, my camera will be on, so let me just go on like that. Well, I've spoken before on this station talking about when the nomination came up. We're in a political dispensation, and the president has been given a prerogative to nominate the people of interest, which he has done, and whatever political interest that they have, they want to satisfy it. And for the Senate, or the National House of Assembly that we have at the moment, they are answerable to the president. So I don't see them going against the nomination of the president, especially on an instance like this. So it's more of their political interest, and that is what they are doing. Since they have been approved, what Nigerians cannot do is to actually checkmate what they are doing with respect of the demands of the office that they've been nominated or appointed to hold, and see if they meet to the demand of the office. And if they meet to it, so be. But if they don't meet to it, then we must speak out and let the president hear or know that these persons are not what they are. But for now, there's nothing we'll be speaking against. President nominated, and the Senate that are answerable to him have approved. So I don't have anything against it for now. Thank you.
Okay, while you were talking, you made mention of Nigerians checkmating their actions or whatever it is that they do while during this ambassadorial role. But we've seen that Nigerians, even with when they were nominated, Nigerians came out to actually, raise public outcry and all of that, and nothing was done. Is it now when they're in office or when they're now in their respective roles that Nigerians' voices would be heard?
Okay. In all fairness, the outcry from Nigerians, some of them came on the ground of political interest. These persons were not politically inclined to the president. Some of them are not of their political party. Some of them are of their political party. Of course, some other persons who were also eyeing the positions would also cry out. So those that cry were based on various sentiments that were to these people. But now that they've been appointed, we can now check against their performance. What are their performance to the demands of the office? That is what we can actually do since they've been nominated and they've been confirmed. By then, of course, the responsibility that has been bestowed upon them will be clearly stated out, and their performance also will be documented, so we can actually checkmate that. When they were nominated, they were more of sentiments for various reasons, so it will be difficult for one to assess or judge people based on the sentiments. Some of those people who were even crying were based on personal interest, based on personal encounter with this person. So we cannot actually use that to judge their performance in office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to you. Let me get to Mr. Dele Fanimo. I was almost going to call you Dr. Dele Fanimo again.
I filed my papers with my supervisors, at least to put this to rest.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I was almost going to call you Dr. Dele Fanimo. Okay, so I know you are. I know you've been on this table, really talked about these people, and I know that you have. You are one of those who look at things from a brighter side, and you actually think that these people are really, really you actually feel that they will do very well, Charlie, for some persons who who you feel that have past antecedents that are very, very good. So how do you think this appointment would affect Nigeria's bilateral relations, especially in countries with strong democratic institutions?
You see, we're talking about Fani Kayode and Omokri, because these are the people that a lot of people have misgivings about their appointment and all that. You see, for me, the only area where I may have some measure of apprehension is on the fact that these, particularly Fani Kayode, if you want to talk about brilliance, Fani Kayode is brilliant. Nobody can take that away from him. But his shenanigans is another thing again. But when you put this together, you realize that what is required as a representative of a country, what is required of you is your ability to be able to drive home your point with logic and reasoning. Fani Kayode is a lawyer, and he would do something that would be dignified of that office. But the only thing that I feel concerned about is sometimes his temperament may not suit that office, because it's short-fused. If he gets temperamental, he goes overboard sometimes. And for you to hold that office, you need to be sober at all times. You need to understand the weight you are carrying, because you are, as an ambassador, you are the president of your country in that country. And so, in diplomatic circle, you will be rated according to your restraints, according to your tempered attitude and your statesmanship. So I hope that there will be some kind of crash training before they exit the country to go to their country of posting, so that we won't have to, because I recall that there was a time somebody was to be appointed in government, and when the man that was supposed to appoint him had a meeting with some colleagues. This was far back in the day, I think about 16 or 17 years ago. And his name came up, you know, in unison, without any premeditated action. Everybody in that place, about 8 of us, just exclaimed, say, wow, ah. And the man was asking, why? You know, one of us who was bold enough to open up said, sir, if you are appointing this person, you would have to maintain 2 budgets. He said, the budget to clean the mess of the ministry, and then the budget to clean this man you have appointed. And that was what put paid to that appointment. I'm not too sure if that person knows till date that this was how he lost that opportunity. So the lesson in that is that whatever you are doing today, be sure that posterity records, and at the appropriate time, this will be played back and you will see it. And when you see it, it is either you are proud or you feel embarrassed or ashamed. I am conscious of every word I use. I am conscious of positions I take on any issues, because I know that in the next 5, 10, 15 years, if I'm still alive, if I'm gone, my children will be asked. So, for me, Omokri, on the other side, Omokri is somebody that has this attitude of being sycophantic, and I'm not too sure if he will not carry that sycophancy into that new assignment, which could be at the detriment of the government and people of Nigeria. Because at that point, you can't be attacking your nationals in your country of residence. You need to bring them together. And when you now begin to play adversarial role in that office, it becomes a problem for the country. So, for me, whatever we are saying here, we are just extreme. It has been appointed, but like Bright said, Dr. Bright, how they are going to manage this office is what we should look out for in the days and months ahead.
Okay, while you were speaking, you made mention of crash training, but I don't know how a crash training would actually help someone like Fani Kayode's temperament, because, you know, a leopard can't change its skin when it's old. So that kind of thing, well, like you already mentioned, they've been appointed. There's really so much that we can do, except, you know, just hope that they do well, which is, but one of the other person that I know that really, that Nigerians were really kind of upset about, for lack of a better word, was the past chairman. Yes. And then some persons were saying that he should actually not accept the nomination, you know, so many things like that. I should not accept the nomination. If you were in his shoes, what would you have done? You know, looking at...
Given the way Nigerians perceive INEC, Nigerians feel INEC is tied to the apron strings of the executive arm of government. And Nigerians also feel that INEC didn't perform too well in the last election. For me, I would have declined. I'm telling you. There are certain things you get in life that you know that it's not merit, but because some people are better than you They couldn't get it. So it's a form of grace. So the moment there should be a stop, I mean, Yakubu, he should be in his 60s, and even as at today now, nothing makes me feel pressured, because when you get to 60 and above, if you are not the ostentatious person, if you are not somebody who prioritizes wants more than need, your needs should be limited, such that the little you get, you should be contented with it and then move on with life. Because that name you are carrying is not for you alone, it's for a generation. And you must preserve that name. That's the way I was brought up. You must preserve that name for children to use. Who wants to be an Nini now in Edo State? Nobody. You know, I doubt it. I've not come across somebody that bears Oyenusi, because somebody was publicly disgraced short for committing armed robbery. So for me, it's more than 5 years in that office is enough. And as a professor, you go back to the academics if you are not 70, because I'm sure they gave him sabbatical, you know, and a leave of absence. So go back to your academic environment, teach your students, mentor them, and then go into retirement. Why do you have to struggle for all this at this time? More so, the supposed mess that was created during your tenure has not been cleared. For me, I wouldn't have taken it. But for somebody like Dambazao deserves to be ambassador. Apart from getting to the zenith of his career as Chief of Army Staff, he is also a PhD holder and a very cerebral general in the army. So if he's being taken to somewhere, I think he should be taken to a country that we will need his services more, not just these corner countries. I expect that if he's not taken to a place like US, he should be taken to either Britain or maybe Canada. Or I know that he's a Muslim. He can be taken to UAE, you know, and so on and so forth. So, but he actually merits it. So the appointment of non-career officers going for ambassadorial position is a mixed bag. You have the two fantastic ones. For instance, look at Are. Are was DG of DSS. He had no problems throughout his tenure. And DG NIA, except for those who are in the know, or if you are a top-rated journalist, you will not even hear, because he's not supposed to talk. But NIA is just like CIA, you know, in Nigeria, and he did his job creditably well. So people like that should be applauded. So that's why I said it's a mixed bag.
Okay, you know, you talked about merit. That takes me to my next question, but I'm going to ask our virtual guest this. Dr. Bright, should ambassadorial appointments be more merit-based and insulated from political affiliations? Because we've seen, it looks like, you know, there are some persons who, according to reports in some quarters, that some of them are just being rewarded for what they've done politically. So should ambassadorial appointment be more merit-based and insulated from political affiliations?
Well, you and I know that there are some persons who are career ambassadors. They are trained. They know what is expected of them or the way it should be. But over the years, we've seen also that virtually all political appointments in our political dispensation, where let's call it democracy, many have not been on merit base, they've been on political affiliation. So many a times when we see some of these appointments, is more or less like giving you a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea. You don't have a choice, so you just have to either choose how you will manage the devil or how you will swim or survive in the deep blue sea. To answer your question directly, ordinarily it should be on merit based on what somebody has done. Maybe if he's a career ambassador, good. Based on his pedigree, what he has done in the past, his antecedents could actually, so this person fits, can actually stand as an ambassador. Because when you say an ambassador is somebody who can stand anywhere and protect the interest of the particular body that the person is standing as an ambassador for. So, as it is in this case, is Nigeria. Who are those that have the interest of Nigeria at heart, that can actually speak for Nigeria or do anything for Nigeria in a public land to uphold the interest of Nigeria as a country? But over the years, like I said, they based on political appointment. That's why I said in my earlier submission, yes, there were complaints based on sentiment or different kind of things, but now that they have been appointed, we can't do anything about it. What we will now do is to look at what is the expectation from this person as documented by as the role of the ambassador, and how their performance, then we can actually raise a voice. Recently, some voices were raised, comments were made, and of course, the president has to take a step back, the decision that he has already made before. So, in this case, we also want to wait to checkmate what is expected of them and their performance. So, merit based is the ideal thing, but in Nigeria, over time, politics have taken over so many things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next conversation for tonight. In a major electoral reform move, the House of Representatives has approved a provision to make electronic transmission of election results mandatory in Nigeria. Under the approved amendment to the Electoral Act 2022, presiding officers at polling units will be required to transmit results electronically in real time to the INEC results viewing portal once results forms are signed and stamped. Lawmakers say the provision is aimed at enhancing the transparency and integrity of the electoral process, curbing incidents of result manipulation and delays that have dogged previous polls. The clause was adopted during a clause-by-clause review of the Electoral Reform Bill and will now be part of the law when fully enacted. Let me come to you, Mr. Fanimore. Electronic, we've been on this particular electronic transmission thing for a very long time. Sorry, sir. And now the reps is looking as if they are going to actually do something about this, and they're saying compulsory electronic transmission of results. Do you think it will genuinely reduce election malpractice?
You see, the deployment of IREF and BVAS in the last election was done at the whims and caprices of the electoral umpire. And until that time, most people didn't take cognizance of the fact that it was just an operational tool and not a compulsory part of electoral process, as a result of not including it in the electoral law. So the INEC chairman, as it were, can decide to use it or not. There is no actionable way of compelling him. And that was why most people that lost the election with facts and figures, relying on beavers that never functioned, couldn't proceed because their lawyers advised them that it is not actionable. Now, the House of Reps is now coming to put a stop to that by amending the electoral law to accommodate particularly the use of these beavers and IREF. I would thumb up for the House of Reps if they eventually allow this to sail through and move to the Senate, and the Senate genuinely, pass and acknowledge that we need it. In the next election, if there is RF and Vivas, I can tell you, electoral fraud will be minimal. Because as you are voting, they are uploading. And once it is uploaded, it will be difficult for you to manipulate the results. So you don't have to physically carry your electoral box to the collating center, where in the process, somebody might just pull a gun and hijack it, remove what you have printed, thumb-printed, and then load it with pre-printed voters' ballot paper. So it's going to be a game changer. But I'm still not too comfortable because I don't have it. So I don't have element of trust in this process. They might start it and then find a way of circumventing it at some point that it will not see the light of day. Because most of the people in the House of Reps benefited from this shenanigan. And of course, they want it to continue. So, but I pray that something in them will ginger them to make sure that it sails through. And then we know that we have at least solved about 40% of our electoral process flaws.
Okay, thank you. He said, well, you pray. Yes, everybody prays. Let me get to our virtual guest, Dr. Bright. Do you think that there should be infrastructure that can that should be put in place to make e-transmission credible and tamper-proof? Of course, Mr. Fanimo had said that if this actually sees the light of the day, because we know what our lawmakers can do, but what infrastructure do you think can be put in place to ensure that this e-transmission becomes credible and is not tampered by anyone?
You see, for our election, the only problem that we have is the results. We don't have problem with voting. At least Nigerians have gone way ahead of voting. And why we are even having voter apathy in Nigeria is because the results are not counting. So that's why many people are not interested at, if they vote, the result will not count, so they will not want to come out. So if electronic transmission of results is approved, I know there is at the moment now, is the lower house of Senate that has approved, as the House of Rep. If the Senate should approve it and the President should assent to it, that would be the best thing that has happened, or that has happened to Nigeria. That is, if eventually it got to the President and the President signs it, that becomes electoral act either 2025 or 2026 as assented by the President. It becomes the best thing that has happened to Nigeria. To be candid, in 2019, INEC actually test run the transmission of results to the server, electronic transmission of results. And I believe those are some of the things that made the likes of Atiku to be saying that we need the result in the server, we need the result in the server to collaborate what the result they got from their situation room. But because it was not signed into law, it was not effective, it didn't actually scale through when he was making his demand in the court. But now has approved it, let the Senate also approve it, and let the President sign it into law or whatever, let the President assent to it. That would be the best thing that has happened to Nigeria, because like I said, we don't have issue with voting, we don't have issue with collation or whatever. It is the transmission from the polling units to the last point, that is where you start seeing figures changing. But if we have electronic transmission right from the polling unit, the result will be sent to the server and the collation and everything will be done. And of course, we know what it is. If it happens and it scales through, that's the best thing that happened to Nigeria. I believe you, when the President signs it, I will pump champagne.
Okay. Do you really think that Nigeria is ready for this electronic results, technologically and institutionally? Do you think we're ready for nationwide electronic results transmission before 2027?
You see, in this era of technology, like I said just now, in 2019, it was done. Results were sent to the server. If INEC can say, oh, we have a draft result, it already put a test run to this. Even when we use the card reader that was not as sophisticated as the Beaver's machine, it was done and it worked. But because it was not, it has not been accepted to, so nobody can actually lay hold to it to say, okay, this is what we have. So with the state of the country, we are ready for it. It's just the same voting. It's all they need is, as the presiding officers are entering the results right in the polling units into the Beavers machine, all they need to do is to activate that aspect in the Beavers that will send that same result to the server. So once that one is done, I believe a lot of things will change in Nigeria. Because people having confidence in the report, even with simple Google form. With simple Google form, it can actually be done with this, let alone when we have some other more sophisticated IT tools that we can use. And of course, like I said, with the Google form as it is, all you have to do is just to put the right commands, the right prompts in it, and you will get this. So Nigerians are ready. So long as Nigerians are ready to come out to vote, automatically they are ready. It is for INEC to put the necessary machineries in place. What is INEC expected to do? The result that the vote that the people have already casted at the polling unit is just for them to send it to the server, and the collation and everything will be done. So Nigerians are ready for that, and that is what Nigerians are expecting. Like I said, if he gets it to the president and the president signs it, I would pop champagne.
Okay, thank you. I hope you get to pour that champagne at some point before the next election. Let's move on to the next conversation tonight. A Delta State High Court sitting in Ore-Rokpe has issued an interim injunction restraining the Inspector General of Police and the Nigeria Police Force from enforcing the controversial tinted glass permits policy nationwide. Justice Joe Ego granted the order in an ex parte suit filed by a private citizen restraining police from stopping, arresting, detaining, or extorting motorists over tinted glass compliance pending determination of the substantive case. The judge also barred the use of a contractor account linked to the policy's implementation. The injunction halts plans by the police to resume enforcement from January 2, 2026, after months of public debate and objections from rights groups, of course, including the Nigerian Bar Association. Let me come to you, Mr. Daly. We've seen that
to commencement date, because the only way they can go ahead and do whatever they want to do on the second day of the year is to vacate this existing injunction. If it's not vacated until then they don't have any right to arrest, detain, or confiscate vehicles. Now, we know the elements in the force. It's like you have given them license to extort. I know a few friends that have been trying to access the portal for these tinted permits that have not been able to access. So that goes to show that perhaps somebody somewhere is deliberately ensuring that you don't gain access to this portal so that you won't be able to have this license, and then when your vehicle gets to the road, then you have issues. That's number one. Another thing again is they need to decentralize and make available access of this portal by motorists and car owners in such a way that if 10,000 people are hitting the button at the same time, they should be able to have access. Because if WAEC, JAMB can do this and people connect seamlessly to their portal, then what stops the police? The number of tinted glass vehicles cannot be as much as students enrolling for WAEC exams and NECO exams and even JAMB. It could be sometime 1.5, 1.9. So how many tinted glass? And you know, another thing again, while enjoining the police to make sure that they don't run counter to the law, our motorists, we need to talk to them. 70% of tinted glasses are handmade because they have this feeling that it confers some pride, some status on them. Instead of having issues with the police, remove that nylon. It doesn't take you more than 5 minutes so that you can travel wherever you want to go. Now, for those whose cars came with tinted glass as manufactured by the manufacturer, those ones are compelled, the garage, to say, just help me paste this, I want it dark. Because at the end of the day, you are not doing yourself any good. Most people that ride on this car are vulnerable. Because if somebody is kidnapped inside a tinted car, even when they get to checkpoint, if the man manages, because most of these cars are big cars, SUVs, and police are easily intimidated by these vehicle owners because they assume that only a big man can ride. So the moment they get to the roadblock, especially when the driver winds down the glass and drops 1,000 naira notes in the palm of that driver, he will not bother to look beyond the driver and he says, go. And then, but if the car is not tinted and you see somebody that is ruffled at the back seat, sandwiched by two people, there could be some level of suspicion that will make the policeman say, no, you cannot go. Let's interrogate what is inside your vehicle. So for those who do artificial tint, it is advisable for them to remove so that you don't fall foul of the law and you don't also, make yourself vulnerable for kidnapping. But in the final analysis, if the police decide to go ahead with this enforcement date, they will be running foul of the law, and then they will be making millions out of these policemen on the road because they will make so much money. Nigerians are very good at bribing than taking the right course. Do you know one funny thing? To get a vehicle license, roadworthiness, and all that may not cost you up to 40,000. But you know that some people prefer to bribe that 40,000 in 1 month. So by the time you are bribing every month 40,000, at the end of the year, you have bribed 480,000 for something that will just walk up to that office and do the right thing for 40,000, and you are covered for the whole year. So for me, the police should exercise restraint, except they get the injunction vacated before that day.
Okay, let's go back to Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright, one of the things the police have said is one of the reasons for this tinted glass permit or policy is as a result of national security, according to the police. But do you really think that, is it more about national, for you, do you think this is more about national security, or is it a way of the police trying to generate revenue?
Is It's both actually because every enforcement agency in Nigeria now, at the end of the year, have a revenue to remit to the federal government. However, the national security is also part of it and is a major one. Recently in Edo State, there was a car that was tinted and was driving. So the police tried to stop the car and the car was looking suspicious. It was all tinted actually. And in the process of the policeman trying to walk close to the car, some men came out of the car with guns and they opened fire and the policeman was shot dead and some other were injured in that exercise. So I know that there are indications for us to have a tint, but in the situation whereby every Tom, Dick, and Harry just go to get things just to place them in a particular status. I know some people don't have criminal tendency when they are doing it, but many just do it like Mr. Dede Fanimo said, because they want to belong to a certain class or they want to prove a particular point, they go to get the thing. So I don't see the reason why a court should stop that. But when I read it and I saw the information, I was actually against it. Why should people just wake up and they want to have teeth? If it is factory teethed, we understand. But somebody going to a place like Igu or Ewaike and say just get a nylon that is dark to cover my car. What are you hiding inside the car? What are you trying to go? And of course, a tinted car also have this intimidating effect because it will take a police with courage to want to flag down a tinted car. And also because when you see some of these, especially this tinted SUV, they also go around with covered plate number. So it takes the policeman with a guts to actually stop the vehicle and ask them maybe for identity or some other things. So, and we know people have used some of all these things to perpetrate a lot of criminal activities. So it should not be encouraged. Yes, the case is in court. The court has given a judgment. But if I can appeal to the judge or send it to the judge, let them reverse it. Let them forget about the revenue aspect of it, implication of it, and again to the
news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
How you are doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything looks if they are going well, and those times when the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet, and you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Girls, Abiyesi Oluwarun, we were born to give you twale, to give you a shame.
People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
People TV. I am Vivian Oguche. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Tinubu departs Maiduguri for Bochi to holiday in Lagos. Experts warn of funding gap for UHC in health budget. Mawa says schools drug test policy to reduce abuse. Obi accuses federal government of fabricating laws. And PDP factions are sure of party's survival. Tambuwal says Nigeria's insecurity criminal, not religious. And on the foreign scene, group urges Ghana's president to rally African leaders for reparations. In business news, manufacturers hail federal government's ban on wood export. In sports news, Eagles captain Ndidi vows to uphold unity. And in entertainment, Funke Akindele celebrates 27 years in Nollywood. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has left for Bochi after inaugurating key projects in Maiduguri, Borno State, and attending the marriage ceremony of a son of a former Borno governor, Senator Ali Modu Sharif Sadiq, and his bride, Hadiza Kam Salem. He inaugurated the terminal extension of the upgraded international wing of the General Muhammadu Buhari International Airport in Maiduguri, as well as schools, electric buses, taxis, and tricycles procured by the Borno State government to ease transportation and boost access to education. In Boji, Tinubu is expected to condole with the state government and the family of late Sheikh Dahiru Boji, the renowned Islamic cleric who died on the 27th of November. He will thereafter proceed to Lagos, where he is expected to spend the end-of-year holidays. And now, health sector stakeholders have warned of a funding gap for the universal health coverage UHC in view of its 2.48 trillion naira allocation in the 2026 proposed budget, which fell short of the 15% benchmark. Reacting to President Bola Tinubu's presentation to the National Assembly, stakeholders, including health policy analyst Dr. Ibrahim Musa, said the allocation fell significantly short of the 15% benchmark agreed by African Union countries under the 2001 Abuja Declaration on Health Financing, the one that the implications will be felt most sharply in maternal and child health outcomes, where Nigeria had continued to face significant challenges. According to them, at 15%, Nigeria would have allocated about 8.73 trillion naira to health in 2026, rather than the current proposal that leaves a funding gap of about 6.25 trillion naira. Musa warned that when total health spending is low, releases become unpredictable, counterpart funding at the state level weakens, and primary healthcare facilities struggle to sustain essential services. Meanwhile, an expert in budgeting and budget tracking, Professor Uzochukwu Amakom, says it does not pay to produce a budget full of promises and ambitious programs without adequate resources to fund it. Amakom spoke at a program organized by the Chukwuemeka Ojukwu University in conjunction with the Anambra State chapter of the Nigerian Economic Society. A correspondent, Undo Kwalize, has the detail. Well, apologies for our inability to bring you that report at the moment, but we will do so subsequently. Well, the national chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Mawa, retired, says the new drug test policy for schools will discourage substance abuse. Mawa, who spoke when he received the Vice Chancellor of the Taraba State University, Professor Sunday Baku, and his team to seek partnership. The NDLEA partnership said the move will also curb drug abuse by young people, especially those aspiring to gain admission into tertiary institutions. According to Mawa, the collaboration to fight substance abuse and drug trafficking is necessary to address the menace among youths. He stated that the agency's excitement to partner the university and the Taraba state government in combating the drug abuse was very high. On his part, Bako commended the anti-drug agency for its professionalism and collaboration. He noted that it had earned national and international accolades. Well, turning to other stories now, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has accused the federal government of overseeing the fabrication of laws over the alleged alteration of tax provisions. In a statement on his X handle titled, "Migrating from Padded Budgets to Forged Laws," Obi warned that the move endangers constitutional governance and erodes public trust. Of the reported discrepancies between documents passed by the National Assembly and those eventually published and enforced by the executive, Obi stated that the national shame continues to unfold, evident in the decisions by the country's leaders, even at the highest levels of government. According to him, this shame is highlighted by a deeply troubling and frankly unacceptable issue: the documented discrepancies between what the legislature passed and what was ultimately published as law by the executive. According to him, Nigeria has transitioned from budget padding to one where laws are forged, changes that impact taxpayers' rights, and most importantly, access to justice. Well, still on the allegedly altered tax provisions, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has called for the immediate suspension of Nigeria's newly enacted tax laws, as the lawmakers revealed that key provisions were altered after the bills were passed by the National Assembly and signed by President Bola Tinubu. Describing the situation as a serious constitutional crisis, the party said the alleged alterations amounted to an executive takeover of the legislative process. According to the ADC, allowing such actions to stand would undermine the principle of separation of powers, in view of the fact that the tax laws are billed to take effect from the 1st of January 2026. In a statement, the ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi alleged that certain elements in PAR inserted provisions that were never approved by lawmakers and also stripped out safeguards meant to protect citizens. The party noted that the forensic comparison of the bills passed by the National Assembly and the versions later gazetted revealed significant discrepancies, including the removal of accountability measures and the insertion of enforcement powers that bypass the courts. And in another development, the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Tanimu Turaki, and the leadership of the other faction of the party have assured that the party remains on course and will not disappoint Nigerians. Turaki and the national secretary of the other faction, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, affirmed this to newsmen separately shortly after the factions met with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja. While Turaki disclosed that his National Working Committee discovered that some former PDP members who had previously been expelled were also invited, he added that both sides discussed with the commission and presented the issue at hand. He added that the commission promised to take the issues discussed seriously and respond to the party. On his part, Anyanwu assured Nigerians and the party faithful that the PDP would not disappoint Nigerians, adding that the party has a mechanism for managing internal crisis and will come out stronger. And away from that story, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shuaibu, has charged the 3,500 personnel of the 89 regular recruits intake on patriotism and discipline as they pass out onto formal duty. General Shuaibu gave the charge during their passing out ceremony at the Depot Nigeria Army in Oshogbo, Osun State, after an intensive 6 months of training. Noting that they were joining the army at a critical period when the country is faced with diverse security challenges, the Chief of Army Staff said the recruits' successful completion of the training has transformed them into disciplined, resilient, and patriotic Nigerian Army soldiers. He commended them for choosing a noble path of honor that is paved with challenges, assuring, however, that the challenges are surmountable. Shuaibu further urged them to reflect on the values they must have imbibed during the training, adding that they will be preparing for whatever the future holds by what he called the purposeful leadership they will meet in the field. Meanwhile, Senator Aminu Tambuwal has called for an urgent national and international support to help Nigeria overcome its worsening security crisis, which he described as alarming, and demanding collective action at home and abroad. Dismissing the claims of Christian genocide, the former governor of Sokoto State said that insecurity in Nigeria cuts across all regions and faiths, warning against attempts to give the crisis a religious coloration. He said the bandits and armed marauders do not represent any religion, but are criminals driven by violence and lawlessness. According to him, the insecurity in Nigeria today affects Nigerians of all faiths and backgrounds, as the criminals spare nobody in their crusade, which he described as purely criminal in nature and has nothing to do with religion. Tambuwal appealed to the United States government to reconsider Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern and to instead partner constructively with the administration of President Bola Tinubu to tackle the nation's security challenges. Well, let's take you to Edo now, where the state government has announced the 2026 measles rubella vaccine campaign targeting children aged 9 months to 14 years. Announcing the drive, Deputy Governor Dennis Idahosa said it is intended to boost rural primary healthcare, strengthen immunity, and prevent disease outbreaks. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has details.
Deputy Governor of Edo State, Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has directed that the primary healthcare facilities in rural communities be strengthened to improve access to essential health services. Idahosa gave the directive while sharing the fourth quarterly meeting of the State Primary Healthcare Task Force in Benin City, where he urged local government chairmen to expand healthcare delivery across the state. The statement was confirmed by his Chief Press Secretary Friday Agedo. Deputy Governor said the 2026 measles rubella vaccine campaign will target children aged 9 months to 14 years, regardless of previous vaccination, to boost herd immunity.
This is the first time the task force is holding 4 quarterly meetings in a year, and we've achieved that milestone. And there is room for improvement. By the grace of God, next year, 2026, will be way greater than this year, 2025. And we are very optimistic about that. We've met with all the 18 local government council chairmen, the development partners, civil society, the rep from religious leaders, and we've deliberated extensively. I believe for the year 2026, all the lapses that we had in 2025 will be addressed and will make more progress in 2026. And also, we intend to go round the first quarter of next year, which is between January and March. We intend to go around in all the 192 primary healthcare centers across the state.
The Commissioner for Health noted the campaign is crucial to protecting children and preventing disease outbreaks, adding that preparations are underway to ensure vaccines, trained health workers, and coverage of rural communities across the state.
Primary health care is the first point of care for our people, especially women, children, and the most vulnerable. Over the past months, we have made progress in coordination, facility revitalization, community engagement, and partner mission across 18 local government areas in the state. However, this meeting also gives us the opportunity to reflect honestly, identify gaps, and strengthen accountability.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Chijoke Oji. He is a public affairs commentator. And Chijoke, what a pleasure to have you join us today.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Welcome aboard. So let's begin with the health sector, yeah? Where stakeholders have warned of a funding gap for the universal health coverage in view of its 2.48 trillion naira allocation in the 2026 proposed budget, which fell short of the 15% benchmark. Remember how yesterday we talked about defense and internal security bagging, the highest sum? But stakeholders in the health sector really are crying foul, and they're saying, look, what we got is not enough. How would you react to this?
I think there's still a whole lot to for the government to really harness in keeping its house in order, because for over 25 years now, every successive government have battled to try and see how they can completely eradicate the issue of this health tourism thing, where for having a headache or a stomach upset, the people at the top, would jet out to international, to other countries where they have judiciously utilized their taxes and then made a better implementation of their wealth. But our old is still the same story in year after, and there still is something very bitter for us to continue to still deliberate this after 25 years of the current democratic dispensation, despite the various pledges of trying in every year, to beat up with that 15% designated, which was more like a pledge or a commitment or a vision as a way of addressing these challenges within the health sector, which I believe the very first primary thing has been identified, that there is a problem. Now, the solution should follow suit, because you now know the history of the problems, where all of this have come from and where it has taken the nation to. So it's expected that not just, implementing the 15% said, even if in situations where it cannot set to meet so, let there be justification for the release funds of each subsequent years. Because it is heartbreaking when you go to the federal hospitals. All the teaching hospitals are more or less a glorified health centers, because in most cases, they are not functioning, not even to a point of optimality. And we ask ourselves, why can't this work? Despite all that is said to be plundered in terms of resources to these areas, there is no accountability. The infrastructures on ground does not translate to any form of, reawakening in any of these sectors. And these are key areas that any nation should face. One would have expected that the president would declare a state of emergency in the health sector, because in as much as security is very important, the health is also very important, because it is when you are alive that you can think of tomorrow. For you to be secured, you need to be alive first. So what do countries do? They prioritize their health and make sure that it is a key area that you cannot in any way at all monkey business with. It's not a sector where you just appoint anybody. But I felt that with the current administration's current Minister of Health, Pate, who has been flying from one country to the other, whether he's now the tourism minister, we don't know what has translated to that. If indeed the Chinese equipment he's been inspecting for a couple of weeks, where his media team have been showcasing to Nigerians, would probably be that we're getting it cheaper, or we're getting these things or at a more subsidized or instrumental payments that would give an ease to Nigeria. Perhaps, yes, the government owe you to explain to Nigerians why indeed you have allocated this and what do you set to achieve. Are we trying to, in any way at all, bring back or refurbish or revive these comatose federal hospitals. Let's even leave the state for now. The most intensive care units, intensive hospitals with all the requirements should first of all, be addressed before we can now begin to hold the states and the local government accountable for their own negligences, because it's obvious these individuals do not patronize these hospitals. I can beat my chest and tell you that the current president has never been to any of the federal hospitals in the recent time. Why? Outside of the fact that you have the health center or health hospital within the Aso Villa, the president, who does not even show that he attends the same, because the health records of visit outside has shown that the patronesis is more of outside than the internal. So if the people who are meant to be getting the required responses are not visiting these areas, what do we expect? Show me one of the ministers who have been said to have gone to take treatment in any of the federal hospitals, or the senators. None. So that's the reason why we continue to have the same backlogs of continued decay. And it's a pity. In fact, one of the most gory experiences I had was last year, I think early last year, where an individual was admitted in one of the hospitals in Port Harcourt, a federal hospital. And it was brought to my knowledge that it was a patient in the ICU unit that donated a 5 kVA generator to power the equipment within the ICU. Can you imagine how critical it is that even a federal university teaching hospitals does not have the capability to power its ICU? And the ICU are a unit that people are helpless and at the point of, dependent on machines and equipment, such as the oxygen and other related equipment. So if such units cannot be powered, talk less of other rest of the hospital units, what then are we talking about? These same individuals fly to UK and other neighboring nations and see how indeed hospitals are well taken care of, and how indeed individuals who work there are provided with all the necessities to do so. But back home, it is business as usual, because it is found that it is not human beings that are meant to be treated in these hospitals. It is so sad that if your team of press people would go to any of the federal hospitals, the findings would break the heart of Nigerians compared to what they saw with the police colleges. I can bet you that, because it was something I saw and befell within my own eyes early last year. So it's a real tragedy.
Real tragedy. I mean, that story you shared is very touching and is rather unfortunate. But still talking health, though, there's been a spike, talking about drug abuse, there's been a spike, in a particular demography, youths. And this is how the federal government has decided to tackle it. There's going to be drug tests in schools. So just for context, right, the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Brigadier General Buba Mawa, says the new drug test policy for schools will discourage substance abuse. Is this menace going to be tackled by the introduction of a drug test in schools alone? Or are there things that need to be done to ensure that, this thing is nipped in the bud?
It's a good step. It's a good step in the right direction. I know of some universities that are already doing this, because I also have my children pass through some of these universities. I will just mention one. In the case of Bells University, owned by former president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, it was a mandatory test. Even their pre-university students are, encouraged to. And it was brought to my knowledge that those who were, found to have any contents of drugs within their systems were sent home, irrespective of how far they've gone with their admission processes. So I think it's a good way to go. But Buba Marwa must know that the target is not just about the youths, because children do or copy what they see from the adults. Perhaps we can also take it down to testing individuals that are also contesting the elections at all cross-board, including the governors, the senators, because these are the major abusers of drugs and are the major encouragers and the purchasers of these drugs and hard substances. Outside that, you also look at the people at the local government. You look at, in fact, drugs has become a norm and a way of life. And it is so sad that the drivers that convey people on the way, have become, the major purchasers and the utilizers of these drugs. I will give you an instance. Majority of the developing communities is, let's even use Lagos for an instance. In all of these developing communities lies the illicit use of drugs in the open. And children who continue to see these things never, question it because they see an adult doing it. It is from there that these habits begin to pick up. And before you know it, they begin to try it out because drugs are readily available. The NDLEA, incidentally, knows the majority of these dealers of these drugs. In fact, in most cases, they have made, some communities have made efforts to reach out to the NDLEA without succession because the NDLEA has not made it available easy for people to contact them and even cooperate in getting the raid of these, various places. And don't forget that an average student still comes from home. So he's not bound to school all alone. Most of the things he exhibits at school came from home. So while we are talking about testing the students, which is a very good thing, we should also extend it to the home use because the individuals at home, where most of these children have picked up these characters, are the major point of enhancers and sponsors of this. And if you take a look at some of the very shameful displays of politicians, look at the Kogi Yahoo boy in the person of Dino Balayo, who still addresses himself as a senator. He was a former senator. It is not a lifetime thing to continue to address yourself as a current senator. And you can see that his continuous display of wealth, where he has not proven to showcase Nigerians his taxes or how he earns this money, is just a complete showcase of what the drug damage has done to our society, where people now you expect should be showcasing how indeed they have achieved their wealth through hard work. On the display of the madness, because in most cases it is money misruled. Yeah. And what do they resort to? They resort to drugs.
Can I come in here, Chijoke? You said something earlier that the youths copy what they see adults do. And you're very right. Over the weekend, talking about last week, a very popular Nollywood actress, Tonto Dike, came out to say that she started smoking from the age of 13 because she saw her family members, her parents doing it. And so she said she smoked for over 2 decades. That's over 20 years, even though she testified that she's been delivered of that addiction. But I want to ask you something, right? So beyond the tests in school, these drug tests, so you cited an example. Some people who were found culpable were turned back. So if you turn them back, what happens? What should be done that these people who abuse drugs are rehabilitated, really?
Yes, in most cases, you have rehabilitation centers, which incidentally is becoming unaffordable by the average families because we know what the country has become today, where you would almost need a wheelbarrow of naira to purchase bread. Talk about a situation where an individual have to be confined to a space or environment, have to be fed, to be able to get them clean. So it's going to be really, unaffordable for most families, especially with the earning powers of most families today. But this is where our churches, our mosques now come in. With the illicit funds that are completely, why I term the word illicit, is that where people give money and donate to churches, it is now seen as only give to the pastor, where he can now continue to buy diamond and display all kinds of wealth without necessarily showing the taxes. And the members who donate these things are caught up with all kinds of, things that they cannot handle. And the whole thing comes back to the same government where we have organized looting by some people at the top. And then the same people who are victims are the same poor people. So it is a situation of who will bail out the cat at the moment. And I think It now behoves on the best. Other nations at this point in time think of how to build themselves out by ensuring, first of all, there's an equality. That those who have, that is why in most developed nations, the government enact laws to tax the rich. The essence of taxing the rich is to use those resources to address the lingering issues that are within the areas of the poor. In the case of Nigeria, the rich continue to get richer, abuse the poor and showcase it, and have no any contributions towards the poor's lives. And yet, they continue to expect magic to happen. In a nutshell, to answer this, I would suggest that it is time our dear churches would come together, look for ways to forming an organizations that I know some churches are making effort towards that and are also doing it. But we need to do more because this is becoming a menace now. Everywhere you go to, all the streets you go to in Lagos or across the entire nation, you would find a lot of teeming young men and women that have become subject to drugs, either as a result of frustration or they have no other hope or want to turn to. And let us not forget that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. Most cases, these people are caught in between the lines and have nothing else to turn to in terms of rehabilitation or any form of hope to even getting back their lives on track. So if the churches can come together or independently begin to open up these areas of, for instance, rehabilitation centers. You could also create vocational skill centers, because the problem we have in Nigeria is a situation of we need so much skills because there's so much shortage of skills, and yet we have the individuals that can provide these skills and bring normalcy to our dear country. Today, we suffer as a result of so much imbalances across all board. Why? Because the needful is not being done. We have people who are jobless. Why? Because they don't have the requisite skills to provide services that are needed by all. Let me give you an instance. You probably have a mechanic that you take to. If you have 5 mechanics around the environment, it means that if you called on the first one, he didn't answer, you have at least 4 more people to call. But in most cases, it is the individual that you have to drive. In most cases, even when he is not a professional in that field, he could damage your vehicle and you have no choice to turn to, because we have a demand and then the people are there, they're not equipped with the skills. These are the areas the government need to begin to work together with the various churches and the mosques to get these things harmonized and ensure that our people are carried along, and let them begin to, reform our society. It's not just a ticking bomb or gunpowder we're sitting on. It is complete erosion of the entire nation, because what we have seen as protests in the past, where people will say is miscreants that take it up. The miscreants, incidentally, are Nigerian citizens. People who have been deprived of their own earnings and livelihoods. And then you turn around to call them miscreants because they were not opportune to steal.
Chijoke, let me come in here. What you've done is to tackle this from all angles. In fact, you took the words right out of my mouth and you answered an unasked question. So I'm going to call you a mind reader, because I was going to ask you, what do you think are the root causes of, drug abuse? And you said them. You said idleness, joblessness, and let's not forget peer pressure. Because some of these children come from very good homes, who they don't see their parents smoking and all of that. So I need to say thank you for tackling that one. But can we quickly talk about former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, who has accused the federal government of overseeing the fabrication of laws over the alleged alteration of tax provisions. Last week, you and I had this conversation, and it is refusing to go. Opposition parties and stakeholders are really, really saying, look, this thing must be investigated and this law must be withdrawn because they are not having any of it. How would you react to Peter Obi jumping on this too?
Well, I'm happy that my brother Peter Obi is waking up, because the truth where I use the word waking up is the fact that, all the while he's been avoiding to face this. And if you said you want for the fight for the good governance of Nigeria, you must face it. But the only thing I would have even employed him, it's not just about tweets. It's about getting to, even though many of us have lost faith within our judiciary, with the point you have, take this matter to court and ensure that the rightful and the needful is done. It is no longer about complaining in the space and then get Bayo Nanuga to come in with one words and dissuade him and all of that. The truth is glaring. If there has been an alteration and there's a dispute within there, the most important thing is let's go to court. And then apart from that, it would also demand for punitive actions to be taken by the court against the individuals or the federal if the government is found complicit in this. Because my major concern is our people are too quick to rush to implementation. They never peruse through or even debate a matter. Once an idea strikes, it is implementation immediately. In fact, in one of the casual jokes I was making with a friend, I said, it seems likely that most of these our colleagues decide or make these decisions at the beer parlor. Because take a look at what has been happening with the current administration. Out of the 100 policies that it has made, it has reversed itself on more than 90 of them. That means in most cases, it was not well thought out. Once it struck, let's go. There is no, then what is the essence of having the kitchen cabinet? One would have expected that the kitchen cabinet are the people who query, criticize this, look at it from all angles, and ensure that everything is captured. While Oyedele is bent on trying to put his name on the mark of, I did this, but it rightly to ensure that while you're looking at this, the major problem we have in Nigeria is not even about just taxation. It is taxing people right. I can bet you that if Oyedele is honest about this and reach out, I will tell him major ways to address this whole problem. Let me give you one instance. Today, it has become a norm to see Nigerians spray money like as if they print cash in their own homes. Now, in most cases, we ask ourselves, who would earn, such currencies in a legitimate hardware? It's not to say I'm saying people are criminals until they have been found culpable by the court. But who would earn a hard living and would pour the monies like tomorrow doesn't exist, as if the person is going to earn today? There's no justification because the people have not been subjected to paying their taxes. As a matter of fact, if I were Yedele's kitchen cabinet, the first thing we'll be looking out for is you say you're a celebrity, you were caught spraying money, you serve in the house, you said you're a businessman, you have been spraying money or driving things that are beyond your own, just as Dangote has come out to say. That does not tally with what you earn. The first thing is to invite you and say, brother, sister, diligently come forward with the evidences of tax. We're not going to be against you. Somebody came out and said that he got a gift. He's a music producer or whatever, and he got a gift of a car of over 2 billion. Oh, that is very beautiful. The fact that somebody can give you a gift of over 2 billion, then we need to look at what tax has this individual been paying. Because I can bet you the road where the individual drives that car, he has not contributed or paid taxes to ensure that that road is done. But yet he cries every day and blames the government. This is one of the biggest issues we have. This tax issue or reform are said to be out there. I knew it would fail, but I know the government may be stubborn to go ahead and implement. It will shoot itself in the leg. Because what they're going to do is to ensure that the businesses that are even trying to strive, those who are even trying to be honest about what they do, will be stifled and choked. And the minute you do that, everything will collapse. Now that kidnapping has become the order of the day, ransom payment has become the best business transactions, it's already a matter of time it becomes a legitimacy.
But Chidoke, can I come in here? There is something you brought up. These taxes that are collecting from Nigerians, are they used properly? You're supposed to take care of roads and ensure that they are good. There's supposed to be potable water and all of that. Do you see all that? You pay taxes. Your money is it being used judiciously? But something else, Peter Obi said, that this thing about alteration of taxes started from budget padding. But because this budget padding wahala was not nipped in the bud, it has now metamorphosed into tax alterations. And so the ADC is jumping on it as well and is calling for an immediate suspension of the newly enacted tax laws. So you are saying Peter Obi should take the matter to court since he has evidence. The ADC is saying the tax law should be suspended. Do you agree with the ADC?
Yes, ideally, in the ideal situation, it would have been nice for the government to probe this and ensure that before its implementation is done, that all is cleared so that everybody can be on the same page, especially these tax laws. That would have been fine. But this is also an opportunity for these cohorts to do the needful. The judiciary is an independent, meant to be independent. Many of us, yes, we have actually have questionable issues as regard the current judicial system in Nigeria. But it does not say we'll have to throw the baby and the bathwater away. No. It's expected that Obi will now reinforce this, along with now that ADC is speaking up. Is it not the same thing that Omo Elesho has been clamoring for and crying for? That the same Peter Obi has been mocking, that the same ADC members have been mocking. Now the chicken has come to roost. It is now that the people are beginning to realize that the government in place and the people who are the driver's seats, because I don't see as Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that is actually carried on this. But the people who know him and his pedigree will never expect this level of performances, not at all. But we say, for those who are the driver's seats, look at how they're making their nation a mockery.
Chijoke, you and I can go on and on and on, but what I hear you say is the thing is to suspend the law until investigation is carried out. But that's a safe place for us to land. We hope to have you back soon. You have been fantastic as usual. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We have been speaking with Chijoke Oji. He is a public affairs. After this short break, stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. Now, Governor Alex Otti has insisted that he would retire from active politics after his tenure as governor, adding that he has no presidential, vice presidential, or senatorial ambition afterwards, reacting to a viral video in which someone berated him over his recent visit to Nnamdi Kanu at the Sokoto Correctional Center, alleging that he was nursing an ambition for the presidency. Otti noted that while divergence of opinion is part of democracy, such opinion may not be right. He explained in a statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Ferdinand Ikioma, that by the time he is done with governorship, he will retire, having completed the mission for which he came. On a sad note now, the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has confirmed the death of 12 persons, with 2 others injured in an auto crash along the Ejule-Enugu Highway in Kogi. FRSC Sector Commander in Kogi, Tenimo Tuku, told newsmen in Lokoja that the accident was fatal and very unfortunate, adding that 1 child was among the 12 persons that died. According to him, the crash occurred at about 11:30 p.m. in the Iboko community in Ida local government area, involving an 18-seater Toyota Hiace bus traveling from Abuja to the eastern part of the country. He stated that the bus rammed into a parked faulty articulated vehicle. Well, may the souls of the departed rest in peace. And the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, says it has lifted the seal on the headquarters of the Ikeja Electric PLC after the power firm agreed to comply with regulatory directives over consumer rights violations. In a statement by the Director of Corporate Affairs, Ijagu, the FCCPC said the decision followed a binding undertaking by Ikeja Electric to undergo a remedial process and address outstanding consumer complaints within agreed timelines. The sealing followed its failure to comply with the directive from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, to unbundle a maximum demand account into 20 separate accounts for a customer who had been without electricity for over 2.5 years. However, under the undertaking, the firm has now committed to resolving all consumer complaints referred to it by the FCCPC. Now, residents in parts of Lagos are protesting the demolition of homes, schools, and businesses, alleging the exercise is being carried out without prior notice. Some affected property owners say they hold valid documents and are now calling on the state government to intervene.
Schools, hospitals, and homes, leaving hundreds of residents stranded on the streets. But this isn't just about urban renewal. Property owners are brandishing valid certificates of occupancy and building permits, claiming they were given no warnings before the bulldozers arrived. From a hospital where patients fled mid-treatment to a school principal watching his life's work crumble, we hear the voices of those caught in the path of the task force. The sound of progress for some, but the sound of a nightmare for Omani Simio. He's a provider, an educator, and today he is homeless within hours. His and his residents were reduced to twisted metal and broken bricks.
About 2 days ago, we just saw people, they said that they are demolishing their building. So even one of my staff went out. When he got out, we now discovered that they were demolishing some buildings, not knowing that the thing will surely affect us. It's a pity that I have primary school, I have secondary school, and my building is there, where I live. So, and the secondary school has a C of O. This is one that they are pulling down. I have a C of O for the college. Then the other one, I have conveyance for the one I'm living. For primary school, only the survey. I normally pay tax. I also pay for my staff as well. If you see it now, you see that my chairs are there. The student chairs are there as well. The computers are there. Many things are there.
Simeon isn't alone. Along this stretch, the stories are identical. Documents provided, taxes paid, but no notice served. The owners say they were blindsided.
Like my house now, I've done my survey plan. I've applied for my brooding. I paid Lagos State government. I have the copy of that I paid to Lagos State government. I have given a provisional approval with a number. That number indicates that I have given an approval. But they are not asking for anything from us. What they are just doing that, they are doing their own work. We don't even know exactly what is the problem. Nobody is telling us this is exactly the problem. So you can see now, the whole houses, they are breaking houses, they don't even allow. There was no notice. At least if at all something was wrong, they ought to give us a notice. After 3 months notice, 7 months notice, then 3 days notice. There is no notice. No government official can produce any notice. There is no notice. The government want to drive people away from Lagos. This has been the habit of the Lagos State. He has done it to other people and he's doing it to us.
The chaos didn't stop at the school gates. At a nearby hospital, the scene was even more frantic. Administrators claimed the task force arrived while patients were still in their beds.
We just see some task force started demolishing our property, our houses, without any notification. And we don't know, even though we went to Lagos State House of Assembly to consult our honorable site, of which he too was not aware before. Then on consulting him now, then he came down with us yesterday to tell them to stop what their action, but they continue doing it. We have more than 5 patients in the hospital yesterday. There was no any pregnant women at the time they came yesterday, but at least even though there was some patients that have been surgery for surgery, they have to run. Everybody has to run. I don't have any other property. Now look at it. They are going, okay, we just want to go and hide this in France and all this. How do you think we can all our property can be complete? Okay, now what do I do? Some patients are on injection and all this and that. Look at what we are facing.
Even a political intervention failed. Victims claim a member of the House of Assembly arrived to halt the destruction, but the machines kept moving. While the government cites urban development and LASCA regulations, the victims see something else, a lack of justice and a total breakdown of communication. As night falls, the Center of Excellence looks like...
This is heartbreaking. We hope that the matter is resolved amicably. Onyeka, fantastic reporting as usual. On the foreign scene now, Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama held talks with a global delegation seeking reparations for transatlantic slavery and colonialism, who urged him to rally other African leaders to choose courage over comfort and support a growing movement comprising experts from Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, Latin America, and the United States. The delegation said in a statement that it presented Mahama with priority actions under the African Union's reparations agenda. The EU had in February launched a drive to create a unified vision on what reparations may look like, from financial compensation and formal acknowledgements of past wrongs to policy reforms. No fewer than 12.5 million Africans were kidnapped and forcibly transported by European ships, then sold into slavery from the 15th to 19th centuries. Advocates say action is needed to confront today's legacies, including racism. Well, in business news, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has described the federal government's immediate nationwide ban on the export of wood and allied products as a timely and strategic boost for Nigeria's furniture manufacturing sector. Speaking on the development, the chairperson of MAN's Wood and Wood Products and Furniture Sectorial Group, Ngozi Oyewole, said the policy signals government's strong commitment to sustainable industrial growth, local value addition, and environmental protection. In a statement, Oyewole said the ban would significantly benefit local manufacturers by retaining critical raw materials within the country. These, he explained, will improve access to wood for processors and furniture makers while helping to stabilize costs and reduce price volatility driven by export pressure. Well, in sports news, a new captain of the Super Eagles, midfielder Wilfred Ndidi, says he plans to use his new role to ensure unity in the team. The Besiktas player described this as a major responsibility that he is ready to shoulder with the full support of his teammates and officials. Ndidi emphasized that the leadership in the national team must be collective, built on a shared understanding and unity of purpose rather than individual authority. The 29-year-old revealed that he has already begun consultations within the squad, particularly with senior players, to ensure that everyone is aligned with the team's objective as Nigeria targets the 4th Africa Cup of Nations title in Morocco. Meanwhile, the Unified Nigeria Supporters Club has disclosed that members will not be present in Morocco to back the Super Eagles. According to the secretary of the body, Sunny Golong, the development stemmed from the inability of the National Sports Commission to support the club's trip to the 2025 AFCON at the last minute. And now, entertainment news. Actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele has marked a significant milestone in her career, celebrating 27 years in the Nigerian film industry, Nollywood. In a post on Instagram, Akindele expressed gratitude to God for his favor and guidance, and to her fans for their unwavering support. Reflecting on her journey, the actress, known for her versatility and dedication to her craft, highlighted the importance of consistency, discipline, and focus in achieving success. She acknowledged that hard work and commitment have been key to her enduring presence in the industry. Meanwhile, legendary Afrobeat pioneer Fela Kuti is set to be posthumously honored with a special Merit Lifetime Achievement Award at the 2026 Grammy Awards. The Recording Academy recognized Fela as the architect of Afrobeat, whose work transformed the genre and influenced generations of artists. He'll be joining an esteemed group of past recipients, including Whitney Houston, Cher, and Paul Simon. Fela is reputed for creating Afrobeat in the 1960s by blending funk, jazz, salsa, calypso, and traditional Nigerian rhythms. Well, that wraps it up for us on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there and welcome on board. Of course, it's a beautiful, Saturday morning and talking about the Yuletide season. Of course, you can actually perceive and, witness Christmas in the air already. And I must say this from me to you, compliment of the season. And I believe that the Christmas clothes are ready. Your Christmas shoes are ready. You're planning to make your hair or you've made your hair or you're about to do that, And for all the men, take it easy on yourself. Don't pressure yourself. Whatsoever you can provide, please just go ahead and do it, okay? And please, for all the men, let's console ourselves. We have just been buying, and we don't know who's going to buy for us, okay? So welcome on board, and it is Morning Buzz on Voice of People Television. Sincerely, I'm really happy to be here this morning to have a wonderful and a robust conversation with you. My name remains Savior Udo.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
Budget 2026, Tinubu proposes 58.18 trillion naira. Security gets 9.3%.
Voter inducement, reps reject jail for cash offered to delegate. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Also, visit our website, www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 090-4473-2605. Because here, we have more than a voice.
And talking about having more than a voice, officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, met with factional leaders, of course, of the People's Democratic Party in Abuja, as tensions between the Turaki-led faction and Wike-backed group continue. The sit-down included National Working Committee members from both sides, with the factions still at odds over leadership following parallel conversation and, of course, a convention and mutual expulsion. The meeting underscores ongoing disputes within the party as both sides maintain claims to authority, highlighting persistent internal conflict in Nigeria's major opposition party. Meanwhile, former SDP presidential candidate Adewale Adebayo has urged INEC to avoid interfering in the internal affairs of political parties following Supreme Court ruling that affirmed SDP's autonomy in leadership matters. The acting SDP chairman, Sadiq Abubakar, resumed office after the court directed INEC to recognize his authority, reinforcing the party's right to manage its internal processes. Adebayo noted that impartiality by the electoral umpire is crucial for a thriving multi-party democracy, and one that past delays in recognizing party candidates had negatively impacted elections, stressing the importance of a level playing field ahead of 2027. First, let me pick it up from that of the SDP. I understand what it feels like when court is actually say, oh, recognize this particular person, but I don't know the reason why it takes INEC time, to first upload the right leadership in their portal. It has happened to Labour Party as well, when the court actually overturned the judgment and all of that, and Abure was told to leave, and Senator Nadi, was appointed. And it took INEC time, which we've not even confirmed till date, if INEC has actually uploaded Senator Nadi's name in their portal, and all of the interim National Working Committee. But of course, I think the Labour Party, yes, of course, they said that they'll be having, their Congress next year. So we'll wait for that particular one to, happen first, and let's see the body language of INEC. And I love the fact that INEC wants to, settle the situation, or even saying they want to make peace, and, ask the elder statesmen in the PDP to share their swords. But left to me, I would have said, INEC, just allow these two people continue their banter. When they are ready, they will actually make peace. This is the same INEC that they get to say, oh, INEC, is being partial, INEC is this, INEC is that. And today, the same INEC is trying to, broker peace among them. But my main conversation here is that if INEC can actually go and talk to these two factions, the Turkey-led and Wike's led faction, and afterwards, they don't look for, a way to settle, that means that particular situation can never be settled anymore. Now, we still have to talk about that particular convention. We still have to talk about the convention. Court actually said the convention should not go ahead. And INEC officials were not present at that particular convention. So, is that convention going to stay or not? And for INEC to call for a meeting, having Turkey-led faction and the Wike-led faction, it means that in their portal, they still recognize the Wike faction as PDP. And that says a lot. It says that no matter the expulsion, no matter, expelling, themselves from either ways, INEC still recognize all of them as PDP members. But for a whole PDP that we've been looking up to, as regards to, political party, opposition party, whatever ways you want to call it, PDP has actually been in the hem of the affairs in this nation. They've been in charge of, power for a while. And we've seen so many things they've done. Do you know what it means for a party to start losing, governors from each state, even as opposition party? It shows that they were really in power. Even after the opposition party, took over, that's the APC, they won them as incumbent, yet some states still, retained power. So it shows how strong PDP has been. And I wouldn't want all of these men to have their personal greed, selfishness and all of that, coming in the way of, allowing the party to prosper and flourish properly. Because if you look at the trajectory now, it is clear that every necessary opposition party has been crumbled. They're either having faction this, faction that. That was the reason why even a court party in Osun quickly, raised the concern through their treasurer that please, we don't have any other faction in Osun State. It is just Adeleke, and that's the governorship candidate of Osun. Every party is just trying to put their arms together. But what is really going on as regards to, party breaking to be factionalized? Everybody's just saying, oh, we are here, we are there. Is there something that the ruling party is doing that we don't know? Or this is about personal greed? Or everybody wants to just control the party structure? We have to look into all of this particular thing. And if INEC is trying to, bring peace now between the two factions, will INEC now tell them officially that the convention you did before is null and void? Or INEC will say the convention stands, this party has to come back? What exactly are they going to do? Sandina, let me hear what you have to say, because this is, for me, I just call it more confusion, as regards to this whole situation.
It's actually very, very... Well, confusing, let me borrow your word, because for the convention, I was actually, while you were talking, I was going to mention, I had it in mind, I was like, okay, before the convention was held, there were conflicting judgments.
Yeah.
So the people who actually went ahead to have the convention will tell you they went they didn't go against the court because a court
actually, sitting in Oyo State, gave them the approval.
So they got an approval before they did. Of course, we know that INEC officials were not there. But I've also heard that INEC officials, even if they're invited, it's in their prerogative to either attend or not to attend. But of course, they were not in attendance, and we don't know if they would say the convention is null and void. And we have people who are not ready to sheath their swords. If you ask me, I really don't think INEC and whatever INEC is doing, I don't know if anything would come out of it, because these people don't look like they are ready to allow peace.
They don't actually. They don't. And I feel it's just about the party structure.
They just don't. Okay, so well, if I want to borrow the words of one of our analysts, one of our analysts would say PDP is dead until after 2027.
Yeah.
So but it's just obvious that this is the agenda.
It's really painful, Nina, because you can take away PDP, the name PDP,
from Nigeria's politics.
From Nigerians' politics. So imagine the level they've actually reduced PDP to. This is really, really painful.
It's actually painful because PDP used to be one of the very strong. What am I saying?
Do you understand?
Like the strongest party. And it's funny that they are allowing themselves. If person won't kill you, sorry, I have to.
No, it's fine.
If person won't kill you, I don't allow me to kill you now.
Do you understand?
That's just the way this thing is turning out.
Okay, let me even bring you up to speed as regards to what Senate President said. At the just concluded.
APC caucus meeting.
APC caucus meeting and all of that. He said that if you look at it, when we newly came into power, we had so many opposition parties, but now I think they are between 4 or 5, and the 5 are already begging me to join the party, to take them to Mr. President. But I'm just taking my time because I don't just want the National Assembly to just be all of us. I still want the minority people to still be there. Can you imagine such statements?
That's a slap on our democracy, that kind of statement coming from the Senate President. And it's even annoying that even yesterday when the president went to present his budget, they're all singing on your mandate.
Oh, so, Inena, no, I wouldn't want you to be double standard.
How?
You are saying they were singing on your mandate at the National Assembly, your legislators, which was totally wrong. What about your judiciary?
Yes, now that's what I'm saying.
So be dragging them together. No, you have to. At some point, you have to drag them together.
At this point, you're talking about.
And we're talking about total separation of power.
Multi-party system. We're talking about multi-party system, and that's what we're saying. So if everyone, including the minority and majority, stood to sing on your mandate, that tells a lot.
That means the mandate has already.
That shows a lot, and it's just very painful that this is what our politics or our democracy is actually getting into. Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. The Nigeria Police Force, NPF, has dismissed claims by the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, that the tinted glass permit policy is a revenue-generating scheme. Spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin explained that the policy is legally backed by the Motor Vehicles Prohibition of Tinted Glass Act 2004, which empowers the Inspector General of Police to issue permits for legitimate security or health-related reasons. Hundeyin stressed that the fees collected go solely towards maintaining the technology and data systems supporting the online application process, and that payments are handled through a central bank licensed platform, not private accounts. The police argued that heavily tinted vehicles have facilitated criminal activities, including kidnapping and armed robbery, and undermined traffic surveillance. Hundeyin clarified that enforcement of the policy was only temporarily suspended as a goodwill gesture during engagement with the NBA, not due to a court order, and that a recent injunction application was refused by the Federal High Court in Warri. He assured that any enforcement will be professional and rights compliant, warning that officers found abusing the policy will face disciplinary action. When I read this, I actually smiled because many Nigerians are actually scared. They actually feel that this is going to be they feel, yes, that this is another revenue-generating scheme by the police, and that's why NB has also cried out foul. And now the police are coming out to tell us that no, there's a payment system, and then they have under the Prohibition Act, it's empowered to do this, and then according to them, there's a CBN platform where the monies will be paid to. But my challenge is, with all of this sounds very good to the ears, but will it be implemented? Because we know how the police how Nigerians generally, and how many institutions usually take things and go out of hand with it. They get to, how would I put it? They get to misuse some of these things. So if you tell a policeman, Nigerians are scared, basically. Nigerians just feel that, this is another way to extort money from Nigerians. And Nigerians are already being extorted by the police. We can't deny that fact. And, somebody actually said some days ago that the portal, isn't even opening for people that those who have legitimate reasons for them to use these tinted glasses. The portal is not even opening up for them to register. So the fears are there, and now the police is coming out to say this. We just hope that they actually implement this, and this is how good it is to the ears. That look, but what Benjamin Uday is saying, that is what we're going to have, because Nigerians don't want to be extorted the more. They're already been extorted.
So I love the fact that you said Nigerians don't want to be extorted the more. Of course, they've been extorted, but do you think that it will stop? So I'm a very practical person. I don't think it will stop anytime soon. It's lovely when we hear they come out to talk. That's why he was promoted to this position, to be a spokesperson, for the MPF. Now, aside from that particular one, let us try and give it a little backstory. For everything that the NPF, Nigerian Police Force, has actually, said through their IG, mention 4, that the lower cadre officers have actually implemented. I've lived in the north, and the only thing I would tell you is whenever the IG, gives an order, it is only upheld in Abuja, where the IG is. And guess what? Not the other remote areas of Abuja, but just in the main city, which is, we'll say, Gariki, you understand? Basically just there. Now, leaving Abuja to any other state, I assure you that the police would always tell you, I've heard them say, for example, IG said, the time IG mentioned no roadblock again. You understand? When you showed them the message, they said, call IG. Do you know what that sounds like? Or when they arrest someone because of this same tinted glass issue, okay, and you are being taken, whisked to a particular place, pay the money. Please, how do you call them to come and help you then? And not only that, even when they take you to their station, let somebody come out and say that he or she has reported the Nigerian Police Force of any division where they took money from them to release somebody because they paid the money to a personal account. No one, and if at all anybody has actually reported such cases, it can never fly. They mentioned bail is free. Where exactly? In Nigeria? Where have you ever seen that you go into a station to release someone for free without you paying in that division or that particular area command? And today you are talking about prohibition of tinted glass Act of 2004. Really? See, let's call a spade a spade. Some things are only working in some areas, and those areas has been, is being supervised. It is only in Nigeria, I wrote a short article. I said it is only in Nigeria that a supervisor needs another supervisor to be supervised. Otherwise, you cannot get some things done. It's as simple as that. And I must say this clear, so that it doesn't look as if I'm against the NPF. No, I'm not. I'm not against them, you know. But let them also watch out for the people who call their friends, you know, in some government hospitals to help them arrange this particular doctor's report as regards to their eyes, even when nothing is happening to them because they want to have tinted glasses. It's actually going on as well. So if you really want to regulate this particular system, go all out. Put some of your people, you know, in the right positions to do the right job. This is how I balance my conversation. But please, MPF, when you are telling us that you have a particular straight portal where people can pay to and all of that, then also check yourself within you and start arresting your own people that are still taking money directly into the account. And some would even tell you to pay to a particular POS account. Okay, let's move to New Super review this morning. But before we actually go ahead with the New Super review, let's just go on a quick break. As soon as we return, you'll be getting headlines as regards to today's papers. Don't go nowhere. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. Quickly, let's go straight to our newspaper review here. Let's start with Saturday Tribune. Saturday Tribune, new tax system. What sex workers, touts, other informal sector participants need to know, says Oyedele, tax committee chair. All right, and another one says here, we dismantled uniformed dictatorship but left intact culture of impunity. Baba Femi Ojudu. And the banner headline, local government funds, Tinubu threatens executive order to enforce Supreme Court judgment. And away from that particular one, Revs prescribed 10-year jail term for forgers of election results. We have 2026 will witness stronger discipline in budget implementation, says the president. Ekiti government dismisses ex-suits surgeon for alleged kidney removal.
Okay, we now move on to Saturday Punch. For the banner headline, we have U.S. visa panic disrupts dirty December. And above the banner headline, we have, beneath the banner headline, that's the subheadings or subriders, we have travelers, students cancel trips to Nigeria. Also, fear of detention, visa revocation heightens. Above the banner headline, we have, we will show terrorist sponsors no mercy. And that's said by our president, Tinubu. And the subrider there is budget 5.41 trillion naira for defense and security. Also, above the masthead, we have 2026 will witness stronger discipline in budget implementation, also by our president, Tinubu. And then we have Ekiti government dismisses ex-suit surgeon for alleged kidney removal. Another headline we have here says, Guardians of the Dirt, harsh realities of Lagos cemetery workers. Also, we have a rest doctor who removed my 2 kidneys, and that said by an Ekiti patient, yes.
All right, let's move to the Guardian weekend. Why new refineries alone won't end Africa's fuel importation slavery. And of course, talking about our Super Eagles here, African heavyweight showcase talent as 35th Cup of Nations begins in Morocco. The banner headline says 13 days to expiration. Tinubu seeks to cut 2025 budget by over 6 trillion naira, presents a 58.18 trillion 2026 budget estimate. And beneath that particular one says, INEC intervenes in PDP crisis, old stock with Wike Makinde-backed calm. Lagos First Bank, Swedish government, orders lead ninth Afrima sponsorship lineup. Tinubu tells graduating officers to drive security reforms with discipline and patriotism. Capital punishment, not solution to kidnapping, banditry, former UN envoy insists. Clerics urge citizens to avoid negative rhetoric about Nigeria. This particular one is on page 3. Organ harvesting, Ekiti sacks surgeon after panels finding suspend support staff. That's on page 2. All right, that's how far we can actually go as regards to newspaper review. And quickly, we would just like to take a few comments from our guest in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Adnosike, development economist, best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, and politics. Of course, power to the people, power of the people, and power for the people. Good morning, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, you're welcome on board, sir. So quickly, Doctor, which one would you like to, react to?
My first is what the tax guy talked about, that sex workers tells what they should know. Are they not trying to legitimize this business? That, for me, it is irritating. Imagine saying that on air. So that shows you how know that the country is going because of money, because you cannot grow your own money. So you are now trying to legitimize that's an abomination.
So it's safe to say that they should also mention that marijuana sellers,
kidnappers, armed robbers,
yes, thieves should also know that these are something
and
that they
when you rob 10 million, you give 1 million to the government.
Yes.
So
that's
for me,
that's what he's saying.
It is very, very shameful.
Okay.
It is very, very. So is he now encouraging such thing? Is he now encouraging such thing? Sex workers should pay tax. That's what a human being is saying. That's on air, and the wife and children will be listening.
No, but doctor, so many of them, their family does not care. They've already given up.
As long as the money is coming.
As long as money is coming in.
But, so it's not care. Right. It's not right.
But it's really painful that we're actually in such situation where indirectly it's looking like we're legalizing so many things.
For them to be mentioned, that these people should be paying tax.
For you to even mention, it shows you have recognized that particular, set of people. And if you really want to talk about it, I know sex working, as a sex worker, whatever, it cannot totally vanish in any country. In other climes, of course, it's existing. But when we have rampant or the high number,
they are not recognized anywhere.
They are not recognized. And it showed a failed state for you to have this large number. And guess what? Your government is recognizing it.
Telling them to pay tax.
For them to pay, which means they are doing legitimate business.
Yes. You can't even get to even tell them not to do what they're doing. You can't, because they usually hide. Most times they actually hide to do this thing. Most of the time, I'm not a ninth person, but I feel like it's not obvious. You only see them at a certain time in the night, and then probably early hours of the morning. But by the time you begin to make
So,
them pay tax, they
which
become
means
brazen.
government will have to register them now.
Do you understand?
Understand me? How much are you making per night?
Dr. Anosike is really taking this far.
Understand me?
But no, but it's actually
That's the only way now.
So, doctor, what are we going to call it? So, a sex worker will go to CAC now, to register personal name, or what should they call it? Oh, they will now call it, Priscilla and these enterprises. What are we going to? Please, I am done with this particular conversation.
It's shameful.
It's quite shameful. It's quite shameful. All right, we'll be going straight to the first conversation here. Budget 2026, Tinubu proposes 58.18 trillion. Security gets 9.3%. Details of this after the break. You do well to stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. And it's still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has presented a 58.18 trillion 2026 federal budget to the National Assembly, themed Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience and Shared Prosperity. The proposal allocates 5.41 trillion, about 9.3% to defense and security, reinforcing the administration's stance that security is key to investment and economic growth. The budget projects 34.33 trillion in revenue, 26.08 trillion in capital expenditure, and a 23.85 trillion deficit, representing 4.28% of GDP. It also prioritizes healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, and private investments to drive food security, productivity, and inclusive growth. The president described the budget as a continuation of ongoing reforms to stabilize the economy and improve the welfare of Nigerians, pledging to deliver on the renewed hope agenda. He also announced a tougher security and criminal justice framework, stating that all armed non-state actors, including bandits, militias, violent courts, and foreign-linked mercenaries, will now be treated as terrorists. Tinubu said the new counterterrorism doctrine will unify command structures, strengthen intelligence coordination, and ensure accountability in security spending as lawmakers begin scrutiny of the 2026 estimate. We'll still have in the studio to help us make sense out of all of this conversation, Dr. Peter Anosike, who happens to be a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator and economy, finance, politics, and power. And of course, we have joining us virtually, Barrister Ezeluche, an attorney at law, and of course, a public and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister.
Good morning, and thank you for the invite. It's always a pleasure to share my views with your listeners at home.
Barrister, you're welcome on board. The last time I was here, I think the first Saturday of this month. Barrister, you were preparing to, go to a boat cruise with the family. But today, you're actually on the move. Barrister, you are always on the move every Saturday. Barrister, why don't you just look for a way to always make me tag along with you, sir?
Come in the East anytime. The East is always a very vibrant place, always a wonderful place. So you're always welcome.
All right, joining us from the Benin studio, we have Honorable Comrade Destiny and Nabolene, human rights activist, political analyst, commentator, and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Comrade.
Yeah, my brother. I salute you very lavishly this morning. Thanks for having me. Good morning, viewers.
Comrade, saluting me just lavishly is not enough, especially in this Yuletide season. I would have wanted you to salute me with maybe a ram would do, a small goat, bags of rice, granite oil. I would share with my colleague here,
Don't worry, I will Bluetooth it to you through Benin office.
Thank you so much for joining. All right,
Thanks for having
Comrade, let me take it off, with you. Talking about the president's, presentation, of bill to the on your mandate, which has stand, and of course, where the Senate president also mentioned to the president, which I think some people are not even talking about, that Your Excellency, some of my honorable members have mentioned. They asked me to tell you that they cannot go home. They cannot go home in this particular season, because of your withdrawal of their orderlies. So, President, we would want you to look into this. Of course, he said so many things yesterday. I took my time to watch the program from beginning, from the beginning of the session to the end. So, what is your take as regards to yesterday's, bill presentation?
Yeah, my brother, I again appreciate your platform for having me this morning, and thank the only lady with us. You see, the problem with us as a people is enormous. I must be very frank. I remember some time ago when I visited Holland, to be very precise. With my cousin, we entered train. Standing by my side was a governor of that state that I visited, without any aid, whether PA you call it or whatever. It's because just in the introductory part, these are indices of a failed state. I must be very frank with you. I was once a local government chairman. You can go and verify. I never used police one day. Many times I drove myself to the office. My Oga will come and say, "Oh God, this is not how they do it here." I say, "Oga, I still have the energy. I think to some point, among the 18, I think I'm the youngest, so I will not be taking the Oga seat when I can do it." So the problem with us is that we are seeing ourselves as people that are, that are out of the reality. We are out of the people. We are no longer part of the people. Immediately we are voted into power. That is the problem. We are no longer in tune. We are no longer connecting with the people. So that is a problem. Just like what with utmost humility, what the president is doing now. This is not how to run a country. With utmost humility. A situation where your wife, your daughter, your son, you are not running the government as if it's a family enterprise. It is sad. We cannot move forward like this. I refuse to listen to the budget. I saw it. I flipped through. You have deficit. You have some money allocated to security. I asked you, my dear brother, how many percentage of that money that is set aside for security would sincerely go for security? Many of this money will find their way in the pockets of Mr. President. At the end of the day, you see them going to buy dollars, to buy pounds, foreign currency to keep. At any rate, how much, with utmost humility, how much are we going to with all these razzmatazz? I own this, I own that. We are living as if we are at this age. Buy yard, buy latest whatever. I don't want to mention any brand. I don't want to advertise for any brand. As if it's a boy that suddenly finds himself in love. As a drunken sailor. utmost humility. He's my father, so I'm very careful with words this morning. Those that are close to him, or perhaps his co-travelers, I think they should advise him better.
Okay.
What we have in this country, with respect to the taxes that is introducing. How can you be imposing a first world taxation on a fourth world country with medieval infrastructure? With medieval infrastructure.
All right.
What I have known, I'm coming, sir. Let me learn with this thought. What I have known as a master's in history and first degree international studies, as the country improves, you come up with taxes that will fit into that improvement, so that the people will see what they are being taxed for. So when you are taxing me, I will bear no grudges in meeting my own obligation. That is how it's run in a sinner client, in a developed client. But here, they want you to pay. At the end of the day, you will not get service. You will not get service for your money. Look at the BEDC, for instance. At every local cranny, with some of us, with this electricity, distribution people, you purchase your pole, your wire that you draw a light to your house. You purchase your meter, and when it got bad, you have to go pay them to leave their office to come and what we are paying for, and nobody is saying anything. Man, Nigeria should see a closed mouth. I said it earlier in one of these sister stations. We as the people, we are not doing enough, because a closed mouth is a closed destiny. That is why some time ago I advised Nigerians. I said, as we gradually gravitate towards 2027, and as we go out to gym every week, we should endeavor to set 1 hour aside to practice madness in preparation for 2027. I said that deliberately.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, comrade. Thank you so much. And I just have to do this disclaimer on behalf of comrade that he's not asking anybody to go practice madness anywhere. Please don't even go there. But quickly, I'd like us to watch the president's presentation. Let's just even see what happened at the National Assembly yesterday. And afterwards, I'll be going straight to Barrister Ezeluche. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please.
A very hard one. Avoiding abandoned projects, unpaid contractual obligations, and running a multiple budget, both inherited and unfulfilled mandates. It's a problem steering the nation. So we are terminating the habit of running 3 budgets on one inflow. By March 31st, 2026, all capital liabilities from previous years will be fully funded and closed. From April, Nigeria operates on a single budget, backed by a single revenue cycle. No overlaps, no excuses, no rollovers culture. This budget presents a defining moment in our national journey of reform and transformation. This is a reset, a very hard one.
Okay, you heard, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Barrister Ezeluche, are you there?
I am.
Okay, Barrister, what can you say as regards to, the situation of this nation, of course, the president's presentation. And I would like to get your thought as regards to, the 15.57 trillion of the total expenditure. How does the budget proposal address, the issue of debt servicing, which accounts for that particular amount? And of course, what are the key drivers of economic growth in the 2026 budget, and how would they be measured?
Well, thank you very much. I think one problem we have with our budgeting cycle is that we talk about the budget for next year without evaluating how last year's budget happened.
God bless you.
And this is a norm in this country.
Yes.
You keep on mentioning trillions, billions. What of last year's own? How has it played out? All the promises that were unfulfilled, how will they be addressed? So it's not a matter of just applauding what has been said, the figures that are reeled out. The issue is it implementable? And let me go to specifics. Mr. President mentioned about 5-point-something trillion for defense sector. Now, if you understand how Nigerian budgets and budgets work, the bulk of this sum will be spent on buying bulletproof jeeps for the generals on conferences. Just last week in Lagos, they had what they call the conference of the Chief of Army Staff Conference. Virtually all generals in Nigeria were brought to Lagos. For what? For what, for goodness sake? And this is a recurring decimal. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they spend billions on conferencing in the middle of the war. An example is for the first time in the U.S. history, the U.S. Army asked for all generals to come, and the Americans were saying, what are they coming for? But this is a recurring decimal in Nigeria. Mr. President announced that there will be 15 trillion for debt servicing. Most of it are fictitious debts that have not, in fact, that useful thing. And you are devoting a sizable portion of the budget for servicing of such debts. A more painful aspect is what is said to be from the income, the revenue. Now, revenue of over 34 trillion. When you realize that most companies are folded up in Nigeria, the multinationals, they are folding up and packing away. Where will these taxes come from? It is from the phone bills, the VAT that you and I are made to pay. So he is actually bleeding Nigerians. The little blood in us is what is making that 34 trillion. And people are clapping. The thing is, I don't even think those in the National Assembly know what they were clapping for. Because when you mention 34 trillion for revenue from what? Because companies that should pay it are all gone. The SmithKline, they've all PZ, they've left Nigeria. So it is you and I who are going to be, that blood will be extracted from us. And this is how it replicates in virtually all sectors. So the president speaks in such beautiful language. I will assure you, after this budget presentation, ask him what he read. He does not know. And I'm very serious, because if you see the manner of presentation, it was just reading. At times, you will even misread. So this is just grammar that was read to Nigerians. In terms of implementation, they already have an idea of where all these funds is going. And I pity this country, because we are used to these high-sounding budget things. There was one character in Cross River State, Ayade. Ayade will come out with, if you listen to the grammar he blows, he will say budget of scintillating expectations.